everyone and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3 Pro Predictions. My name is Warren Super Johnny John and joining me, ladies and gentlemen, is the man, the myth, the serial predictor himself, Ocean Sharma.
Thank you very much, Johnny. And yes, just like you said, today we're going to go through a series of format as we're just going to talk about some things that correspond with the predictions, right? We're going to talk about our predictions as for what we think are going to be some dominating teams in this PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We're going to talk about the format as for how it's going to go with the schedule. We're going to talk about some underdog teams and at the end, what's at stake. So let's actually begin. So first of all, if we talk about our predictions as for what we think are going to be some teams that are going to be at 11 to 20th marker, I would start from 16 to 20th for my predictions as per se. I mean, in that, first of all, I would say R3D might be at 20th. So it's not a bad thing for the starters, but the thing is, it's their first big tournament. Obviously, they have played PMCOs beforehand as well. But somehow it comes down to one thing, and that is the pressure that they might be feeling. That might as well just be kind of onto the lack of the stuff that they need. Then we move on forward to StalwartFlex as per se, and StalwartFlex is a brilliant team if you want to talk about this one. But still the thing that comes down to is the pressure situation. They have faltered down even in PMCOs. If that happens in PMPL, because this is a bigger stage, things might just go bad with them as well. But moving up forward, if you want to talk about some other teams, so in that I would say INES. Now, INES has been a big name previously as well as they have played the tournaments like PMPL and all those previously. But the thing is, again, pressure situations and making out mistakes. If they make one mistake in one game, somehow it follows down to a few more games and that thing kind of just, takes them down. They would not want to go down, but it happens at those moments.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree with that. This is a team that is based on momentum, and if their momentum breaks in the initial days of the tournament, this team ends up falling down pretty hard. But are they going to live up to the hype? We're going to find out, because when we move forward in the rankings, there's going to be the challenges that they have to face, the top 10, the creme de la creme, if you will, of their regions, and it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a tough one if you want to talk about the top 10.
Starting things off, we are going to be talking about the team on the 10th position. That is going to be A1 Esports. Now, you might be thinking, A1 so low, SG even lower, why are we doing that? Well, the teams with the experience of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship failed to deliver to the hype that they were brought in with in the competition, and that is the reason we are a little bit skeptical about how the teams are going to perform this time. But who knows, maybe they have recovered themselves, maybe they are back to the old ways, back to the winning ways.
Probably that's going to be one of the things that we have to look forward to as well. Like, it comes up as a factor of volatility. You never know what's going to change up when we talk about the teams and how they're going to perform together. But if I have to keep one team upwards onto the chart, I would say it's going to be Carnage or Flood Legion. You can not rule out these two teams. Both had their own regions, one from Nepal, one from Bangladesh. But talk about young blood, talk about the hunger for kills, talk about the dominating gameplays. They are going to bring that to the table once again, and we're going to love casting that.
Well, if we're going to talk about the hunger, the kills coming in, let's just straight up move forward to the team on the 3rd position. XB Blood Legion, a team that almost hit that 150 kill marker during the PMCO. That was incredible.
Yeah, incredible was even a smaller word to define the performance that they were, just giving out there, because they were just firing up on all cylinders, and that was brilliant. But hey, if you're talking about some teams that have delivered good things, talk about our number 1 pick, Z3us Esports. The team is gonna just dominate everything for sure because of one thing. They dominated the likes of BTR, dominated the likes of Nova XQF at one moment, dominated the likes of 4 AM. Well, it will be challenging, but that experience coming up with their gameplays and the gunpowder and the momentum, whoa boy.
Exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's the deal. These rankings, these are our own personal predictions. This is what we feel like the standings are going to look like at the end of the tournament. But these are going to be highly volatile, because as of now, we don't know what the invited teams are coming in with. We don't know what Z3us Esports is going to bring to the table. But I think based on the previous history of the teams, Z3us Esports is going to be number 1 unanimously through everyone who's watching this right now.
Everyone's going to think about this one. Everyone's like, our favorite Z3us. We want to see what Z3us does, and we want to see what our region does in front of Z3us when we talk about the competition, because they know what their business is. It's skills. If you get kills, you get placement points.
Exactly. That's how the team moves. And one important thing that you mentioned is how are the teams from our own regions going to compete with this one titan that's going to be there. And talking about how they're going to compete, I think it's time we move forward and have a talk about the schedule of the tournament.
You guys might be familiar with the format of PMPL as it has happened before. We're going to be having a series of league plays and a series of super weekends consecutively. The first league play is going to happen on 23rd and 24th March, followed by the first super weekend, out of which it's going to be happening on 26th to 28th of March, followed by the second league play that happens on 30th and 31st of March, followed by the second super weekend that happens on 2nd to 4th of April. Then comes around the third league play that happens on 6th and 7th of April, followed by the super weekend final that's going to be happening on 9th to 11th of April. But keep in mind, only the points of super weekend are going to be the ones that are counted.
You see, this is what is intense about this format, that now the players and the teams, they're forced to work twice as hard, because you have to perform during the league play days and then you have to go on to perform in the super weekend as well. If you do really, we have seen this, if you do really well during the league play and screw up during the super weekend, that's bad.
Things like that have happened, and it kind of just creates a void in the performance. And hey, if you miss out on super weekend, you miss out on a lot of points altogether that are not considered, and you might not go to the finals.
Alright, ladies and gents, so now what we're going to talk about is going to be the top 4 players. Well, top 4 according to us. And starting things off, I think we're going to talk about literally one of the best players playing in this tournament right now. That is going to be Godless from Team Zeus.
Exactly. When we talk about Godless, that player has been incredible. He has been a legendary player. I mean, we have known him from like what? The first PMCO, a year around the first PMCO that happened for wildcard region. He was playing in No Chance, and he was the one that we named as AU Godless because he was using AUG in the most brilliant ways possible. Then he came to Zeus, and he has been a top fragger ever since. And hey, Zeus was in top 3 overall worldwide, and that creates an impact altogether.
Yeah, exactly. He was the player who took No Chance first to the World League, and then with Zeus accomplished what no other team from Wildcard had done before, having a podium finish on the PUBG Mobile Global Championship stage, and that was incredible. But moving forward, I want to talk about another influential player, another player who was one of the reasons that their team was the team to qualify from the PMCO qualifications. It is going to be Snipe from Team Carnage. I mean, the man had amazing performance in terms of survival time, in terms of damage, and also in terms of getting kills. I mean, hey, he was the top fragger for his region after all.
I would say it's going to be one from F4 for sure, and if we talk about that one, it's going to be Bulbury, because I still remember 1v3 with an AWM in the final circles. I mean, who does that? Think about it. So that play was incredible. He has been the one who opens up the area for his team to move forward. That's one thing that you need. I mean, you need a team player to just, get your team ahead. And Bulbury is a proper influential player for the team, for the lobby sometimes, and he creates an impact.
Well, if you're talking about lobby, let's talk about the team that destroyed the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, XB Blood Legion. And it's really hard to outshine if your entire team is going to be, well, basically destroying your opponent. So it becomes hard to outshine over there sometimes. But Ryan from XB Blood Legions managed to do exactly that. I mean, incredible performance. What? He had like 48 kills in the tournament, and well, have we ever seen, players reach that mark in the finals?
It's difficult. It's not like impossible, but hey, it's difficult. And if you're conquering the difficult things, you can conquer lobbies like PMPL as well. We can talk about the teams, we can talk about the players, but the most important impact, that something that happens on the lobbies, is always the point structure. I mean, now it's the new standard as we talk about it. Second dinner gets you 15, second position gets you 12, then 10, then 8, 6, 4, 2, 8 to 12 gets you 1 point, 13 to 16 gets you none. But the most important thing,
1 point per kill. 1 point for every single kill that you get in game, ladies and gentlemen. And that is the game changer. That is literally the game changer. I'm not even kidding about this. We have seen teams jump up 5 positions just because of the kills they have.
I mean, there have been a few teams, once we talk about even in the PMCOs, we have seen a few teams like, getting 1 placement point, but like 8 kill points, and they are sitting at like 4th position overall. That creates a huge impact when you talk about the point structure as for how volatile it can be.
Exactly, but at the end of the day, it's all about being consistent in every single game that you play, being consistent with the placement finish, and being consistent with the number of kills that you get in game. And if you can do that, well, we're going to see you moving on to the next big stage.
Yeah, and you have to be consistent more and more in the super weekends.
So in every single tournament, there are a few teams and a few individual players that can change everything. No matter what you think about them, they're going to be complete dark horses, and that is exactly what we are going to talk about right now. Well, the first wildcard for me personally is going to be PN Crew. And the reason for that is just going to be the fact Killer Whitey is in the lineup now.
I mean, you're talking about Killer Whitey, I would say the players who have had the experience, talk about Ayush, talk about Absek, like the players have had that impact already on the lobbies. So they know how to just, justify their gameplay and take that forward with the momentum. But hey, if you're talking about PN Crew, I'll just bulge in and say F4 as well, because F4, even if they are in our top 10, I would say they can be in the top 3 as well. Talk about Khan as an impressive IGL. Talk about the players out there, Wolverine, Destroy, like those players know their business and they know what they have to do when it comes to the dominating gameplays. One game is what they need to be in top 3, then they just, obliterate the competition altogether.
Exactly, and moving things forward, let's discuss the lineup that is, well, sort of a unification of two different regions. We're going to talk about 7C, ladies and gentlemen, a team that was formed with the players of Nepal and Bangladesh coming together for the love of the game. And this team has always been a wildcard, not just this PMPL, but the previous one as well.
You remember 7C, if you talk about 7C as a name, I still remember one thing, 1v5.
Oh yeah.
Weekend is no more in the game, but I would remember 7C always by a 1v5, like 1v3 for one team and then 1v2 for another team, and the second team just ran away from the competition. Talk about that kind of a performance. When 7C just comes into the lobby, they know their business.
Exactly, they know their business and they know how they want to execute their strategies. And that is what it is going to be about at the end of the day. About the execution, about the performances in the tournament. And well, we might have placed them a little bit lower on our rankings, but when they perform, we're going to see where they finish.
So these were all our predictions as we were just, talking about everything, talking about the goods, bads, uglies and the crazies of the teams. But what are your predictions? Just let us know down in the comment section below, and maybe we'll just read them and talk about those in the actual competition.
Exactly, and don't forget to cheer for your favorite players and your favorite teams as well. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, catch all the action starting from the 23rd of March on the official YouTube channels of PUBG Mobile Esports. And well, we'll see you guys there. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.
Every day is a fight. Every moment is a race against the best. Beat the clock. Be on top of your abilities before the rest. Every face-off will be bigger than the last one. Every knock will count. Time will stand still in the wake of the storm. And that's why the sun never sets on this battleground. This is where champions will gather to etch their names on the highway to glory. Welcome to the Coliseum. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3.
Season number 3, and in that we have ourselves day number 2 already lined up. And of course, all of this, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it happen. Wook up your fun. Thanks to Oppo for, of course, supporting the PMPL events. With that, I'm your host Blotto. Joining us on the INES desk today is going to be Fixes, joined in with Super Johnny.
Yep, thank you for the warm welcome again. And it is quite a day we have here, because as we saw before the show started, the little prediction video that we had, me and Ocean do. I mean, I'm completely shut up. This event so far, day number 1, has been a really pleasant surprise.
Exactly.
he just stole my words, to be honest, because I was on the casting desk and I really thought, you know, we would have different teams stepping up. I really thought that maybe DRS would be on the top by the end of the day, but that was certainly not the case. You have Skylight Gaming coming up, the champions from the past PMPL, again being on the leaderboards. But today is the day where we are going to get those top 16 teams that are going to be participating in the Super Weekend.
Exactly, mate. Today is certainly the day that, of course, all the teams are going to have to just pick up that skill, because after all, today is the day, finally, after which we will see top 16 teams, of course, will move on into the Super Weekend. But right now, we are busy with the league plays. In the league plays, of course, you get day number 1, move on to day number 2 that we're already on, and a few teams not looking too good, but amongst them, only 16 move on towards the Super Weekend, Johnny.
Exactly. 16 teams moving forward to this first Super Weekend. That means you will have the opportunity to have a good start, because if you miss out and you come back in on the second Super Weekend, you're going to be starting from 0 while the other teams are going to be up above you. So the pressure is going to build up, and especially for teams that are doing really well right now, teams like Team T2K, teams like Skylight Gaming, teams like Z3us Esports, who are doing really well in terms of kills, they will have the opportunity to do even better and earn a big lead as far as the Super Weekend is concerned, because only the points for the Super Weekend are counted.
I mean, talk about earning, right? Talk about getting a big part of that wonderful, wonderful prize pool. You're looking at $300,000 on the line, from which, of course, 150,000 grand is just separated for, of course, South Asia Finals.
Absolutely, and it's gonna increase by the folds as we head on to the regional finals itself. But yes, for the league play attendance also, we do have a certain amount. That's $2,500. And the MVP, the one person who is the MVP, is certainly gonna enjoy the $1,000. And every single chicken dinner that you get in the Super Weekend, you are gonna get yourself $1,000. So a lot of money on the line. We all love that sweet money. But again, it comes down to the bragging rights, the pride to represent your nation, and that is exactly what these players are up to.
And again, when you talk about those bragging rights, it will always, every single game fall back onto those points, because again, those points is what will make or break your game. Every single kill does, of course, give you that 1 point, but alongside that, Fixes, it is so very crucial to stay away from that 13 to 16 position, eh?
It certainly is. You know, considering this point system, we've been having that since the last PMPL. 8 to 16th, if you find yourself in that area, then you're barely getting 1 point just out of the position point from 8 to 12th, and 13 to 16 gets nothing. You really need to depend on your kills, and I think A1 Esports is a very good example of that. In terms of positioning points, they've barely managed, 4 points and 19 kills to back them up in the games that they've played so far. So, yes, but then you need to have that perfect balance, I believe, to be there, to be in the consistent top 16. But I think they can certainly make it, but it depends on their day's performance.
And if you want to talk about consistency, we have to talk about High Voltage and the way that team has been playing. It has been impressive. They somehow managed to get an equal balance of those kill points and those placement points in every single match that they play. And if they keep this average going, overall standings, I mean, even if they do this in the Super Weekends, they're going to have a good time.
Absolutely will, and with that, of course, as you talk about that one team, we've got 20 teams in total that, of course, are wanting to grind in the next 5 matches that will start taking place right about now. With that, let's move on to the squads themselves. Let's have a look at the groups, where indeed we start off with group number A, where we've got teams chiming in from, of course, Nepal, Bangladesh, Wildcard, as well as Youth joining in with the damage.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus is a team that even Ocean and Johnny did predict might just be turning out as the winners, but it's still the first state, not really having a good game so far. They've been getting those kills, and I mean, Ziol, you talk about him sitting at the kill lead as a top player, getting 12 kills already. But talking about Carnage, the champions of PMCO Nepal, they haven't been in the thick and thins of it. They're somewhere in the middle, and today is a day where they need to pick it up. INES, just that one chicken dinner, and they're sort of fizzled out.
Exactly, and you move on from Group A towards Group B. Of course, you're going to be looking at StalwartFlex right off the bat, joining us, of course, from PMCO Pakistan region. And this team also has showcased a decent turn of wins for themselves. But again, Fixes, you were talking about, of course, Future Station. What more things would you want to add on to that, Johnny and Fixes?
I mean, Future Station is not really performing the way we thought they would. Because the last time we saw this team, they were really aggressive. They would get a lot of kills. But that was, as I said, the last time we saw them.
Right.
This time around, it's quite interesting, because in the matches that they have played, they have had 22 points, and they have had just 3 kills in the matches that they played so far. So we are yet to see this team perform. And if you talk about the lineup, it's Badrev, Kapshi, Evil Eye, Machine Tummy, all veterans of the PUBG Mobile scene in Bangladesh. So there's a lot of expectations and a lot of hopes behind this team. Let's just hope that they show up and they deliver.
Well, it is time to get those hopes built up. It is high hopes time indeed. And with that, let's move on along. We've till now seen 8 teams. As we move on towards Group C, of course, we've got Team F4. Now, Team F4 yesterday did showcase some synergistic performances where Wolverine Khan came together and showcased that domination and assaulting fear against the other groups and against the other teams. But eventually, what can we expect from Group C?
Well, initially, if you talk about statistics, if you talk about numbers, this is supposed to be the toughest group of them all. Having the champions of Pakistan, you've got Blood Legion also from Bangladesh, trained to kill, an all-stars lineup, and of course, having A1 Esports. Now, we've already had a discussion about A1, but today I'll be having my eyes on Blood Legion. Can they redeem themselves?
Exactly, and talking about redemption, these are only 12 teams. Move on towards Group D. Now, this also is a very high, intense, action-packed group because, again, you've got high voltage right there.
Yeah, high voltage right there with no chicken dinners, but 21 points coming in out of the 3 matches that they have played. And it is quite an interesting performance from the side of high voltage, especially from Assassin, who is performing incredibly. 9 kills so far on that one individual player, not too far behind the kill leader that is sitting on the first position with 12 kills, that is Zeol from Team Zeus.
True.
So Assassin is definitely putting in the work. There's Cooney, there's Aussie in the backlines to support him, and this team is just incredible, especially with the addition of Extreme coming to the lineup as well.
Exactly. I mean, you talk about Assassin here, certainly did get an MVP for his gameplay as well. Yesterday's game on Erangel, but move on towards the final group, group number E. We are going to be looking at this group that, of course, chimed in a bit later when it comes to League Play Day 1, but the way this game just turned out in their favor was beautiful to see.
To be honest, 1952 really need to step up. They've got all the 5 games playing today, but if you talk about PN Crew getting that beautiful chicken dinner, but that was just about it. They got that 16 kills, of course, 15 points from the position. But if you talk about the standings, the remainder 2 games that they played, they were not really at the best of what kind of a performance that we would really expect from them. So yeah, Deadeyes, they've been really consistent in terms of their kills, in terms of their positioning, having 18 points each. So this is one of the teams that is considered as one of those top guns to be entering into the finals of the PMPL and maybe just win this one out.
Exactly, and I mean, I have to say, I have to call it where I was wrong with how I thought before the tournament started, how PN Crew was going to play and how things were going to turn out for them. But them and Team T2K, it has been a really, really good turn of events for the sides, the way they've been playing, especially with Team T2K, the lineup change that came in. And there was a lot of speculation going on how Killer YT is going to gel up with the side of PN Crew. But it looks perfect right now.
For now, it certainly does. There's no two ways about it. Because again, I mean, having only played 3 games, talking about this wonderful crew, that is of course PN Crew, they were able to just wonderfully turn those 3 games in their favor. So let's have a look away from PN Crew's gameplay and talk about the overall rankings from all the teams, where of course Skylight Gaming certainly taken 29 kills and a wonderful ton of wins with that chicken dinner.
But Lakshay, look at the segregation over here. The first team, Skylight Gaming, 52, trained to kill, 43.
Yeah,
then
enough.
we have Sealy Sport at 37. Now I have to get our viewers' attention towards INES, that is sitting on the 10th spot with 32 points. So just 5 points separating the 3rd position up all the way up until the 10th.
Not just them though. Not just them though, because as we move forward to the next part of the standing, you're going to see things get even more interesting. Because now you have 11th position Carnage Esports with 30 points. There's 7 points separating the team on the 11th position from the team on the 3rd position. And I don't know, we could not expect things to get any closer from here on out, but they definitely will be getting even more closer. But now let's talk about the team that are in trouble right now. DRS Gaming, Seal9, R3D Esports and 1952. They have games in hand right now. But the point difference, how massive is that going to be? That is going to be a big question. So far, I think there's an opportunity for them to actually challenge Blood Legion, because Blood Legion has already played 4 matches, while as the 4 teams below XB Blood Legion are still sitting on the number of 3 matches just being played from their side. So there's still an opportunity that might be able to challenge them, but if the team actually ends up picking up a lot of pace, then it's going to be a troublesome situation.
It most certainly will, because again, I mean, this is the only opportunity that they have to be able to, of course, work things in their favor. They've only played 3 games. Yes, they have so many games remaining for themselves, of course, but how exactly are those going to be able to work in their favor? 1 game moves away, that's all right. You've got 4 games remaining. If the 2nd game moves away from you, then it's going to be a really, really difficult position to get away from. But with that, of course, let's talk about teams to look out for which, of course, I do have to mention Skylight, because the way they were able to get that chicken dinner, the synergistic performance from the entirety of the team was just perfect.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the champions of PMPL Season 2. So they've been playing so well. They all, every single player. And if you talk about two particular names, have to be Chari and Joker coming in. 9 kills already. And Chari is one of those players, you know, that kind of tends to lead his team right from the front, you know, giving out the calls. So you kind of have that semblance with Mavi. So he's that one player that I certainly have to really watch out for with the kind of performance that they have, and certainly ending the day on a chicken. So that's really promising.
Yeah, it was a promising performance. Especially I want to focus on the last matchup from yesterday. That was impressive. The call-outs from the side of Skylight Gaming, the way the shot calling was done, that was on point, really precise, and it was something that was needed. Because if you remember, this is what I'm talking about right now. If you remember how this fight started, it started with 7C putting up a lot of pressure on the players of Skylight Gaming, pinning them down behind those vehicles, and then out of nowhere come in these two players from the high ground who managed to find themselves in an amazing position and then convert it into that chicken dinner.
Exactly, mate. Because again, all the lads from this team certainly have that synergistic, dynamic play coming in for themselves. Because again, you move on towards Joker, you move on towards Demon. They had the MVP, and that of course worked in their favor. But that was of course just day number 1. We move on from League Play Day number 1 towards League Play Day number 2. That is today. That is about to get started right about now. It is going to be that much more of an intense battle that this team is going to have to showcase to retain the position that they're on. With that, let's move on the conversation towards T2K, Train to Kill. Now, this team, of course, is trained to bring in the aggression, the domination. Thus, they were on the 2nd position yesterday.
Well, the star-started lineup that we were talking about, every single player, we have seen them playing in the past PMPLs. You've got Rated, you've got Utsaga coming in from a different roster altogether, and you've also got blah blah blah. Yep. So one of, I believe is Johnny's favorite player. So then again, you know, one player that I'm really missing out on earth is Frankie.
Yeah, that is one interesting thing, because as Fixes said, the words you use, star-studded lineup, that for this team extends as far as their substitutes players as well. So it gets really hard to see who you're going to play, who is going to sit out of which game. It's a really tough decision, but the lineup that was playing yesterday, it was perfect, and this team has the potential to bring in surprises with Frankie being present as well.
Exactly, and with that, if you talk about another team, another wonderful team that of course was not able to get the chicken dinner, but certainly did bring in a dominating force, that's of course going to be PN Crew. Now talk about this team, another team to look out for when it comes to the 2nd day of league plays.
You know, considering the facts over here, PN Crew come and get that first chicken, but still, you know, Lakshya, right after that, the remainder of 2 games, they sort of fizzled out. You know, they did not really have the best of position points, they did not really have a lot of kills backing them up. So consistency is somewhere lacking, but this team certainly does have the potential to do that. And as the games go on, but you know, I would also love to talk about High Voltage. This is one of those teams that played 3 games, has 21 position points, has enough kills to back them up, and 7 points average in terms of placement. I think that's really good to start with.
Yeah, that's really good from High Voltage, and I have to say, I'm impressed with PN Crew. I'm going to disagree with what you said about the team. They're doing really well for themselves. They've only played 3 matches as well.
Yeah,
true. And I think with games in hand, whenever you have games in hand, you can sort of experiment in the early stages.
It's the expectations, you know.
Yeah, we want them to live up to them. We are really hyped for this team. Like, I mean, especially after the performances yesterday, I'm going to expect a lot more from the lineups today. Not just PN Crew, not just Team T2K, not just Skylight Gaming, out of everyone. Because as we all know, in every single tournament that happens, the day number 1 is always just about testing the waters.
Exactly.
Day 2 is where the action goes down.
And of course, when you talk about that action, it is about to get started. With that, let's have a look at the schedule itself, where of course yesterday we saw 5 games that started off on Erangel, but today on the 2nd day of league plays, we are going to be looking at Sanhok being the first map.
Sanhok. So this is one of those maps that I really love, considering the action that we get throughout.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, then again, it's sort of a situational win. Whichever team has the first circle, whichever team has the high ground, and if you have a compound also helping you out, you pretty much have it in your bag. But INES yesterday completely turned the tides. They were making a really good rotation right from south all the way towards the eastern side, then going up top, and did manage to secure the compound though. That was in the center. But it was those rotations that really mattered.
It certainly did, but with that, I have to ask you guys, what is your prediction going to be? You, of course, spoke about INES. They have showcased a perfect play when it comes to the map of Sanhok. Would you want to go Fixes with the prediction of INES taking this chicken dinner?
Well, I would want High Voltage to take this one because the boys have been grinding it out. They have been getting those points. I want them to get the chicken in this one.
I'm going to go with Team DRS just because it is a team that is coming in with a lot of expectations. I mean, based on the recent performances, and it's high time they start performing.
Well, it's also high time we get busy with the action. It is time to get busy with this game on Sanhok, the Moist map. It is about to go live right about now. Thus implying let's move on to our commentators, who are going to be none other than, of course, XP joined in with Blake.
Well, thank you for that, Blotter. And yeah, we are going to be jumping into the first map, the first Sanhok we're going to be a part of so far. It was Erangel throughout for us yesterday, XP. And for me personally, I know some people don't like Sanhok, but you know what? I kind of do.
I mean, I know why you like Sanhok, but I love the fact that it's a randomness, that RNG factor that makes every single Sanhok that is played a little bit different. So that is something that I'm looking forward to, and of course our analyst desk did kind of point out a few teams they are going to be looking out for. So I'm excited to see whether they are going to bring back up whatever we've been talking about with their action or not. But it is going to be exciting, and of course this is day 2 of league play, which means it's a make it or break it situation today, Blake.
Yeah, 4 teams at the end of the day will not be making it to the super weekend playoffs, and that's rough.
It's
right?
Going to be rough.
It's going to be rough. They're going to have to sit out the entire weekend, wait for the next opportunity next week. So for a lot of teams who have been struggling a bit yesterday, teams like Blood Legion, for example, today's the day for them to kind of bounce on back, go swinging. Hopefully, you know, they've had their energy drinks, their coffee, they've had a pep talk, and they're ready to go and ready to rumble. And what is going to be a very hectic day of action here in the PMPL League stage, day number 2.
I mean, I'm pretty sure this time they're going to make sure they don't gurgle on their own blood, and in fact, they do all the damage, they dish out all the damage. Let's see.
Brutal.
Let me just paint an image in your minds right now. But without further ado, I love this new animation. The capsule has opened, and we are about to take off, ladies and gentlemen, in Sanhok. There you have it. The big bird is in the sky.
It is indeed in the sky, and you can see the map getting, well, it's pretty much a pretty safe path, nothing too crazy, starting all the way from the southeastern part of the map. Going to be heading up straight north, right east of Hathin. And one thing which our desk did keep harping on time and time again is the fact that most of these teams would be looking to play the center of the map. They don't want to have to be put in a spot late in the game or middle of the game where they have to rotate, where, as you know, Sanhok rotations can be pretty much the end of your run on that map. It can be very deadly. You can get caught out in multiple firefights. So if you're any one of these teams, like, do you have any idea or any inkling as to which one of the teams over here might be heading towards?
Now, here's the thing. Of course, most of these teams, they already have their drop spots kind of, you know, set out, and they want to go. But there you go. Have a look at what happens. This is what Sanhok, this is what the RNG is all about. The first circle play pretty much has the northwestern island in its entirety. So all the teams who went down south, teams like INES, teams like Carnage, they're going to have a little bit of an issue traversing in, because of course Sanhok is one of those maps where it's not the one-on-one fights that matter, it's those third-party battles that actually come in and do all the damage.
Indeed, and right now we already see a battle breaking out here. A few shots being rattled off. We do have high voltage on our screens. We have Seal 9 and Seal 9 as well. And these are the two teams who did land inside the play zone, right? They landed on the western island. They're going to be feeling comfortable. There's no need for them to go for an early fight. However, they could be trying to kind of like consolidate their positions, right? Trying to ensure there's no risk of any bad neighbors nearby and getting rid of their opposition early on, or maybe not, we don't know. Like a few of these teams, they have, for example, a team that comes to mind would be Z3us Esports. They're a team, they don't seem to care about a position, they just want to go for those kills, while they have certain other teams who want to play it way more safe.
And I like the way that Zeus are kind of actually spread out. Of course, we did kind of brush upon this yesterday, that they tend to play as a 3-1 split. And of course, Ziol, the man of the moment, the guy who's leading the charge for this team, looks like he's happy picking a fight with an entire squad all by his lonesome.
He is very capable, man.
I do have to point one thing out. We, of course, have Skylight Gaming on our screens right now. And if the curse is going to continue today as well, mark my words, they shall be one of the first few teams to be eliminated. That, of course, is just a little joke that we have because, well, patterns don't really lie, right? Every single team that got a chicken dinner was eliminated early in the next game. So let's see if the boys from Skylight Gaming are going to put a stop to that.
I mean, they are right now the kings of the hill, right? They're sitting pretty on 52 points. They're the first place team, but then again, they have played 5 games, right? So today they're only going to be playing the first, second, and third game. They will be sitting out the final 2, so they want to, you know, ensure they get. Yeah, look, even if you aren't going to be, even if the top points really don't matter, you want to kind of set a precedent for the super week. weekend. You want to kind of make a statement that, hey, we are here not just to play, we're here to win. We're here to qualify for the next stage as well. We do see a knock taking place. A Joker is down on his knees, and I do believe that was from Future Station, a team who has been spoken about quite a bit. And one thing the desk did highlight time and time again, XP, is that they haven't quite lived up to their expectations.
Expectations, yeah, has been a little bit of a lackluster performance by them, but of course this is just the beginning, and I'm sure the boys are going to prove us wrong. But let me just paint you a picture right now. Skylight Gaming had the right idea because of the zone. They were like, you know what, we're going to try and get a spot on the main island beforehand as early as we can. But then that's what happens. Sometimes you get spotted out, and it kind of looks like Joker could be in a world of trouble, as Chari is in fact taking a lot of damage by being underwater too long. So now they have a few options. Either they go back, regroup, pick a fight with Future Station, or they basically cut their losses.
And
they're down to a 3-man squad and continue with their plan.
I mean, they do have the bit of an advantage of the fact that they are in the play zone, so that's something to work with. Kapshi is feeling a little adventurous here, right? He is looking to take that fight, but Skylight Gaming, I mean, there's a reason they're right now placed #1 on the overall leaderboard. They have looked very consistent so far. You know, they've got the chicken dinner, but apart from that, you know, I take a look at the placement points, 23 placement point, 29 kill points. They're playing a very traditional, safe game. As we finally find Joker, he will be laid to rest. You know, he bled out in the open all alone on that island. None of his teammates not really able to go in for the res, and with that, we have lost the first player of the first game of the day.
First blood indeed comes a little quick in Sanhok, which is something that you expect. But now I am a little worried about Skylight Gaming, because if they do decide to pick a fight with Future Station right now, it is definitely going to draw attention from the other side of the island. And well, we have PN Crew and Deadeyes Guys not too far off. But it does look like Bad Rev is going to go on a little bit of an expedition of his own. And see, right now, what's going to happen is most of the teams, they definitely want to migrate to the smaller northwestern island. However, they've got to realize if shots are fired over here, someone could be waiting for them on the other side.
I just want to point out what Bad Rev did there. He crossed on a little further up. Now he's going to be running across the beach, and he's going to be spotting the players from Skylight Gaming. They haven't moved yet, and Bad Rev has actually got the flank. The remaining members of his team, they're keeping them pinned down. So unless Skylight Gaming, they make a move, look at Bad Rev on the right-hand side. He's there, and you can see him on the periphery, on the edge of your screen if you really squint. There we go, you saw him right there. And if he gets the right angle, Skylight Gaming, they're done for.
However, the thing is, Bad Rev has to take some cover from their point. Now, Chari is going to get shot. I think Demon might spot him. But the thing is, he's going to get shot from behind. PN Crew could potentially put him down in the ground if he's not quick enough. It looks like he is going to fire a few shots, and Chari is running for his life.
A little fortunate that Chari not to take too much damage, and he's out in the open. He should be. How is he alive? How is he still standing? But he is pinned down. And look at Machine. Look at Machine just pushing on in. One bullet, one scrape from that Vector. That's all he needs to find. But Leon could be providing a bit of covering fire. Chari now, he needs to delay this push. He's going to deploy a smoke. Does he got it? Has he have any medkits? It looks like he does. But the thing is, for Skylight Gaming, I don't think they had an opportunity to loot much, right? They didn't have a chance to really loot up much. So I don't think he's got any medkits. Instead, yeah, he doesn't have anything. He just has to wait this one out. Maybe a few bandages, that's about it. And if these two players push on in, Chari's done for.
He is done for, but the fact that Leon is in a wonderful position to kind of give that cover fire is something that they did not anticipate. Hence, you saw Machine pushing in, because Bad Rev would have been like, all right, now's the time to go in for the kill. But also, at the same time, this is where Bad Rev needs to pitch in a bit more and start shooting from the other side.
And he is biding his time. We have Kapshi joining them as well, so Future Station opting to play the 2-2 split. And they are being very trepidant. They've given enough time for Chari to heal on up, but his bandages are almost about to 70% of his health. And it looks like Future Station are opting to not take this fight. And I can respect that. They were getting, I feel like, a little too tunnel vision, I felt like. And they were afraid, maybe, that there could be some other team coming on in. They could catch them off guard. So instead, they're going to opt to head on towards the island, like you pointed out. And then they're going to ensure that Skylight Gaming don't really push on any further ahead. But right now, it is a bit of lull in the action when it comes to those two teams. However, DRS, and of course, I do believe that StalwartFlex, they are kind of duking it out. Blade has taken a bit of damage. And DRS is a team, I think it was, who was it? Was it Fixes who picked them to win?
Fixes has always been a fan of DRS. Of course, so have we. We've seen Galzen do some amazing things in the past. But the thing is, right now, I do not suggest them picking a fight because the blue zone has come in. And if you have a look at the map on the top right, they are just south of Mongnai, way out of the zone. And they have a lot of traversing to do. And it looks like Nima spotted an enemy and Johnny has hit the ground.
It's just trying to finish him off, and indeed, Johnny is not going to be lasting much longer. Crypto can do nothing to get his fallen teammate, and he's going to lob a nade in the direction of Ninja. It's going to deal quite a bit of damage, and he's exchanged it, but that is perfect from Ninja. And Crypto, well, his stocks are definitely falling and depleting as he crawls away from the fight. And now, it's only a couple of players trying to keep them at bay, but UZM gets spotted by AJ. They're getting surrounded from multiple directions, and Blade, I hope he's sharp and ready, because he has a mountain ahead of him. 3 players going to be taking the fight, and he is the lone man standing. He's going to get a knock into AJ, trying to finish him off, but AJ crawling away, ensuring he stays alive for a few more seconds here. And Blade, he knows he's getting pinned down. He knows he needs to make a move, and the blue, like you pointed out, XP, it is quite devastating. Look at the health getting whittled away so quickly. He's going to run in for the rest. Now Nima pushing on in. They are flanking in from 2 directions, Ninja and Nima, but the call has come in to go in for the rest. They're going to play this one safe, but in the meantime, StalwartFlex, it looks like they've been eliminated. That's it. There's nothing they could do, as we have an AWM getting dropped as well.
I mean, let's just take a moment and appreciate what is in the airdrop. But the question is anyone going to come and pick it up? I want someone to come and pick it up. I want to see some bolt action. And of course, that 8x might be a bit overkill in Sanhok, but at least you can see the fear in the whites of your enemy's eyes before you put a bullet in their head. I'm assuming they're going to aim for the head.
I mean, yeah. Right now, INES, though, and DRS, they are aiming for the safety of the play zone. The play zone is going to be pretty much a concentric circle, not too much of a drastic shift. And we can see Zeus and Carnage kind of spread. That's a very interesting approach we usually see from Zeus, is they tend to take a lot of individual fights, but they still seem to come out on top time and time again.
It's not just that individual prowess, it's the fact that they are covering as much ground as they can and they are trying to cut off all the angles for the enemies, because what works in a one-on-one situation is the flank. The flanker usually is the one who is going to be successful, and they are going to make sure that they completely deplete that option. But right now it looks like Venom Legends are going to be coming under a little bit of fire. But one thing that kind of pops out for me is there is a team that we saw out in the blue. DRS, of course, did wipe out StalwartFlex, but INES, one of the favorites to win this map, are still way out in the blue down to the south. They are still at Camp Charlie.
Well, they're taking a sweet time, and the circle is definitely not doing them any favors, but they are heading there. Eventually, they should reach Painan. In the meantime, Venom Legends are in a bit of a pickle, right? Like, they are being sided by Deadeyes Guys, who had a fantastic debut yesterday alongside PN Crew, and they'll be looking to continue their streak of good fortune. And you can see, like, Venom Legends, they're in a good spot when it comes to the cliff, but the fact that Deadeyes Guys are so spread quite thin, that's going to force them to go into the water and head towards the safety of those cluster of houses.
Now, in this situation, I kind of agree with you, but have a look at this. Deadeyes Guys are pretty much cemented in Hathin, pretty much at the top of the zone. And of course, you did kind of mention that Venom Legends, they have that cliff, which makes sense when your back is against a wall. But if you notice one thing, 1952 is coming in as well, so they can literally get pinched from both sides.
That could be a problem indeed. And oh, look at Hungry Box. I mean, he's trying to spot them out. He sees one, sees Nightwing. Nightwing's done for. Unfortunately, Batman's not going to be happy about that, but Nightwing, good night, sweet prince. And Venom Legends, they're not even able to fire back. They need to try and find some cover. And Deadeyes Guys doing a great job, just not just keeping them at bay, but also they have a very good idea where Venom Legends are heading towards. So even late game, mid game, they're going to be very aware of their surroundings. But you did point out, right? Like, you have 1952 arriving as well, and that could be troublesome. But I like their position. They have such good lines of sight in virtually every direction at the moment.
For a team such as Deadeyes Guys, Hathin is pretty much what they call home every single time. So they know the ins and outs, they know the nooks and crannies of this little town. And also, despite the fact that 1952 is going to be coming in sooner or later, have a look at that. DRS might just come in and stab them in their back. And looks like INES, if you just look down to the bottom of your screens, have finally made it on our screens. They were playing this game, for all of you wondering where that team is, but looks like they might make it.
Are Carnage going to even expect them to be coming in that late?
That is what the beauty of Sanhok is. Now, you have to expect some danger coming in from behind at all times, especially since, you know, you are going to be at the ruins, and not everyone can be on that tiny island to the northwest. So we are going to see some action. We are going to see a lot of knives going in, a lot of backs.
And this is exactly what I've been waiting for. Zeus, they crept and crawled all the way to the 7 Seas, and 7 Seas haven't made a single sound. Zeus announcing the presence. Nade's going to come on in. Turulov, actually it's a Molotov. He's still taking no damage. Bullets being rattled off from both directions. Mimo taking a ton of damage there. The nade could find him. Is in fact going to be dropped. The push comes on in from Turulov, but he's been spotted out. And Zeus fighting together like a well-oiled machine, and Nade's being tossed in as well, but not really finding them off from 7C. 7C's pinned down, 2 players down here. God is taking the fight, he goes for the spray, and that is going to be the wipe coming out. Zeus, they push on in, and they just sweep aside 7C Esports. They lose a player in the process, but doesn't matter. What a well-coordinated push coming in from the Mongolians.
It was a beautiful push, and the little mistake that was made over there was that they tried to have a 360 vigil around that compound, and that is what kind of was a mistake for them, because they should have been focusing on this one end. Now, if Carnage are going to be pushing up on that same hill, expect one thing: Zeus isn't going to be pushing down. Of course, they're going to let them come up towards them, but they're not going to be hiding inside the houses. They're going to be right on the edge of the mountain, shooting down. That is what the team should have done. Unfortunately, that just got wiped out.
Yeah, just unfortunate for 7 Seas, as we have 1952. You did point out 1952 were sneaking in from behind, and actually they catch DRS on the rotation. Look at DRS. They're out in the blue. They're done for. There's nothing they can do.
They are done for indeed. It looks like AJ and Mafia Ninja are going to bleed out. Nima made the right decision to move out. There you have it on our screens right now. And that pickup truck, probably not the best vehicle for this. I mean,
the terrain,
hill climbing capabilities of that vehicle are a little questionable, Blake.
Yeah, not the best vehicles, especially when it comes to this particular terrain. There's nothing he can do for his teammates. AJ and Mafia Ninja are going to be bleeding on out in the open. And 1952 are aware there is still another player in the vicinity, and they're looking for him. They're trying to hunt him down. They need to move on in quite a bit, though. They are inside of the blue. Everyone's taking quite a bit of damage. But there we go. Eventually, a couple of members of DRS will fall. We have a bit of a replay here coming on in.
Now, right over here, have a look at Rig and Fair's position. They should have been a bit more out to thwart that attack to make sure that they don't get the advantage. They basically took cover of the hill. It should have been the other way around. That was a mistake that was made over there on 7C's part. But it is what it is, and, well, you only learn from your mistakes.
We were talking about INES sneaking in from behind, right? And it looks like they have managed to catch Carnage Esports off guard. They have managed to get a knock. But INES, in turn, might be flanked by Seal. We can take a look at that on the map later on. For the time being, we're going to be switching back to Zeus, who managed to get that team wipe. And now they have 3 members standing. They've looted up. They have all the health kits they need. They have those med kits, all the armor and whatnot, and just biding the time. INES now in this cluster of huts. Carnage Esports out in the open, not looking comfortable at the moment. However, they are in the play zone.
An interesting thing that you did kind of mention was that Seal Esports is in the vicinity as well. Of course, you can't see them right now. They're just a bit offset to the left. Interesting move. They were on the same island as Carnage, but they realized the team's coming around. They came out back into the blue, and now they are going to try and hit INES from behind. And that could be completely devastating, but the circle has done what it does best, and, well, people are going to be in trouble. Future Station are going to be happy about this, though. I mean, this is what they wanted from the beginning, and I guess they are going to get what they wished for.
Yeah, Deadeyes Guys as well, they're looking very comfortable, but INES and Carnage Esports, this battle is brutal. INES, they need to make a move as well, but they're just keeping these guys at bay. There's nothing Carnage can do.
There's nothing Carnage can do, indeed, and I'm just having a look at the minimap over here. Seal have a very interesting theory. There you have it. Have a look how deep down south they went, through the ruins, and they are going to be popping up somewhere near Boot Camp, just southwest of Boot Camp. However, the decision was good initially, because south of Camp Alpha, we have the hilly terrain, and of course, all those sweet spots are already going to be taken. Now the question is, do they pick a fight with INES and CNE right now, or go in and risk basically not knowing the enemy's position? The best case scenario for them is to hit INES from behind, get the remainder survivors of CNE, and then push forward in.
Well, speaking of Seals, we found the other Seal, Seal 9, and they're taking a fight with High Voltage. High Voltage, though, down to 3 members, and they are doing a pretty good job Few bullets being fired in the direction of Seal9, and Seal9 opting not to take this fight. We're high voltage down to 3 members. Seal9 as well. They've had a rough day yesterday. For them, I feel like they want to have a high placement game. They don't want to take fights which you don't really need to, and that looks like the call. Spook is always lonesome though. That's interesting. They've opted to split apart and just try and, you know, live up to the one or every man for himself. But Deadeyes getting pushed by Venom Legends. Venom Legends, bear in mind, they were in a lot of trouble early in the game. They managed to survive for quite a long time. But now it looks like Deadeyes Guys have them pinned down. 2 players bleeding out. Molotov is going to be tossed on in. And just one man standing. It's Raffet. And Raffet has a lot of work ahead of him. That Molotov looks like it's perfect. Yes, it is. And Raffet's going to drop and roll. He's going to run away. And everyone else is just going to be fried alive. And there's nothing they can do. Venom Legends, they meet their end. 13 positions, 0 kills, 0 points.
0 points, that is of course not the way they want to go out, and right now we still have the fight breaking out between Carnage and INES as Malik has been taken down. I mean, it does look good so far, but INES have made a little bit of a mistake. Have a look at them. They have 3 members knocked out, and now they're just going to be heading in a wall of bullets.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all for the side of INES, right? And they do have the one player standing. Maybe he can do something about it. R3D or Red Esports, they are all in the water. Unfortunately, they need to make a move, but the problem is they're getting peppered by Hungry Box. He hasn't moved from this particular spot for the entire game. He's just been shooting at people and no one's able to reply back. He's looking fantastic at the moment. Carnage have managed to, well, at least a couple of the players have managed to find a way through. Play zone, once again, it's going to collapse on itself. Future Station still the circle favoring them, favoring PN Crew, Deadeyes Guys as well. And it's looking quite darn nice for these 3 teams for the time being. But what I'm curious about is Deadeyes Guys facing off against PN Crew once they move on in. In the meantime, Seal, Baron, no one nearby, and INES, ironic, the final lone member standing for the squad.
Seal are definitely going to be kicking themselves right now because the idea was good when they initially started going down south. But since the zone does what it does best and completely throws everyone's game plans out the window, they should have probably just stuck to the north. However, we did see Baron go down. His teammates have kind of made it across boot camp already. In fact, they are swimming in the waters with 1952, which is kind of interesting. But again, INES survived by 1 member. They left it too late. They should have crossed over earlier on, and maybe they could have been the position Carnage is in now.
Yeah, a little too late, and we know how absolutely ruthless the blue can be. INES getting eliminated in the 12th position, and S9 out in the blue. They're going to be finished off here. Jiggle from Carnage having a great old time just picking them off in the distance. Future Station spotted out. Unfortunately for Jiggle, though, he's out in the open, so he's had to take this fight, and he's taking damage from the blue as well. Ooh. And he will fall down to his knees here. Future Station looking good, but now we have so many teams pushing onto the position. How long can they hold off this question? Deadeyes Guys now facing off against PN Crew, and PN Crew, they have the advantage of having that compound in their control.
The beauty is right now, Future Station don't really have to worry about multiple flanks because the team up top is going to be PN Crew. They are going to be basically skirmishing with anyone who comes from the water as far as the northern aspect is concerned, so they can solely just concentrate on Skylight Gaming. However, wait a second. We have a few nades coming in the zone again, Blade, doing what it does best. It kind of does favor Future Station, but they are going to have to get out of the comfort zone just a little bit.
They need to take a fight because the team that's going to be facing off against them, which is going to be pushing them, it's going to be Skylight Gaming. Chari taking the lead, taking point. He spots out a player. He's going to fall. Future Station down to 1 man. It is going to be Evil Eye, and he's going to go big here. The tree providing a bit of cover for the time being. It's a 1v2 basically. He's got to win this duel, but there's nothing he can do. And despite the fact that they had such a good position, they will be knocked out. Skylight Gaming, they take no prisoners. As we have Deadeyes Guys looking for the push towards PN Crew, but he's getting shot from multiple directions. And now Deadeyes Guy, they're out in the blue, and maybe they took a little too long to push into the compound, and so they kind of split apart. I think they have just 2 players standing, and they have to go for the run. PN Crew, though, still holding on to the compound, despite the fact the blue is closing in.
The blue is closing in, but one team that have been out of the picture for a little while are the boys from Z3us Esports, as 1952 are eliminated in the 5th position with 5 points to their name. Now, PN Crew have made way too much noise, although they did good eliminating Deadeyes Guys, but look who is waiting for them. It is IC and Godless. Now, Demon, the last surviving member, not the last surviving member, I beg your pardon. We still have 3 members from Skylight Gaming. Demon is going to be the first in the line of fire.
And the great thing for Z3us right now is they only have 2 players left alive, but they don't have to take a fight. PN Crew and SG, they're duking it out at the moment. Chari will be dropped to his knees. Now it is 2 players standing at the moment for the side of his team, for Skylight Gaming and for PN Crew as well. 1 player on his knees.
Skylight Gaming have to be careful because I do believe Z3us Esports, they are going to come back from the south and hit them hard in the back. But looks like, will they survive till then, Blair?
I don't know, but right now they are so tunnel vision on each other, and P and Crew, they're getting mowed down here. Skylight Gaming are doing a fantastic job. They still have 3 alive. P and Crew, the rest has come on in, but they need to heal themselves, and a push comes on in. Unfortunately for P and Crew, they're not able to sustain themselves, and they get wiped out. They had the man advantage as well, and now Z3us coming in to finish off the remaining members. It's down to a 3v2. Nade sailing on in. Demon lucky to stay alive here, and Z3us are tossing in all the HEs they have. Look at how low Leon is. Chari pushing on in, trying to help his teammate out, but it's so lucky to avoid that nade.
Did someone order an artillery strike? Because that is what it looks like right now. They're going to keep going. They get one. They are going to wait for another knock. It looks like Icy is going to be moving forward. Demon is the first one. He's been spotted out. This is it. Z3us are just going to crush their opponents, Blair.
They're going to crush their opponents as Chari, the last man left standing. He can still pull this one off. It's a 1v2. It is winnable. He's got that headshot advantage. He just has to not be pinched from behind, from the side, but he will. And Z3us, they look good yesterday, but today they look even better. They get the kills, and they get the long-awaited chicken dinner.
Long-awaited chicken dinner, but what a way to finish it. Calm and composed, of course. You can see their happy faces. A few of them are styling, but then one of them, probably godless, still has that steely demeanor. That man has no emotion whatsoever, but it is going to be winner-winner chicken dinner for Z3us Esports.
That was a great game. I like how at the end we had all the usual favorites. We had Skylight Gaming coming in, P and Crew, Deadeyes Guys, Z3us, and in the end, the gods, they stand tall. What a game. What a start to the day.
Ooh, it was a beautiful, beautiful start. And I love the fact that it wasn't really RNG. The randomness factor was thwarted. It was pretty tactical. But again, while you wrap your brains around the action that you just saw, we're going to take a quick breather. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season number 3. We just finished with game number 1 that of course took place on the map of Sanhok, and that was just an incredible turnover wins. We had been talking about Z3us just coming online. They had of course been dominating that wonderful damage graph yesterday, but today they started off with that domination and converted that into a chicken dinner. Let's of course move on to our analysts and find out what did you guys think about this game.
I mean, it was an impressive performance from the team, especially from the first fight that Team Z3us Esports took against the players of 7C. I personally thought that 7C, they might be in an advantage situation considering they had all the covers and they were already set up waiting for the players from Z3us Esports to arrive. But it was the fact that they waited a little bit too long. They weren't proactive, they did not initiate anything, they just waited for Z3us to get into the position that they wanted and then just wipe 7C out.
Exactly, and again, I mean, there were so many more anticipations that 7C should have been able to capitalize on that, but then again, that is just one affair. Let's move on and have a look at the most valuable player, because that's just not it. There were so many different moments, but combine those all together, who gets the MVP? With that, let's also have a look at the MVP, and that's of course none other than Skylight Gaming.
Again. I mean,
Yes.
Leon, he is one of those seasoned veterans, and you would expect him to come out with a show like this. You know, having 5 kills is a really good start considering it's a map of Sanhok. And right from the very start, we did predict, you know, it's circumstantial. If you have the circle going on towards the western side, you have teams like High Voltage having the advantage. Then again, the circle did have a shift towards P and Crew, and how on earth did they mess this one out? Because even Future Station, I really had a good chance in getting this chicken.
Exactly, and with that, as we look at the top players right now, of course, we're looking at Skylight. Leon right there, taking those 5 kills with 392 damage, but moving on along, of course, Johnny.
Yeah, an amazing performance by the players from Skylight, but I want to focus on the other lads as well. Deadeyes Guys, they had an amazing position just watching the shorelines, and Sanhok just coming in with 3 kills over there, 378 damage. His teammates did help him out a little bit, but them capitalizing on the fact that they were in a good position to pick those points up along the way, that was something that was definitely needed to do. Because as Vic just talked about the shift of the circle that just moved completely away from most of the teams, it was something that needed to be tackled and it needed to be dealt with before it even happened.
Absolutely, because again, you summarize it all together. Of course, Skylight Gaming, the way that early rotation coming in from the water was caught off guard a little bit, but eventually, again, the way they capitalized on that situation was wonderful to be able to see. But summarizing it all together, let's move on towards the match summary itself, where indeed you've got so many incredible stats to look at, with the highest skills coming in, of course, from Skylight Gaming, to finally fixes. You were talking about Future Station, there he is.
They are there, certainly, no denying that, you know, but at the same time, I really liked how they rotated very early on towards the Western Island. Yesterday, they were sort of caught off in the Eastern Island, just on the shorelines. This time, they had the perfect compound, but in those final circles, the way it shifted, it went away from them. And the moment they tried to enter it, you had the likes, you know, there of Zeus and Skylight Gaming to completely...
I want to talk about what we just saw in the graphic right there. I mean, highest damage in the game was 582 from the side of Godless. Maximum number of kills is 5. So that means no one really confirmed their own kills.
True. That is that is
in a map like Sanhok, it's supposed to happen.
It has to happen, right? Because again, you've got so many individual third parties happening all across the map right off the bat. That's what we witnessed in just 2 minutes time. There were just third parties happening everywhere, and there were two teams all together, all across the map, who were always in contestation against each other for that wonderful positioning. But eventually, as you move on towards the end of the map, let's have a look at the match ranking. Of course, we know for a fact that Zeus did get that chicken dinner, but Skylight Gaming, with 9 kills, was not that far behind.
Well, you know, starting things off, Zeus was a team that had a plan today, because if you take a look at the overall standings, they were pretty much comfortable. So all they knew that they needed that top spot, because they pretty much knew that they had already qualified. But let's take a look at Carnage Esports. You know, having just that one placement point and having 5 kills, they were really doing good. So considering how they've been playing and how they're standing in terms of their overall rankings, I think this is a decent game so far.
But let's talk about the teams that we did predict it to have a good game this time around. DRS and High Voltage sitting on the 9th and 10th spot. Not really a game that they wanted, but this could be the wake-up call for them, because I mean the day is just getting started for them and there is opportunity lying in the future, especially for the side of DRS Gaming. The level of aggression with which they started, that was impressive. It was just the fact that their rotation got delayed and then they got gate-kept by the players of 1952 perfectly.
Exactly, and again, I mean, you talk about DRS, the way they were able to just synergistically bring themselves together and bring another team down right off the bat with a perfect synergistic approach, a dynamic approach, was beautiful to be able to see. But again, you move on, that was just one rotation coming in, one team's rotation. Let's have a look at the zone analysis itself, where all the teams' different individual rotations are going to be on our screens.
Well, this was pretty much a discussion that I and Johnny were having, and we are privy to this kind of circle, right? So initially, we really felt that High Voltage had it in the bag, because right from the predictions, I did call it out for them. But the moment the circle shifted towards the players of PN Crew, so that's where the trouble began for the players of High Voltage, because now they had that hilly area for their advantage. Now they had to go down, so that did cause that trouble. But then you see that PN Crew having that center spot inside the zone. But this is where the magic happens. The circle shifts down below, and it is in an area where even Future Station and PN Crew both have to really make a move. Now this is where Team Zeus really comes in. Now they were playing it really smart. They were on the high ground, so they had a lot of information, they had a lot of vision, and they were really cautious in picking their fights. And we have seen them getting really aggressive, so they did not really shy away from the battles, and here we have.
I completely agree with that, because Z3us Esports, as Fixer said, they were using that information and being cautious with it. They knew exactly where the teams were, PN Crew inside the cover, FS, Future Station on the backlines, and they kept their distance until the final fight broke out. It is when the final fight happened that they decided, all right, now it's time to go aggressive, now it's time to get those kills.
And again, I mean, that's what we were talking about on League Play Day 1 itself. Like, Zeus certainly was on top of that damage graph through and through, but now they've been able to capitalize on not only those damages, but bring in those placement points and perfectly get them the deserved chicken dinner. With that, of course, let's have a look at these wonderful moments that, of course, analysts were talking about. Let's have a look at the open moments.
And well, right off the bat, I mean, we have a couple of fights breaking out. This time, Sanhok was quite interesting, because yesterday we saw teams taking those fights a little bit during the middle game stages, but no, this time it was right off the bat. Early game stages, we had a lot of fights break out, and this is the fight that I want to focus on majorly. Z3us Esports versus 7C. 7C just delaying the aggression from their own side allowed Zeus to close in the distance between these two teams, come to the high ground and take control of the compounds right there. But Zeus also got backstabbed by the players of C and E who were present on the low ground. They lost on one of their teammates. Godless got knocked down. The revive came in and they disengaged from the entire situation, but it was a situation that could have turned out for the worst.
It certainly could have, but taking a look at the final few fights that we really had, it was Shari being the last solo survivor, but look at the aggression coming in from IC. He was so confident, he knew that he is going to get the last final kill, and this is just Zeus being Team Zeus again, and this is just a normal day in the office for the lads.
I also want to talk about the fact that my man Zeol got denied a high five right there after the game.
Oh, dude. I mean, he was up in the air. He was waiting for it. He was certainly waiting for it. But the members were just so busy. They were just so busy with the kind of gameplay that they had just showcased. I mean, of course, it was a perfect turnover wins for the side of Zeus. Again, you talk about third parties, R3D getting third party. I mean, DRS getting third party. That's what Sanhok eventually ends up becoming. And every single time you step into that arena, you know that one of those teams, two of those teams, maybe even 6 or 10 of those teams will always get those sandwiched moments.
Lakshay, I really want to put up a point over here. Team INES, this is a team that we have to talk about. In the first Sanhok map, so what they did really rely on was the rotation. But this time it was too late. They came down from the south, and if you take a look at the damage histograph that we have, Zeus again having the highest damage numbers, but again those top 4 teams really getting those damages. But like you said, it's Sanhok at the end of the day. You do not really have that conviction ratio going in your favor, so that was pretty much the case.
I just love the fact that this time I am for sure taller than the damage histogram that was in front of us.
I mean, that had to happen one day, because again, I mean, all these teams certainly are coming online, and they are showcasing that we are all here to bring in that domination from our side, and that's exactly what we witnessed right there. With that, let's have a look at the rankings itself, with the entirety of the saga going on along on day 2 after the 6th game.
Zeus, there you go. Jumping 6 spots right above. But by the end of 3 games in the evening, we will certainly have that demarcation that we were looking out for. And it has started to really form. And, taking a look at the other teams, considering Skylight and Zeus have already played maximum number of games over here, I'm still waiting for P and Crew, for those 2 games, even for Deadeyes and even T2K. Having played just 4 games, I think they might just be able to edge them out.
Yeah, I think this team can definitely try the level best to get further ahead, because the opportunity lies right in front of them. But as we move to the second page of the standings, I want to ask you guys a really tough question. What do you think is the cutoff going to be? 16 teams make it to the Super Weekend. What do you think is going to be the cutoff?
At the end of the day?
I feel like 45 points. Yeah, at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, yeah, somewhere around 50 has to be.
Yeah. I think I would go with 33, 34, 35, somewhere around that mark. Because considering you barely have those positioning points if you're not above in, say, top 5.
Right.
You just get 2 or 3 out of them. Either you go all guns blazing, you have a lot of kills racking up, you build up those points going in your favor.
But that's what's needed to fix this.
Yeah, and also, look at this. There's no real difference between the teams. We have 1952 who have made the jump of 7 positions. They're sitting on 13th position right now, all the way from the 20th position before this game. And they have 26 points. Team on the 20th position, that is XB Blood Legion, 18 points. Just 8 points separating these 2 teams. So the difference, it's not that big. And it can be easily recovered with just 1 game. Things can turn around. So I think teams are going to be a little bit more cautious going into the next few games.
They absolutely have to, because again, I mean, of course, you're looking at 5 games in one day, of course. Now we've brought it down to 4 games. We just completed Sanhok. Moving on with the schedule, of course, next is going to be a map that everybody knows. Everybody started on this map, of course. It is the map of Erangel.
Well, it is going to be an interesting one, because we did have this conversation yesterday as well. Day 1 about testing the waters, figuring out how the teams are trying to play this map, and well, day 2 onwards, everything changes. As we saw in the last game, we had the veterans, we had the usual suspects performing really well for themselves. Skylight Gaming stepping up, Z3us Esports stepping up, P and Crew, well, they are in a good momentum right now, so they are doing really well for themselves. But this time, I feel like it's again going to be one of the veteran teams who's going to step up.
Absolutely has to be, because again, I mean, you talk about the way this game is going to be coming up, right? Of course, you have Group B that will not be a part of this. You've got Stalwart that has already, StalwartFlex that will not be able to play, 7C will not be able to play. High Voltage was, of course, able to get a wonderful work in for them. But alright, never mind the entirety of Group B. Let's talk to you about the prediction. What do you guys think is going to be the winner?
T2K.
I'll be a dreamer this time, Blood Legion.
Alright, with that, let's get busy with this game. Let's move on to our casters, who once again are going to be none other than Play and XP.
Thank you for that, Blotter. And yeah, I mean, I needed that break because that was one of the more fun Sanhok games we've had the opportunity to cast. Usually it's so chaotic, but this time around we could actually see the method behind the madness from a lot of these teams.
That's what I think even the analyst desk was kind of freaking out about, the fact that, you know, it was so tactical. Everyone was actually doing something. They were thinking about something and they put their plan in action. And that is, I think, it's just those little victories. Like for Johnny, the little victory right now was being taller than the histograph. So, you know, it's those little victories that count.
It is indeed, and of course right now we do have Group B who are going to be sitting this one out, right? And that means we're going to have a couple of teams coming on in. Blood Legion, they've been struggling since yesterday. But then you have a team called T2K, Train to Kill. They have looked spectacular so far, and for these teams, these are going to be the final few games, the final few opportunities to ensure they're not in the bottom 4.
Well, I mean, we have 4 games in hand, and of those 4 games, a couple of teams are only going to play two games. So it's going to be tricky, and they need to basically start off with a bang once again. Now, you did mention T2K. That is exactly what they did yesterday. They started off with a bang.
They did, indeed. And I'm going to put you under the, light here, under the spotlight. Pick a team. Pick a team.
Wait, I thought that's their job. Are we predicting? Are we predicting? Because if I'm wrong, then I don't want to be wrong.
I get it, I get it, put it in the leg if you're wrong. But you know what? We don't have to deal with our predictions. We're going to be jumping on straight into Erangel, a second game of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 more games remaining in the group stage. Everything on the line. The plane path is going to be starting just east of Yasnaya and heading straight towards a military base.
They are going to be heading down to the military base, and I want to see whether Skylight Esports are going to drop down at said base or not, because a couple of teams do love going there. StalwartFlex is another team that loves dropping down on the military island, but of course we're going to see whether they jump out quicker or whether they're going to wait till the very end of the plane path, because of course, you know, the circle comes up, so you don't want to be in a situation where you're like, oh, you already dropped down early, but the circle is all the way to the south, and well, you have a lot of traveling to do. But let's see, I think a couple of teams are going to bide their time. I do want to see some military action. It's been way too long late.
I know, right? A sudden circle is something which definitely does make me happy at the very least. We do have T2K heading all the way towards Stalba, Kameshki, no one opting to head in their direction, and the circle could definitely play a little bit of a spoil sport. It could be, if it's towards Zaki or Georgie, which rarely does take place, it could mess up a lot of things for a lot of these teams. Like you look at Venom Legends, for example, they're going to be heading towards Milta. We have F4 heading towards Lipovka, for example, and they would have to go for an early rotation if the circle does want to play spoil sport. But right now, everyone waiting for what the circle's going to be, and it looks like our wishes might very well be answered, XP.
All you military fans out there, all you bridge action fans out there, today might just be the day. We kind of had a glimpse of a similar circle yesterday. Of course, it was shifted a bit more to the west, down south. But again, we are all dreamers, as Fixes just said a little while earlier. And as usual, teams are going to be dropping nearby one another. And looks like Cooney is running away from not being murdered. Smart man.
Yeah, you know, if you don't have a gun, you don't want to bring a fist to a firefight.
Which nearly happened yesterday, and hence proof bullets are much more devastating than fists.
I know, right? I mean, it depends. Like, I mean, you need to have a gun for the bullets, and you need to have, you know, bullets for the gun. But if you have both of them, yeah, it could be problematic. We have high voltage Aussie in the distance.
If I just throw a bullet at you, would that work?
Listen, you're a strong man. That would still hurt, right? That would still hurt, especially if it hits my eye. Yeah, I'd be dead-eyed. Haha. We do have high voltage towards the school. They spread quite thin. I would imagine they want to regroup as quickly as possible because there is a team in the vicinity nearby to them. But for the time being, it looks like everyone's going to be kind of comfortable here. The teams on the military island, the team on the military island is Team Skylight Esports, and they have no one nearby to really contend with for the time being.
You know, you did kind of just brush up on high voltage. Now, these guys love dropping down at the apartments and the school, and more often than not, they love splitting up, as we can see right now as it is. Now, the team that you did mention is close to them is, of course, Deadeyes Guys, who called Rozok their home, so we'll expect some sparks to fly sooner or later as far as another aspect goes, but it looks like action's breaking out on the bridge.
This is interesting indeed, and all 3 of them knocked on down. That's 1952! Not like this! Baron just hiding inside of the truck. Is completely decimated 1952. And I do believe they just have a couple of players standing here. Actually, make that one man standing for 1952. Baron has single-handedly completely obliterated 1952. They weren't expecting Seal to push on towards the bridge this early in the game. And what a call coming out from Seal to go for that play.
Well, there you have it. I mean, ask and ye shall receive. We wanted some bridge action, and I didn't expect it to be this early on, but there you have it. We do see some bullets flying over here, and of course, Baron doing a wonderful, wonderful job. Now, we still have to consider the fact that T2K are coming down south as well. Now, they are on the other side, coming in from the Noble Bridge.
Yeah, I just wanted to correct myself as well. It's actually Red Esports, R3D, who went towards Stalba. My mistake there. It's not T2K. They do have similar logos when you just look at the...
Oh, it's the red and white that kind of got you off guard.
And it's got the T shape as well. And you're looking from afar, just glancing, oh, that's T2K. But no, it's actually T2K are, like you pointed out, heading towards the military island at the moment. We have the lone standing member of 1952 in the distance as Magnet. And right now, he's not going to be looking to take a 1v4 fight against Seal. And Seal, they have almost consolidated their position towards the western side of the military island for the time being. But as you pointed out, T2K coming on in, it could get it can get a little crowded very quickly.
It can indeed. And, you know, just talking about R3D, it is kind of not funny. It's a little different that they have gone up towards the northeast, Stalwart and Kameshki, because they're a team that loves dropping down in Brozok as well every now and again. But, of course, when you have Deadeyes Guys in the same server as you don't really want to be doing that because you don't want to lose your players early on. But again, on the other hand, imagine if you get a few early knocks in the opponents, that'll be a really good morale boost to play.
Oh, absolutely. As INES, they are just going to be looting towards Hospital, the South Georgia area. They need to be wary of the fact that Seal 9 are going to be towards North Georgia. And it's just about which team is going to be heading towards the play zone. Again, it's Erangel. The early circle's not going to be dealing too much of damage. They don't really need to, go for a move very early on. And that's something INES did in the previous game. It's Sanhok with a circle can be much more devastating. And they took their sweet time heading towards the safe zone.
Now, if they do exactly what they did in Sanhok in Erangel, it is going to work out because it is a good decision. Now, INES, they do like going all the way to Georgia Paul, getting those container loot. But they have a lot of options here, Blay. They can go down south. Gutka, Quarry, Ferry Pair, Ruins, in fact, are all open, are all up for grabs. And, well, first come, first serve is something that teams are always looking forward to. But now, I have a look at the map on my other screen. And, as usual, teams are going to be converging towards the center of the circle so that moving in the subsequent circle is not going to be that much of an issue. But the problem is when you are on those prime locations high up on a mountain, it can be a bit tricky coming down because people, well, expect you to already be at the best position. So I want to see if A1 Esports, for example, are going to find that particular problem because they are pretty much at the same house where we saw action end in the first game yesterday. If you remember, where T2K were all up top on the cliff with the Carnage, I believe, right below them. So similar situations can arise, but I like the fact that T2K, they made that early rotation and now they are in prime position to camp that bridge.
Oh yeah.
I am not complaining.
That bridge is going to be brutal indeed, right? And now you have the two bridges, which are the entry points for the military island, and you have two teams now. You have Seal and you have T2K. Just holding the line. It's not going to be easy. And T2K, they're just lying in wait, waiting for a number of teams to cross on over. The thing is, there's so many teams. If you can take a look very quickly at the circle, there we go. If you look at the map here, you can see Zeus, we can see Blood Legion, we can see Venom Legends, we can see DRS as well. All of them kind of moving towards that bridge. Now, they're not going to be crossing unless the circle forces them to do so. But if that does happen, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Basically, the bridges right now are no man's land, and we have teams on either side just hoping against all odds that the circle shifts in their favor and they can pick up a few people. And another thing that's popping out for me are the boys from Carnage Esports. Have a look at their options. Now, they are all the way down to the southwest near Ferry Pair and Primosk, and by the look of things, they have plenty of amphibious vehicles to make that rotation towards the south of the Sosnovka military base. And as I say that, DRS is going up against Team F4.
F4 Destroyer just legging it for the hills. He's going to be joined by his teammates. You can see Voltrucks along with Wolverine without the N, and they're going to be grouping up. They got the vehicles, and the question is, are they going to stay and fight, or are they just going to escape? Because this is kind of open terrain, and it can get a little iffy for both the sides. And it looks like F4 are opting to, well, just not take this fight Galton, after those few opening pot shots being taken by him, will be falling back as well. There's not much cover for either of these two teams. Even for DRS, sure, they have a little bit of a HUD, they have the watchtower as well, but I guess they're just trying to bide their time and just wait for something to take place.
Also, this particular hill that they are on is pretty much east of Potato Hill. Oh, there you have it. You have a look at the map. So they are kind of spread out thin. They don't really have to worry about, you know, keeping a 360 vigil because they are right at the tippity top of a tabletop mountain of sorts. So it is it's not a bad decision for them to just wait over there. Of course, they are biding the time to see where the circle goes. And there you have it. It is going to collapse in on itself. And again, we are still going to have that stalemate across the bridge.
Yeah, yes, I do agree. But then again, a big chunk of that circle, of the play zone, is with the southern island, right? So if I'm going to have to toss a coin, hold on. Is that an ARM I see? It's an AWM, it's an 8X, it's got level 3 goodies as well, and it's going to be Wally who's going to be wielding it, and that is a player that I know you are going to be keeping an eye out for. And Zeus, though, they're holding the line. They're going to be camping the other end of the bridge, and Blood Legion suddenly realizing that that is not the direction they want to be heading towards this early in the game.
That was that old school, you're going in a direction, suddenly shots being fired, nope. And that was a quick 360, well, not a 360, that would be facing the same direction. A quick 180 by Dominic over there. Quick reaction, stopping his car behind the cover. Now, we do have another sniper in action. Looks like Godless wants to take a few shots. But quickly, let me just paint a little bit of a picture. I love the position Zeus are in right now. They are right at the edge of the circle. However, they have a lot of options. They can still go down south to the bridge if need be, and they can always escape to the west towards the farm. You have plenty of little, compounds and shacks scattered all over the area. So cover is not going to be an issue. On the other hand, for the boys from Blood Legion, now the thing is, the question is, Blair, do you want to pick a fight with Zeus, who just have come off a big win, and of course the momentum is going to be in their favor? Their option should be they should traverse all the way to the north and come in somewhere at the farm and, just bide their time. Basically, they need that confidence back in. They need an infusion of confidence if they want to make it to the top 16.
Absolutely. They're a team I really would not want to take a fight with. And maybe one thing you can try, I guess, again, this is me hypothesizing here, like Team Zeus do like pushing in for those fights. So what Blood Legion could maybe do is just bide their time, wait for a little bit. Although, like you did point out, they don't really have too much of cover, right? It's blue pushing on in. They're going to have to be forced to rotate. And like you pointed out, they're not going to be heading towards Zeus.
Also, the particular building Godless is on, the roof is on, that building gives you the perfect vigil all around. I mean, you can basically have a lay of the land all around you. You do get shot once in a while if you have another sniper in the house, and with that Mosin Nagant, oh my goodness, let me just tell you one thing. These World War II weapons are just love. I love the sound, I love the feel, I love that wood finish. The M24 is awesome as well, but old is always going to be gold.
Can't really fault some of those classic bolt action guns. Reminds me of my old Medal of Honor days, but that was a long time ago. Wally, he's the one with the AWM. However, it looks like he is in a bit of a pickle. He is surrounded by multiple members from the side of Carnage Esports, and Wally's got a little bit of depression, a little bit of a broken wall to work with, but I feel like his days are numbered, and that's some tasty loot for a snipe to pick up. I mean, it's in his name, and he just might find an AWM, and unfortunately for Wally, well, he was nowhere near his teammates. He was way further away from his rest of his teammates, who are now acting towards the island, and he's going for the no-scopes with the Car 98. He's going to find the AWM, and the upbridge should be coming in any moment right about... No, he didn't have the ARM? He must have had the ARM. He did have the ARM.
When you do get kind of pincered in and when you know that it's going to be inevitable,
you toss it away?
I've done that plenty of times. I've had that happen to me plenty of times. Or I would leave the weapon and run away with the bullets.
There's another ARM, though.
Well,
you lose one, you find one. Ozzy from High Voltage. Oi, and has got an ARM in his hands. And looking at that circle, oh boy, XP. This does make me a very happy camper.
Seal are definitely going to be feeling that sting of losing one member. Now, A1 Esports, have a look at that. They're still in that compound we were talking about earlier. And yet again, I do believe they're not going to move. But now is the time they should move if they are keeping an eye on what's happening across the bridge. Because it's all clear. Now is the time they need to move out. Have a look at PN Crew as well. Remember we were talking about INES all the way up in Georgia. Now, the question is, have the boys from CNE left any boats at the ferry pier? That is what I'm going to be interested in.
That is going to be interesting indeed, but I don't know. If I'm them, I would have just blown them up, right? And look at CD sneaking in from behind. Are Seal going to be expecting that XP? I don't know. In the meantime, yep, go on.
They could, in fact, because they did just lose a member, so they know that there is someone behind them.
Now they do.
Something that they didn't expect earlier on, because remember, Carnage came by boats all the way to the south of the military island.
On top, just trying to get to the compound, but a couple of warning shots being rattled off by Blood Legion. But Blood Legion need to move in as well, and Shifu Sir is going to find himself on his knees. This is open terrain. There are a few hay bales to provide a bit of cover, but a circle pushing on in. This is brutal for all these teams.
In this situation, look at the quick thinking on Zeus's part. They abandoned their building and they moved further closer to the bridge because they're like, you know, either we're going to be the first ones to cross or we're going to thwart anyone who comes in our direction. I think that is the presence of mind that is needed if you want to win these games.
It's a late risky rotation, but it's rotation nonetheless. Inky from Seal 9 rattling off a couple of shots here. Meanwhile, PN Crew is coming under heavy fire. They did come in very late from the Georgia Pole, and they're going to be going up against a team. And after they find a team that's also A1, they have to contend. But in the meantime, DRS Mafia Ninja into the water. However, he is in the blue, and I'm not feeling very good for him at the moment. There we go.
Nah, he's been taken out. He should have been just sitting in his car while he could have patched himself up, because if you remember one thing, his boost was at 100%. It was all the way full. So even a bandage before he got out of the vehicle could have been something that just might have saved his life, but it is what it is. And DRS looked like they could be in trouble with Gyalzin down on his knees as well.
Can I point out, Abel from Zeus, he is single-handedly holding the line there as Nima spots out a player. F4, aware that there is a player running on around. For DRS, only 2 players. And Zeus have actually kept Abel on the bridge while the other 3 members have rotated. Can we take a look at the map very quickly, ladies and gentlemen? And we can just see. There we go. Abel's still there. He's providing information. He's not even taking a shot while all his teammates have rotated back towards well, where the play zone is. This is, in my opinion, that's such a smart move.
We are going to see some shots being fired off by Abel in about a few seconds, I do believe. He's going to try and anticipate where the last car is going to go and probably shoot a few bullets in the back. But right now, it looks like R3D are picking a fight with INES. And this action, of course, is taking place on the other bridge. And, well, it is going to be a cluster of teams over here as well. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4 teams in close proximity to each other.
Looking at the next circle, it's towards the southern island. It's smack on top of Seal, and this battle, INES, Newt, so lucky to stay alive. Salute, he's got to get out of there. He's stuck above, and I don't think he really has an exit point. There are 4 members outside, and he's got to go for a leap of faith, dropping down, rattling off bullets, running into safety, but out in the open, there's nothing he can do. R3D are going to mow him down and finishes him off.
A1 Esports still at that same position we were talking about. They are shooting down. Yes, they are getting a few kills, but the blue zone is going to be problematic because if R3D make it across, if INES make it across, they can thwart them coming in, and is Edgar going to make it? He almost does. Newt trying to put him down as quickly as he can.
He is so very low, but somehow he survives it and pushed on in towards Newt. And Newt, he's always lonesome, and now the nades are going to be coming on in. Even though Anubis is down on his knees, Virus, Redgear, they've all healed up. Joker's there as well, and Newt, he's going to try and stave off what should be impossible, but bear in mind, Clutch is nearby. Clutch can provide some suppressing fire, but right now the choice for him is, does he go for the res onto Gazor, or does he just go in and help his teammate out? It looks like the choice has been made for him. He needs to go in for the res because his teammate has been found out and taken down by Virus.
The fact that everyone's kind of left it a little bit late crossing over has given A1 Esports the advantage. Now, they could have picked up a few more kills over here, but a lovely decision coming in from them to just skedaddle out of there and post up on the other side of the bridge. Now, remember one thing, they are going to be knocked out by the blue, but they have to swim across, and well, we know what happens when you shoot fish in a barrel.
They die. And INES have been wiped out. Looking at that circle, Abel's still there in the blue. What a madman! Meanwhile, Zeus have reached the play zone. 3 of them. We have Carnage, we have T2K, we have Seal as well, who are now down to 3 players. PN Crew, however, are in a bit of a pickle. I do believe they're down to 1 member. And T2K with Sarga rattling off bullets. R3D will be eliminated. Jay needs to be very careful. Venom Legends right over the crest of the hill. The moment Ruffin spots him, Ruffin's going to spot him. It was a little too late there for the nade. Is it going to find him? It doesn't look like it will. Jane will be knocked down, and T2K, they don't seem to be anywhere near each other, and it's just 2 players remaining standing here. Blah, 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 blah. And it's Sarga and Jane. Unfortunately, I guess they will have to let him go.
They will have to let him go. It was a split-second difference over there. Had he let loose that grenade, it could have been devastating for the opposite team. But now the zone is what is interesting, as S9, of course, is going to fall down. Roy, the last member, has been eliminated way out in the blue, still north of the Novo Bridge. Now, the thing is, in this new circle, we only have a few compounds to basically call home. But the thing is, we have this massive mountain dead smack in the center, and whoever is going to be the king of the hill could basically take it all the way.
A1 has somehow managed to pull off the what looked like the impossible feat of crossing over the bridge. They've done that. Abel will finally fall to his death. He was in the blue forever, it seemed like. But, you know, he gave such valuable information to his teammates, and he was able to at least ensure that they have all the info they need about any potential flanks coming in from the right-hand side of the circle. So he falls, but then again, Zeus, even though they have 3 members alive, I think they're going to be very comfortable. We have Carnage Esports still very much in the running. We have Seal in the distance. We have 1952, the one sole surviving member, still holding the flag of his team high.
Still holding it high, but just quickly have a look at this map. We have a little bit of a valley of death situation as far as Seal's position is, because we have high grounds on either side, and talk about that. We are going to have a drastic shift to the west, where it looks like the last remaining member from PN Crew is going to be very nervous right about now.
Killer, well, yeah, he is nervous because A1, they've kept all 4 members alive as they move into the play zone, but so have T2K, and they have that drop. Now, looking at the terrain, there's not much cover being provided. That drop could come in handy. I mean, of course, you might have your vehicles as well. And look at Killer. He's abandoned his position. He's pushing out to the edge of the circle.
Because, see, that's the only compound over there near the beach that is obviously going to be taken up by a team. Now, he does not want to go up against a 4-man squad. I think that's a good decision on his part. He is going to be one of those snakes in the grass you've got to be watching out for at the edge. It looks like it's going to be Carnage breaking out right now.
Oh, Zeus is driving straight through A1, and how have they survived that? Well, never mind, Godless will fall, but a couple of them will still be standing. No, Icy's down, Godless is down, and I feel like Zeol is a lone man standing now. He is the MVP so far of the tournament, but he's bleeding on out. He's going to go prone, but can he stay alive?
I think his pedal kind of got a bit stuck to the metal over there, because he just kept going. He had no way of stopping. And did you notice one thing? Out of the entire Zeus team, only the Godless shall fall.
Okay, alright. Waxing a little elegant there, XP. Yeah, too much for me. Killer, Nade, pin pulled. Oh, Icy's still alive as well. Never mind. I thought Icy was done for, but he has survived. Unfortunately, he is not right next to his teammate, so they need to kind of take fights on their own for the time being. T2K, the 2 members inside of the compound. A battle breaking out here between High Voltage and A1. Sinister, he is bleeding out for the time being, but is still not knocked out yet. High Voltage being kept at bay. They are not in the zone. That nade got very close. The second one is going to find its mark, and now Dante is bleeding out, and suddenly things aren't looking that great for A1, because they're also getting shot at by Utsarga from Train to Kill.
Also, you got to keep in mind that although Malik made a big mistake right now going up behind them, his teammate Snipe Whitey is still alive and kicking, as we have some action breaking out over here. Now, A1 Esports are going to come under pressure. You did mention it was those grenades which basically gave High Voltage a little opportunity. Did I see something go in? Whoa, well,
they're done.
That grenade wasn't really
A1,
needed.
A1, they were in such a good spot, XP. They had 4 players alive. They crossed the bridge. They had a number of kills, and they just get completely just electrocuted by high voltage. Also, helped out a little bit by Utsarga from the distance.
Helped out indeed, and right now T2K have the only compound in the zone, as all the other teams are going to have to be content with high ground, and it looks like Havoc Extreme is going to be taken out by Killer from Seal all the way in the distance. Remember one thing though, we still have that one lone member of PN Crew. Have a look at your minimap right now, ladies and gentlemen. I do not think T2K have any idea, and the fact that the circle has gone in their favor, they are definitely not going to let go of that compound easily at all.
And both the members of Zeus as well, Icy and Zeol, while Icy's smack center of the play zone, Zeol is on the northern side of it. He's on the edge. Now, Killer from PN Crew, like you pointed out, the lone man standing, he needs to start inching ahead. Like you said, I don't think T2K nor Zeus know about his position, but when does he push in? That's the question.
He can push in, he needs to crawl in at all times, because if you just have a look just past that water storage tank over there, we have a gradual slope going down to the beach. That is something that he needs to use for his advantage, and if he can get up right till that tank and just stay behind that little cement foundation, he should be safe. He might just even make it to the top 3 play.
He could. Well, let's see. That's the way it's going to play out. Cooney, he's going to be leading the charge here. And Assassin, meantime, T2K, like you pointed out, they don't really have to move from this position. They are very, very well entrenched and very comfortable for the time being. But teams pushing from multiple directions means that they can't really take every single fight.
Talking about teams pushing from multiple directions, if you remember where Icy's position was behind that shack right next to them, that is going to be pivotal. I'll come back to that later as, of course, are we going to see another build for drive-by? Venom Legends been quiet so far, not in the best of positions right now, Blaine.
They're not, but they do have a lot of players alive, right? They have all 4 players alive, and I think that's something they're going to be happy with for the time
You have
being.
to say it because they just lost one.
Yeah, well, they still got 3. They still got 3. Train to kill, though. They have 3 kills to the name, 2 still alive in a very comfortable spot. They need to be wary of Zeus's position and PN Crew.
There you go.
Killer, he snuck on in, and no one is aware.
There you go. That is what I was talking about. He needed to make sure he gets just past that water tower. And in fact, he can go prone right next to that little foundation that you can see. But this is where if Zeol spots him out, it could be problematic. Again, if you just saw Icy's position on your screens a moment ago, it is going to be absolutely devastating later on as Seal are coming under heavy fire.
Assassin living up to his name. Oh, Baron, you're done for. He's lucky to still be alive. He's taking a fight with Assassin, but he's so very low. 1 bullet is all he needs, but Assassin will finish him off. Seal Esports will fall. 7th position, but with that, now Venom Legends are aware of the position of that final player. Carnage will also be eliminated. They had only sniped the lone man standing with the AWM. Unfortunately, there's nothing he can do. And now High Voltage only have Assassin, but there are 3 players looking to be taken down. Icy, out of nowhere, strikes with a nade, and Utsurga's also down on his knees.
T2K would not have expected anyone on the opposite members to be so close to the building. Now, this is when Icy is going to put on the pressure. But remember, Zeol has that northern position. So if they kind of take cover towards the sea, thinking they're safe, that is when not only Zeol, but Killer from PN Crew can be devastating as well.
Yeah, PN Crew's position so far, I don't think it's known by anyone. Blah, blah, blah is going to use that opportunity, and he's going to use that smoke to sneakily get a res onto Utsurga. And so luckily for them, Killer is not going to show himself. And Icy pushing on in. He could find both of them. He's got a ball. He doesn't find him. A perfect play from blah, blah, blah. He stopped the heal, and he took him down. And with that, Z3us Esports will be eliminated in the 5th place. No chicken dinner for them this time around, but they still don't know Killer's position. Assassin still alive. But Venom Legends, this is a great opportunity for them to get that chicken dinner. They still have all 3 players in the running. Killer has been spotted out by Assassin.
And there you have it. Now, it wasn't T2K that got Killer, but Assassin is the one who kills Killer. That is just lovely. He is going to be assassinating his opposition. 5 kills for him already as we are now down to the final 3 teams. All right, I was a bit off. PN Crew didn't make it to the top 3, but 4th position by a solo guy is not a bad outing, Blake.
It's not a bad outing at all, considering how grim it looked for a time being. Now, Assassin, he is well outside of the play zone, and the fact that he got that kill onto Killer, it's pretty telling where he is, right? But the question is, are Venom Legends and T2K going to knock each other out, going to provide that opportunity for Assassin to clutch it out for his team? But it's all a matter of time.
It is a matter of time, and Rafat is in a wonderful position because although T2K want to basically have control of this single lone house that is going to be inside the circle, he is going to make it just a little bit difficult. See, right now, blah, 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 he is being a bit cautious, not moving in willy-nilly, making sure that he doesn't get spotted out as, well, he doesn't get the one close to him, but he does get the one far, far away.
Indeed it does, and now we're down to the final 2 teams. We're down to the final 5 players. High Voltage getting eliminated as Assassin will be put 6 feet under. And now the battle breaks out. Utsurga will be dropped. Venom Legends, they know this is the opportunity for them to close this one out. Blah, 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 left alone in a 1v3. There's nothing he can do. He can't clutch it out. And that is going to be winner chicken dinner for Venom Legends. And for the time being, they are the Legends of Erangel.
They are definitely legends. There you have a fist bump over there, elation. You can see the happiness on their faces. Now, let me tell you one thing. Talk about being silent but deadly. They were really quiet up until the end. And like you mentioned, those numbers mattered. They snuck all 4 members in the circle without picking a fight with anyone. And, well, they got the job done. Winner chicken dinner in Erangel goes the way of Venom Legends.
Yeah, I gotta say, heartbreak for A1. I mean, they moved in so well into the southern island. They had all 4 players alive, and everything just went alright for them, really alright. It just went wrong.
Even though they have the hilltop, but see, that's the thing. When you are in these situations, people predict your movements. And of course, if they all play scrims, you know that someone is going to be up there. So nobody really just goes straight for the top anymore. Everyone's a bit wary. Everyone's going to throw a few grenades and, take their time. And talking about taking your time, we're just going to take a quick little breather as well because, well, we have been talking quite a bit. You are not going anywhere. We have a lot more action in store for you. We'll be back after this break.
Wanna see my baby run, keeping it real, kicking up the dust. Wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Pro League. This is just wonderful turn of events indeed. Of course, South Asia Season 3, day number 2 is where we're at. And this has turned into a miraculous turn of events. And with that, of course, it is a big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Wook up your fun. With that, let's move on to our analyst and find out when it comes to this game. Of course, there were a lot of predictions that did take place. But eventually, the way it turned out to be, it was an all-out war on the map of Erangel. And again, Johnny, Fixers, what do you guys got to say about this one, mate?
I'm just going to say that my fun is definitely getting wooked up with the matches and, well, definitely how the players have been playing today, because this one was also incredible. I mean, the casters were talking about A1 Esports and how their performance, their rotation was perfect, but still things did not play out in their favor. But I want to focus on two different teams. We're going to talk about it a little bit later. Well, the debacle that happened towards the Nova Repnoy Bridge.
Exactly, that is so true. Because again, when you talk about that circle, that just pushed all the teams along to a different direction altogether that nobody had anticipated, of course. But move on towards the player who was able to battle it all, of course, is this player, blah blah blah, from T2K.
Yeah. I love this man.
Has to be, because you know there were 2-3 points that I really want to point out over here. The moment his teammate was knocked out, he went in and he went for the revive, and that was there, his game sense completely on point. The moment IC pushed on, he managed to knock him down, and then right after that, you usually try to press that panic revive, but he knew that there was a fight coming on towards him. He first went for the patch. So there you have that player, you know, having that right sense of action as to what he really wants to do over there. And not just that, you know, spotting out players from the far off fray, you know, the moment they try to come in. And, you know, along with blah, 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 there's also another player that I really want to point out is Assassin.
Yeah. And I think, yeah, there he is. There's the man sitting on the 3rd position, Assassin from the team of High Voltage. 5 kills coming in, the damage of 446. But let's talk about the fact that these 5 kills were really important for his team. He was the last player surviving, stuck inside that compound, and needed to do whatever he could to get those points for his team. But yes, I mean, Fixes, you talked a lot about the macro points of our MVP, blah, blah, blah. I want to focus on that one particular moment where he was going for the revive on Utsarga, who was a little bit outside of the smoke, and then we had the player from Zeus charging in. There you'll get into the micro mindsets of players and how positioning yourself inside of the fight is important, because if you pay close attention towards that one moment, he pulls the attention of Zeol away from Utsarga so that his teammate does not die right there.
Plus, he went for a pre-fire.
Yes.
That's also important. So shows how present he is inside the game, how he took that seriously. Had Utsarga not really pushed inside that compound in those final phases, maybe T2K could have won this one.
That is true.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a close affair. That's no question about it. I mean, you talk about teams coming online, now is the moment for these teams to showcase, and that's exactly what we're seeing right off the bat in game number 2. With that, let's of course move on and have a look at the match summary, where of course there are going to be some incredible stats going to be showcased. But I mean, Assassin, T2K, just perfect plays coming in from these lads actually.
Yeah,
all the lads.
Perfect play, perfect approach, highest skills for blah blah blah, highest damage as well. Then we have Assassin for most utility use, that is going to be 14. Longest skill distance 301 meters for IC. But let's focus on our winners, the winner chicken dinner winners, Venom Legends as well. Because this team, I mean, the saying goes, you come in and you swoop yourself to victory, right? That is what this team did. They came in with a really amazing rotation, and then with the high ground in their advantage, moved in at the perfect time. Plus that movement was split up. You had 2 players up close and personal to the players of T2K, and then 2 players in the backlines, because they were aware of the threat that was lying on the flanks.
Exactly, and that was very, very crucial as well, because again, if you've got those players from your team all alive, you have to be able to build that sort of a funnel approach and, you know, create that sort of a fanged approach, and that's exactly what this team showcased. And for that, of course, they have been given that wonderful, or not even given, because they took it, chicken dinner with, of course, 6 kills and 21 points.
But I really love how High Voltage approached this one out. Not really being there in terms into top 2, but take a look at their kills. 7 kills, 17 points earned, and 10 to kill. They really had the zone, and they could have really done better in terms of how many players were alive. Yeah, they should have. They kind of messed it towards the end, because that one grenade from blah 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 did manage to chunk out quite some HP out of Steel Shot in those final parts. But as we move along further, considering how the circle was really built out, it was the certain circle, and everyone was kind of shell-shocked as to how this was supposed to be panning out. And we did have a lot of teams kind of delaying their rotation, and that was kind of a lot of traffic around that Milta area, to be honest.
Yeah. And that sort of transitioned into what I was saying before, the debacle that happened close towards the Novorepnoy bridge, where you had Zeus leaving ably on the bridge, DRS, just because they wanted to hold off DRS. They did that. F4 came in, they held off F4 just with one individual player being left and sacrificed. But then it was also the military bridge that was clustered up.
So this is where I want to really focus on. Just before this, Zeus had a good chance of entering inside the circle to where Seal are currently over there. So had they done that, their chances of maybe having an even better positioning could have really increased. But they went in for a late rotation. They took that edges, kind of far on the northern side. PN Crew did have a really good position. They sort of messed it up. Killer Whitey was just that last player surviving. But Assassin, every single time that player is alive till the end, he delivers. He delivers every single game. True. And I mean, he is one of those players I really need to eye out for.
Exactly, because after having gone through the entire squad of his, just getting sent back into the lobby, he was the only one who survived for the longest time. He was the one who was able to make that rotation for himself. Another player to talk about is going to be 1952's Magnet, who survived for the longest time.
Oh,
now.
yeah.
So many incredible moments that took place throughout this game. Let's move on towards the Oppo moments themselves and find out the all-out war aggression started off, of course, right here with CDEX.
Yeah, definitely. And most of the fights on this map particularly took place around the bridge area, specifically in the early stages, because whenever the circle is split between the main island and the military island, you have to go for those early rotations. Otherwise, gatekeeping becomes really easy for your opponents to do.
Yeah, and adding on, we have to actually move into those final few circles. Once that really panned out, the western area of that side we had, it was completely opened up. No team had really contested for it. Seal could have taken it, but they sort of were happy with the eastern side. Then that's where T2K comes in. They take that higher ground, and then they move in towards those compounds where PN Crew are. And they did manage to take down a few players here and there, and then they capitalized on that on that particular area altogether. Now the circle completely panned down towards them. Now Zeus also made a few mistakes. After you had that knock, either you completely commit in or you do not do at all. Just having that one player pushing in,
I think the biggest mistake was the charge itself that they made, because as you mentioned earlier, had they
pushed in tandem
and pushed towards Seal Esports, the team that was in front of them, they pushed in from the right side flank, where they ran past A1 Esports. They lost 2 players. Godless was knocked out the moment he exited the vehicle because he was going way too fast. The other player was taken down by the player of A1 Esports, and that was a big mistake.
But as XP just mentioned, right, they were just not able to put a stop to that metal grinding that was going on when Zeus was just wanting to rush along. But with that, of course, when you look at the damage histograph right here, there are a few teams that we do expect a lot more from, I would say.
Blood Legion. Again, this is a team. I mean, considering we can sort of call them as the underdogs in this tournament, because yes, you are the champions of your region, but once you enter the Pro League, things, rise up. The stakes are higher. The teams are a lot tougher to deal with. Now, their only forte was pure aggression. This is one of the teams that was known for it. Now, when you go into the Pro Leagues, you have
Gaming has done so. Zeus has certainly showcased that. PN Crew not that far behind, of course, trying to kill. We just saw the kind of gameplay they will showcase. But Venom Legends is that one team I do want to talk about, because they've come online this time around.
Sort of have redeemed themselves finally.
True.
But this is one of those games where I really did not think that they would come out on top, considering how sneaky they were with their approach.
Suits the name, mate. Come on, suits the name. That's what you need, right? You have to be able to create that sort of an opportunity, and that's exactly what they did.
You have to be venomous.
Yep. No question about it. And again, I mean, you talk about 7C Esports, well, again, they're on a 10th spot. Of course, they have moved up a lot, but there is still going to be that rather bottom 4 positions that are looking a bit troublesome.
So far, the bottom 3, they stick around at the same positions. Venom Legends, they've managed to move up from there and are out of trouble basically. But DRS, C9 XB, Blood Legions, there is a sword hanging above their heads right now. And they need to make sure that they get out of that position, bring themselves to safety in the next few games. You do not want to be the one to qualify like with the last match, because that is risky business right there.
True, mate. That is true. Of course, no team wants to leave it down to that 1 point, right? Because again, the points are very close till that 16th position. But again, you do not want to be left out from that. Of course, 2 games are already done. With that, let's move on and have a look at the schedule, which will, of course, tell us what groups are now going to be playing.
Well, Group B is going to be sitting out again.
Once again.
Yeah, and considering how teams have been playing again, coming back to Sanhok completely depends on the fact as to where the first circle is forming around. Now, we've already seen that western circle, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sort of anticipating, or I certainly want maybe a quarry circle, because that would help the likes of Team Zeus over there. Maybe a cave if I'm a dreamer. I've always wanted to, personally watch it out, because as to how teams really want to play that, because it's really tricky to approach such circles.
Well, definitely. I mean, the circles that are towards the southeastern side are quite tricky to handle, especially if you are coming down from the northern side.
True.
I mean, coming down from Paradise Resort, you can collide with the teams that are rotating in from the boot camp area. Then you have to tackle the teams closing in from Painan as well. But this time, if I have to pick a team that is going to make an impact in this one, I'm going to go with DRS. I want that team to start performing now.
All right, Fixes. What do you think, mate?
I'll have to stick with Blood Legion, because I believe in them. They have got what it takes to, rack up all those kills.
They ought to. They're on the 20th position right now. They better, because again, this is going to be 3rd game that's about to go live right about now. And with that, enough banter coming in from us. Let's move on with the game. Let's move on into this sweaty, moist game on Sanhok. Thus implying, let's go on to our commentators. It's going to be, of course, XP joined in with play once again.
Well, sweaty and moist, the way I like my things. Let's put it that way. XP, we're going to be jumping into Sanhok. It's land of pina coladas and humid and moist tropical climate. And we did hear a desk mention a couple of teams they want to see perform, Blood Legion, for example. But a team that I just want to highlight a little bit, INES.
INES.
They're in 11th spot right now, as was pointed out by the desk. However, they have only 1 game remaining to be played. That means they're going to be sitting out the final 2 games. And even though they're in 11th position right now, all the teams below them have only played 5 maps so far. There is a very real chance, if they're not able to pull off something crazy here, things could get iffy for INES.
Talk about literally having to make it or break it moment. This is their game. Now, if they do something similar to what they did in the first game, they had the right idea, that slow rotation coming in from behind. But of course, the circle and the zones kind of played spoil sport, pushing them way out of reach. So I wonder if that is going to be the case this time. My big question is, we will brush up upon INES. Is it going to be as tactical as the first Sanhok, or is it just going to be random chaos?
I mean, that's the $1,000,000 question, right? Like, if you're INES right now, do you try and go for the kills?
Do I get a check for that? Oh,
I don't know.
All right.
Do you? Okay. We'll get back to it later on. But the thing is, we're going to be jumping to Sanhok. We can talk about, we can hypothesize as to how INES wants to approach this particular map. But ladies and gentlemen, jumping into the 3rd game of the day, the 8th game of the group stage. We have 3 more maps remaining, including this one. It's going to be the plane path starting, well, right next to Sami and ending towards Camp Bravo. Once again, plane path's not going to be much of a problem. It's the smallest map we have here, 4x4 map. Anyone can head over to whichever direction they want. We did see in the first game, however, the circle was a little bit more to the western side. But if you just look at, the stats of how the circles usually play out on Sanhok, it is usually centralized.
It is usually centralized, and we were talking about INES. Now, INES love dropping down at Kampong, which is down to the east, the southeast, in fact, of your map. In fact, they are going to be heading the same direction. Now, last game, they had a really weird rotation, because they went from Kampong to the cave, Camp Charlie, and then they started making their way up north towards Pine Island. There you have it. We have a northern circle once again play. It is a little bit towards the center this time as far as east and west go, but again, it's those north rotations. People are going to get caught off at the edge of the circle once again.
Speaking of the edge, we have INES. They're on the east and southeastern side of the island. That's where they like heading towards. You have the docks, you have Kampong as well. And again, I want to highlight, for me personally, my eyes are going to be on INES. If they don't have that one big game here, it could be the end for them, at least for this week.
The problem that I see for INES right now is just have a look. I love the fact that we still have the map on our circle. Look at Zeus's position. Now, they are just northeast of the quarry, and of course, one of them is going to be separated. Zeol loves playing on his own. Of course, he is a capable gentleman. And
the recon guy.
The recon guy. But the recon guy isn't supposed to shoot. He's supposed to just give you information. He's supposed to relay information. This recon guy is like Ghost Recon. He goes and actually kills the opposition. And talking about killing opposition, Spooky on our screens right now. I think he's a little spooked. He did see some movement in the distance.
I would hate to wear a rabbit mask, in especially in a climate like this. You're going to feel suffocated, man. Like, it's like wearing a fursuit when you're, you know, in a very hot tropical climate. But yeah, you did point out Seal9, a team who have had their ups and downs. They are towards a southern part of Camp Alpha, and right now, one of these players, he's got a good bird's eye view of where their opponents could potentially be. But no early fights yet. Everyone's dropped towards their favorite locations. No one's looking to push anyone early on. And usually in all the games we've seen, so never mind. I take it back. Voltrux will fall, and Seal, Killer, is going to get a knock onto him. However, I do believe he's quite a distance away from F4, so the res should be coming on in from his teammates.
This was one of those knocks which was basically the player, had it been a few more meters away, he would have been out of render distance. That was a long range shot over there, but it does look like Voltrox is going to be down. His teammates are not going to be anywhere close by, so that is going to be a little bit of a devastating start for the boys from F4 Esports. Now, let's quickly have a look and see what's happening around the ruins. Seal is going to be moving in for the kill. They do know that the enemy is going to be inside the tombs this very moment as, wait a second, Inky was in a good position. Looks like Ozzy comes up from behind and puts one in his head.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting that. We saw he had such a good angle there, and I guess he got a little too tunnel vision, right? He's like, well, I don't see anyone in the vicinity, and then, yeah, Ozzy just coming in from behind, take him down. Sealer going for the fight. They're pushing on in. They're wasting no time, and Wolverine is going to have to, well, take out his claws, take the fight to them, but it looks like he will get mowed down. All three players pushing together in tandem, and I love the way they're taking this fight. The spacing between the teams, they're trading effectively. They don't even have to trade. They're just winning every single duel. And F4, well, they press F4 on their keyboards. They're out of here. Only one player survived, if I'm not mistaken. R3D in the meantime, they are trying to take this fight to A1. A1 was such a great spot the previous game, XP, but they did kind of fall by the wayside. I think third, fourth, or fifth position. And right now, R3D, they have nothing to lose, and they're taking the fight, and Dante will fall.
Dante is going to fall, of course. This fight is taking place south, a little bit southwest of the resort over here, as two members already down on the knees, which means 6ix9ine Boy and Jax have the work cut out for them.
They do have the work cut out for them, taking a lot of bullets. Indeed, they're getting pushed from multiple angles, and R3D, they're just pushing in like a well-oiled machine. However, a trade does take place, but it's all down to the last man standing. It's 9 Boy, and 9 Boy, he needs to find all 4 kills. So many players being knocked. There is an opportunity for him to take down the entirety of R3D, but instead he's going to go for the res, which is the right call to try and make things a little bit easier for him as he tries to stave off getting eliminated. But the push from Virus, and Boy, he's rattling off every bullet, but his knees have been spotted out, and he somehow is still alive, but not for long. He will be found out, and A1 Esports, they get eliminated in the last position and don't even get a single kill.
Oh, how the tables have turned. Now, you did kind of say that you thought it was the right decision for him to go and pick him up. Under most circumstances, yes, I would agree with you. However, had they kept an eye out on how many opponents they had knocked down, they should have realized that they've knocked down 3 members and a revive is going to be taking place. He should have actually gone in and sealed the deal before coming in for the revive. So again, these little mistakes are something that basically are going to be popping out every now and then. But I did see something fun. An AUG dropping down with a 4-time scope.
Something which should come in real handy late in the game here is Zeus taking a fight with Venom Legends. The two teams who've got the chicken dinners of the day, Zeus getting the first one on Sanhok itself, and of course, if you guys tuned in a few minutes back, it was Venom Legends taking the win on Erangel, and now the two teams battling it out very, very early indeed. Void bleeding on out, Zeol's going to come creeping towards Icy, and Icy just making sure there's no one who's going to be pushing on in, and they're going to be going for the safe res. Unfortunately for their opponent, there's no one nearby, and so it looks like Venom Legends are going to lose a member pretty early in the game.
Pretty early in the game indeed. Of course, this battle is taking place just south of Cow. Now, they've got to be careful because, yes, they are going up against one another, but another team is going to be coming in and, well, they are trained to kill from a distance. T2K can come in and play some spoils. So there you have it. Rated Sir knocking out Abel. He didn't even know where those bullets were coming from.
He didn't indeed. So early fights here, uncharacteristic, especially compared to what we witnessed in the first game. I see a little brave there. Raffet trying to at least get a trade, but none of his bullets will connect. Raffet and Steelshot, the two members remaining here for the side of Venom Legends. And Zeus coming under heavy fire. It is going to be T2K bringing in the pain, but a reply from Icy. He finds Jane. Still 3 members standing for T2K. Unfortunately for Zeus, they're also down to just 2 members.
Down to 2 members, and of course all this commotion, all this gunfire is going to attract a lot of teams nearby. Now Deadeyes Guys, who love spending time in Hathin, they are actually split up this time around, Blay. 2 of their members are on the mainland. In fact, they are kind of inching closer and closer just to have a look at what all this commotion is about. But lovely decision by T2K over here. They are anticipating the next circle shift coming in sooner than later, and they want to make sure that the vehicles are secure and they have options to move out in case, you know, things get a bit dicey over here. But elsewhere, things are going to be calm for a few minutes. INES, mind you, still outside the circle. But the best thing is they have nobody opposing them in that area.
We can take a look at the map right now as we do have a bit of a lull in the action. As you pointed out, XP, INES, they're making the way. Where do you think they should be heading towards right now?
Right now, for them, they need to get those hills just south of Barn and just position themselves over there. Because again, they are going to bide their time. Remember, this is the first circle. The blue zone isn't going to be hurting that much as it does towards the later stages of the game. So they still have some time to maneuver. Have a look at Newt's position. They are all the way down at the beach. Maybe they might want to get a few boats ready just in case they need to traverse all the way to the north. So again, I like the fact that they're keeping their options open. Have a look at another team that we brushed up upon. Blood Legion. They haven't moved since they've dropped. Again, it's all a waiting game right now.
And a lot on the line for these teams, right? We pointed out how INES, their position is still not secure to play for the Super Weekend. 3 days of action with the points there matter. Those placements dictate whether you're going to be qualifying for the next regional stage or not. And right now, everyone's going to be, especially these teams like Blood Legion, teams like INES, they have so much of pressure on them. We can take a look at the overall standings right now. So it's top 16. We haven't seen the bottom 4 yet over here on the right hand side of the screen. But look at INES, you're like 37 points, not too shabby. 11th position. The problem here, which this particular stat doesn't show, is they played 7 games.
They played 7 games, and the teams below them have played 5 games, except StalwartFlex and Future Station, who have 1 more game in hand. They've had 6 games thus far. So yeah, it is going to be a big game for INES, because after all, after today, only 16 teams are going to go forward, and well, we want to know who those 4 teams at the bottom are going to be. But now, any second, the circle is going to make a little bit of a shift. The question is it going to be drastic in Sanhok fashion, or is it going to be easy peasy? Looks like it's just collapsed in on itself. So again, a lot of the teams do not have to move except the ones from down south. And, well, we're going to have to wait and see as action is breaking out. Cars are driving by and, well, bullets are flying.
Sandesh spots out Spooky, but Spooky able to reply back. And Sandesh taking a lot of bullets to his torso. Oh, the nade could be brutal. That nade could be brutal. Spooky is going to find him. It looks like it's good, but Sandesh will make his escape. Falling on back. Roy has been taken down in the meantime, but he has the nade though from Legend. That is perfection.
My goodness.
Great was quantum.
Oh
Spooky, another one, and Monkey's actually running in. Monkey's running in the direction of the nade. Legend is so damn good, and it's going to be Sandesh finishing him off. Ayush is pushing up as well. Killer's bleeding out, but it's in the distance, and it looks like Seal9 are in a bit of a pickle. I believe they just have 1 player remaining, and look at Ayush. He's looking for the final kill as well.
A couple of mistakes over here by S9. They could have kept going, but of course you want to get that high fortress over here overlooking pretty much in all directions. You want to make sure that you have a good vigil, but of course PN Crew and Sanhok have a different little bit of a relationship. And this is the map they are most comfortable on. Now, Monkey is going to be down there swimming, or just rather floating, just anticipating, thinking what he should do next, because he is still safe as far as the circle goes, but you don't really want to be in water when you have hungry people up top looking for you.
Ayush knows this. Oh, he is so aware.
Oh, he's going to bounce it off.
He is so aware. Oh, nade fishing. It's illegal in most countries. It's gonna be a little too far away.
You saw the little angle that he was looking at the cliff. He should have actually bounced it off there. But now if he throws a nade at the same spot, Monkey could be in trouble.
His map awareness is just fantastic from Ayush, right? He just knows all the angles to bank the nades from. And yeah, P and Crew, I mean, there's a reason that we've had this team on the tip of our tongues this entire tournament. We've been talking about these guys, but alongside the likes of a T2K, along the likes of Z3us Esports as well. Skylight Gaming comes to mind, and PN crew showing. Oh, Deadeyes Guys. Another team, another team. I love watching these two teams go at each other. It's so much fun, and it's so 50-50 as well. But right now, they seem to have kind of ignored, if you take a look at the map, they seem to have kind of ignored the fact that there's still another player alive in the vicinity, and they need to be wary of that final member.
However, then again, it's all about your map awareness as well, like you just mentioned. The last member, of course, Monkey, he'll have a lot of swimming to do if he wants to come up from the left or from the right. So again, it's going to be a bit problematic. They can kind of forget about him for a couple of minutes or so. But now, again, since the circle is going to be imploding in on itself sooner than later, Paradise Resort kind of seems like it's going to be the epicenter of the action soon. And INES are going to be in prime position to basically get that little bit of those compounds right at the edge, but they should push in a bit further, especially if you see Paradise Resort right on the right of that, of the T of Resort. You see the little compound with the three-way intersection? That is where they need to hold down and basically hold down the fort and wait for people to come towards them. Because, again, INES is one of the crowd favorites, and it's not like they shy away from a gunfight. It's just that the rotations this time, they know lost on the line. That's why they've kind of made a few mistakes here and there, especially the first game in Sanhok.
They are trying to go for those guaranteed, maybe 10 points from getting a top 3 placing at the very minimum. And we have another AUG.
Not one, but two.
Two AUGs. No, actually, one of them has an AUG and the other has an AWM, although it is Sanhok, not the best map for that particular sniper rifle. But hey, then again, want to see some no-scopes coming on in. Taking a look at the map, though, we have high voltage still towards Hathin, but they will be crossing onto the bridge. The problem is P and crew are very, very close by, and that circle, the western side of that play zone, it's a kaleidoscope of colors. A number of teams are going to be waiting for high voltage as they arrive.
A number of teams indeed, and still, PN crew, they are still in a good position. Half of their compound is going to be in the circle, so they don't really have to move in yet. But see, everything has pros and cons, right? The fact that they might leave it late, and if the circle does shift far away from them, then teams like R3D, teams like 1952, they could be in prime position to basically thwart their movement coming in. That is something of a gamble that one has to take while playing maps like this. But of course, the circle is going to shift in a little bit more. And as I said earlier, Paradise Resort, well, it's not going to be a place you want to visit right now with all those bodies, and the pool is pretty much going to be red.
Yeah, it's not exactly going to be Paradise City where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. Monkey's still sticking around in the water. He hasn't budged yet. He's enjoying the scenery.
Very uncharacteristic of monkeys, though.
True. I wonder how good monkeys are at swimming.
Oh, they're good.
Are they?
Oh, yeah.
I know they're good at swinging. Anyway, Deadeyes Guy, I see, from Z3us, will fall to his knees. And we do have only 2 members remaining from Z3us, if I'm not very much mistaken here. So, in that initial skirmish, they did lose a number of their players alongside Venom Legends as well. So down to 2 members. Deadeyes Guys in a pretty comfortable spot at the moment as well, as a few more bullets will ring on out. The res has come on in. Oh, the nade! Ooh, that got very close for Shifu, sir.
It's all that training that just came in right now. His reflexes are just amazing. I mean, that's what Kung Fu does. It just sets you up for life. It's those reactions that you obviously expect from someone like Shifu Sir. But yeah, Deadeyes Guys are finding themselves in a bit of a pickle, and looks like Hungry Box is still hungry for more play.
Yeah, Icy's just getting, well, just bullied at the moment, and Zeol must be tired at this point of just rezzing him. He's like, bro, can you stop falling to your knees? They've got a couple of kills though. Again, Z3us Esports are a team who are pretty much at this point guaranteed to make it to the Super Weekend. So for them, it's just playing for those points, having a little bit of fun, making a statement as to the fact that they are. I guess I can say that they are the most aggressive team on all the 20 teams playing this week.
A quick thing I'd like to point out is the fact that Deadeyes Guys are putting on the pressure on Z3us. They've got to be quick about their movement, because from behind, if you remember, High Voltage, which was still on the other island, the northwestern island, they are going to be moving in, and I like the decision. They are moving to higher grounds, to greener pastures, and they do kind of have their backs, not against the wall, but a few rocks right at the tippity top. And now Icy and Zeol are taking a few shots, but again, they got to remember someone could be coming in from the right.
And this is interesting. Deadeyes Guys, they're facing a lot of problem, and Zeol from the distance.
Wow!
Vehicular manslaughter, and that is going to be 2 members just wiped out by the one man here. They're still taking a few shots, and R3D are just proning. They're like, oh yeah, we don't want to be a part of that. And despite the fact they're down to just the 2 men, they still are a deadly force to contend with.
I mean, I'm pretty sure IC was like, wait a second, you knocked me down how many times? 2 times? All right, there you go. I'm going to take out 2 players with 1 single bang. And that is exactly what happened. Of course, Deadeyes Guys, see, using vehicles in Sanhok at this stage is a give or take, right? Because it makes so much of a sound. About 160 meters around you, people know you are coming. So it is a bit of a risky move, as there you go. Another vehicle is going to come under fire yet again by IC. They are adept at those long-range skirmishes, play.
Eventually they need to move though, right? So take a look at very quickly at the circle, and you can see they are not exactly in the safe zone. And INES though, they've managed to reach Paradise Resort. They're still not in the play zone, but they haven't had to deal with anyone. P and crew now duking up with Seal. F4 having eliminated in the meantime, just on 0 kills in the 14th position, and a rough end for them. Legend going for a very killer actually. Sorry, that was Legend going for a very, very brave play there. And Seal, they're all together, and they know P and crew are in the vicinity, but they don't know exactly where. They still know where Sandesh is, somewhere downhill. But I like the way P and crew have kind of spread themselves a bit thin.
They have kind of spread themselves thin, and I like the path that they actually took, because they had a few options of going directly towards the center of the circle, but they are going to try and stay towards the edge, which is the right decision in my opinion. But again, going up against ACDE Esports could be a bit tricky, and if on the other end, not too far off, maybe 100, maybe 200 meters away, Blood Legion are lying in wait. They have been pretty silent so far, but the fact that they have 4 members could come to bite them later on.
Indeed it could. We do have Zeus down to just 1 member. They have 4 kills to the name. You can take a look there. Deadeyes Guy as well. They had all 4 alive, and now suddenly they're down to 1 member. And look at the nades being lobbed in by High Voltage. A little too deep, that particular Molotov. In 1952, they're trying to stay alive here. High Voltage, a team who have looked quite fantastic so far, and they have pushed into the circle, into the play zone, and there are a cluster of teams. The final member of Zeus is there, R3D are there, 1952 is there, and very quickly, very soon, Venom Legends are going to be joining the party.
They are going to be joining indeed, but you've got to keep an eye out for a lot of other teams. Now, Venom Legends, they have been reduced to a 2-man squad, so that is something that could be a little tricky, as we see High Voltage now finding themselves in a position getting surrounded by the enemy. Something that should not have happened, because they took their sweet time coming into the circle.
Zake dealing a bit of damage. Deadeyes Guys, there we go. They get eliminated in 13th position. Not a single kill to the name. They looked like they were in a good spot, but unfortunately in the end, they really weren't. INES now are duking it out with DRS. And INES are coming under heavy fire again, reminding everyone INES have a lot to lose, but it looks like that's it. It looks like INES is down to 1 member, but hold on. Seal taking the fight. INES do get eliminated in 12th position. They're not going to be happy campers with that one. Seal taking the fight at the end. He's spotted a Sandesh. Sandesh down to his knees. And now I believe it's only Ayush. I think it might be a 1v1 here. It is a 1v1, but Baron comes out on top. And Seal will wipe out the Legends. Venom Legends will be eliminated 11th position, and Seal, despite the 3 knocks to their side, they keep all 4 players alive.
And the best thing is, they have all 4 players alive, and they have another compound just a short distance away where they can go in and basically fortify and wait for all the other opponents to come towards them. Just quickly talking about INES, I'm going to come to my point as another fight breaking out between 1952 and High Voltage.
Zeus finally will be taking down the lone surviving member. I do believe it was IC getting found out here. And look at Assassin out in the blue. He's taking damage from the blue, but doesn't matter. He's still going to take out 2 members. And he's doing it pretty much single-handedly. Sharp. He knows there are a couple of players nearby. A well-placed nade could be perfect, but instead, he's just going to hold and bide his time. He's going to force the circle to push High Voltage into his line of sight, and High Voltage are going to be facing a hail of bullets, and the blue, and they're getting mowed down. There's nothing they can do. 1952 have done it. They have completely obliterated High Voltage there. Great job coming in from 1952, and they even have time to go for the rest onto entry.
1952 showcasing some prowess over here. I love the confidence. They were waiting out in the blue. They knew they're going to take a little bit of damage, but that is what we expect from a team like this. Now, as the circle has shrunk even more and it's going to get a lot more tighter, the teams are going to be forced to come in towards one another's positions. Now, T2K was doing a wonderful job, but the fact that they are out in the blue, my question is, can they make it to the circle?
Well, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't look like he's going to make it. And again, the circle is so ruthless right now, you wouldn't even have time to go for the res, right? You can see people falling by the wayside. And Seal are on a tear. 8 kills, all 4 alive. T2K, well, they have 6 kills as well, but down to 2 members. But it looks like 2 of them have somehow managed to make it to the to the play zone? I'm not too sure. But right now, a team that's looking very comfortable is Carnage.
They are comfortable. However, even though, it kind of looks like they can be shot down at by all these high grounds up top, T2K really don't have many options because, well, we have 1952 who are going to spot them the moment they let loose a few bullets. So T2K are really stuck against a hard spot. And, oh, wait a second, they're going in for the kill. Looks like Otsarga might have actually spotted the enemy here, Blake.
R3D getting eliminated, but they get 8 points. That's a massive number of kills for the team to get. And CNE, Carnage being pushed, trained to kill. They're down to 2 members, but as we know, they live up to their names. These guys are deadly indeed. They have 6 kills to be looking to up their tally. Nade sailing in, Molotov making life very uncomfortable. As Seal, he's still going at it. Blood Legion are coming under fire, and it looks like they are going to be knocked out as well. Blood Legion getting eliminated in 6th place. Utsurga though. Utsurga and Rated Sir, 2 players who have been around the scene for quite a while. But the Flames, the Molotov is perfection, and he's got to drop and roll. And Rated Sir, it looks like he will stave off death for the time being, but Utsurga gets taken down, and he's in the Flames as well. This is not looking good at all, and I do believe that's it. That's it for T2K. It looks like they've been knocked on out, and Seal, they are on a rampage. 11 kills. And they still have a couple of players still alive and kicking, Baron and Wally, and they are dealing death and destruction.
Rated is definitely going to be kicking himself, and, well, his teammates might be pointing a few fingers as well. That Molotov slip-up was quite devastating, and as a result of that, they have been eliminated. Down to the final 3 teams, as you just called it out. Carnage are looking really good.
Where is Mafia Ninja?
Oh, he just died out? Oh, he's still out there. He's healing himself up in the Paradise Resort, I believe. Okay. And there you have it. Look at that. 12 first aids on this lad over here.
He's grinning.
He just might end up the runner-up over here, Blake.
He might just get a 2nd position. Now, it depends on how long.
He is.
Yeah, he is. There's nothing Seal can do. The blue is on. Wally, he's just trying to stave off the inevitable. He's going to try and heal himself as well. It's going to be a heal battle between Wally and, of course, the final member of DRS. But he is getting pushed by Carnage. Carnage won that kill. They won that kill point, and it is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, it is a 4v1, but Mafia Ninja, he doesn't care. Can we take a look at his camera? Can we take a look at Mafia Ninja and his smiling face, because he knows he's at least ensured. He's still got a grin on his face. He knows he's got a 2nd position, and for Carnage Esports, though, they do get a chicken dinner, and they have done it in style.
I'll tell you something funny, though. In style, absolutely. They're going to be searching for the last man. Little do they know that he is all the way out of the Paradise Resort. And, of course, they know that the heat battle is going on. He's now down to 4 first aids from 12. This is, of course, interesting.
I mean, at this point, he can just stop healing himself, right?
I know, but then, well, it's just adding a little bit of insult to injury. They want to make CNE work. They want them to have that fear that, wait a second, is he like a snake right between our feet? Everyone's going to be checking their feet right about now. So anyway, this was a wonderful outing. DRS, in fact, was the team that wiped out INES at the Paradise Resort, which is going to be quite detrimental for INES's chances to make it to the top 16. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The final first aid has been administered, and down goes Mafia Ninja. Carnage Esports with victory here in Sanhok.
8 kills to the name. They leave Carnage in their wake. A very, very convincing win coming up from Carnage, not losing a single player as well. And look at them. They're calm, they're comfortable. And with this chicken dinner, I think they can pretty much sit out the remainder of the games. They don't need to play anymore, actually, because I think they've kind of solidified. And I do believe, yes, they won't be playing anymore. That's a final game for them.
Well, I think having a final game done in such amazing style and winning it with such amazing style, and let's just make sure we point one thing out. All 4 members intact till the end. In a map like Sanhok, I know it sounds pretty familiar, but it is quite rare, especially at this stage, because the competition is just amazing.
We do have to touch a little bit about INES. Now, we did paint a picture that they needed a good game here.
I think 12th position.
They did get a few placement points, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. But you know what? That's something the desk can talk about.
Exactly. I think we're going to have a look at what INES is doing after this little break. Don't go anywhere, because we have 2 more matches of intense PUBG Mobile action for you. We'll be back after this break.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going.
and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We just got completed with another game on Sanhok, and that was just obliteration coming in from Carnage. And that again, as Casters just mentioned, was their final game. But alongside all of this, of course, I do want to take the opportunity to thank Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. It is a humongous turn of events. With that, whoop up your fun and move on to the analysts. Dudes, I hope you guys enjoyed this game.
Well, definitely. The Carnage Esports squad definitely brought the carnage in this matchup, but it was the lads of Z3us Esports who actually were the biggest threat in this game. And, well, Wally and Baron, the last two players surviving, Wally having the MVP in this match, 3 kills, but 817 damage being brought to the table.
I mean, that's pretty much Team Seal over there. You've got Baron and Wally, the two last players, the 2 players that you want to survive for your team, and they did pretty much the job. But T2K really being caught off guard, I really felt that they would have, they should have actually smoked it out, because you know the shots were coming in, you were protected once, but that does not really happen twice. So sort of hurts.
It certainly does hurt, but one thing that will not hurt is to be able to look at the screen, because again, you look at the top players, you're looking at Seal X just completely dominating right here with Wally, Baron, as well as Zaki chiming in.
Yeah, definitely a mind-blowing performance from these lads, as we can see 3 players in the list of top players, and then followed by, well, Assassin, because why not? He's always going to be there.
Yeah.
He certainly will be. You know, right now I love the push that you know, Team Seal did on towards the players of P and Crew, and Zaki was certainly that MVP player that you needed. You know, those 3 knocks, that was very instrumental for his squad over there. Had he not taken those, I think that fight could have gone the other way around.
Exactly, because again, anything could have gone either ways, but eventually the way they capitalized on that was perfect. To have that sort of composed attitude as you get into those intense actions, it is so very credible, of course. With that, let's also move on and have a look at another wonderful turn, and that is going to be nothing but the Carnage that was brought in with 23 points.
Has to be. Look at that. But, you know, Carnage ending things on a good note. They are going to be sitting it out for the remainder of the matches. So they had to get that chicken dinner going in for themselves. And considering our Team Seal, this was the last game. So all these teams do understand the fact. But the same cannot really be said for Team INES. And of course, as you know, the segment progresses, we will have a discussion regarding how INES and Carnage, provided the fact that they go around onto its the edges, but the rotation times, that is something that has to be focused on.
Yeah, definitely. Out of the 4 teams that will be sitting out the next 2 games, Zeus and INES definitely did take a fall, but Z3us Esports and Carnage do establish themselves that they will be moving forward towards the Super Weekend. Because even before this game, let's take a recap and have a look at the overall standings. Even before this game, if you remember, they were in a really good spot, and this just solidifies that position even little bit more stronger now.
Absolutely does, because again, I mean, of course, we do want to talk about INES. With that, let's talk about that rotation itself that was coming in. Of course, we saw them always, every single time. INES does bring in that wonderful late rotation, but this time around, they were caught off guard. But 1952, though, this time was on point.
You know, yeah, certainly 1952, 100% the way they approached that. But you know, talking about INES, their late rotation has been their factor, right? And it has not been working out. Just apart from that one game, every single time you're late rotating in Sanhok does not help. But at the same time, look at Carnage. You know, they dropped off at Bantai, which is way down below in the south, and that they had to make a straight rotation up north. With so many teams, the likes of Blood Legion also being there, they could not really even stop them at their paths. So what really is you know, the crux, that the game-changing factor is their timing. You need to know when to rotate and how. Every single time, if you try to take the same route, you are certainly going to be punished. And Team Carnage, you know, rotating from Bantai, went on, and they just waited in that one compound. And the circle certainly did favor them, and they did manage to get the chicken, easy peasy.
Yeah, but I also want to talk about the man with a beautiful, beautiful smile that is going to be Mafia Ninja. I mean, the team managed to make their way towards Paradise Resort, but see how early they realize that things are not going to work out like in the future from there on out, and they leave that man behind to go for that heal battle while the rest of the lads move up, take the fights ahead of them and try and pick up a few more kills. And he just kept on healing in that Paradise Resort, brought his team to the 2nd place.
Again, commendable approach, because again, if you're not able to get as many kills as you wanted, it's absolutely fine because eventually those placement points will factor in and chime in to the overall placement itself. With that, let's have a look at all of these sort of different moments that took place throughout the map of Sanhok, and it is time for our moments.
Well, you know, Deadeyes, this is a team that I really thought could do way better. But considering the fact that it's Sanhok and using a vehicle, they were obliterated. They were deleted from the server. And Zyol, you have to give it out to the man.
Well, definitely you have to give it up to him, but I want to give props to another team that is going to be R3D Esports. These guys might have woken up a little bit too late, but they can still try their level best to make it to the first Super Weekend. This game, from their side, I felt like it was something that they desperately needed. Coming with the 8 kills, 10 points in total, yeah, the placement points are lacking, but at least the team is taking a lot more fights. They are being aggressive, and the fights are turning out good in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. And then again, you know, we have seen Blood Legion dropping off at Paradise Resort, but this was not the case today. This time, they went towards Spainan, but could not really make anything out of it. I really thought that maybe they could have gone in good with the rotations, but towards those end circles they were certainly caught off by the players of Seal, and that was the case of Demise.
Exactly, and talk about Seal, a look at the damage that they brought into this game. I mean, that was just phenomenal turnover wins for this team, because that team deserves this. The kind of gameplay that this Mongolian team always does bring to the table is commendable, and with that sort of an approach, I mean, there's no other team that's even close to it.
Well, definitely. Seal Esports, they went on, well, an absolute destruction on anyone that came in front of them. Obliterated them completely out of contention. But talk about the other players. High voltage, amazing performance coming in from the players. R3D Esports, as I said, amazing gameplay being showcased, but were put to display. They have to do the same thing in the next 2 matches as well.
They have to. They need to. It is so very crucial, because this is the moment for them to showcase that domination. Otherwise, that top 16 spot is going to be slowly and steadily walking away from them, as it's doing so already. With that, let's move on to the overall rankings and find out, when it comes to the standing of all these teams, how are they faring?
There you have Train to Kill, finally, you know, taking that first spot that they have been eyeing out for. And they started at taking the first spot in the first day in terms of overall rankings, and seems like they are still there. Considering the fact they still have 2 matches to go, I think they are going to retain it.
But look at this. We were almost about to count them out, but the lads, they show up. DRS Gaming climbing up 8 positions, bringing themselves inside the top 10 with 40 points to their name already. And well, you know what they say, once you hit rock bottom, the only way to go is up.
Certainly is. But you know, Skylight Gaming, considering you have 2 more games remaining, I think this is also one of those teams that will be fighting it out for the top spot. Then again, High Voltage, this has been one of those squads that has been consistent throughout all the games. Regardless of the factor that they've not been getting those chickens going in their favor, look at the positioning points, 33 already. And Assassin always being there for the squad. And the moment Oddsy really shines, I think that's when High Voltage can edge it up.
So, look at this. INES on the 11th position with 38 points to their name.
See.
Right? Are you sure about that? Because look at Future Station, 31 points. They don't have matches remaining.
Yes, exactly.
31 points and sitting on the 16th position. And then you have Blood Legion with 26, 17, F4 on the 18th with 26 as well, A1 Esports on the 19th with 26. Anyone, like almost all 3 of these teams, in fact, can actually climb up. And if that happens, and INES, since they don't have matches remaining, they could fall down really hard.
I mean, at this point, even if C9 manages to secure a chicken, they are going into the Sweeper Weekend. And that's the case with every single team over here. But Future Station, Blood Legion, F4, these are those names you certainly are not accustomed to see them in those bottom phases. So I really want them to, you know, pick the pace up, wake up from the slumber, get a chicken. If not that, go for a high kill fracture game, because if not now, then you are you're ruled out.
Exactly. Then when? What is the opportunity that's going to arise? Because again, this is League Play Day 2 already. I mean, these are the only few moments that these players are left with. If they're not able to capitalize on this situation on such intensity, then of course it is going to fizzle out from them. And of course, only top 16 move on into that Super Weekend, and that's going to be the most crucial thing. Now, another thing that Sanhok damage graph showcased was there were so many teams from F4 to Venom not even getting 1 kill. Now
Yeah.
that is something that needs to be capitalized on that much more. Of course, Sanhok being the map where aggression needs to be dominated, left, right and center, was not being witnessed.
Exactly. I mean, then again, you have to bring in the stats of Seal. They've
Yeah.
got 96 damage, and it's Sanhok. At
Yep.
the end of the day, you do not really see that much numbers going out. Had it been Erangel or some different map out there, I think we could have gone over at maybe 2.5k above.
Well, if you're going to talk about damage, we do have the overall leaders by damage in front of us. And, well, we see the players of Team Zeus definitely putting up the numbers on the board. IC and Zeol leading the charge over there. But look at Assassin. 26, like 2,626 damage by that individual with 19 kills for himself.
Yeah, he has certainly done that. And Zeus, this is a team that is here to make a statement, right?
Yeah.
That is the kind of a mentality that they had gotten instilled inside of them when they came into the game today. So right from the very start, we did see them, starting off with the chicken dinner, and they are sort of continuing that kind of a momentum, but that's where they've taken that fall. They're sitting it out, and we'll have to see as the game progresses who wins this one.
Exactly, because I mean, we know now that a few of these teams have already played their game and a few more teams are not going to be chiming in, as few of them will sit back in the lobby. Let's have a look at the schedule indeed, where of course we move on down towards the map of Erangel this time around once again. And talking about that, we've got Group A that is going to have to take a back seat from this game.
Well, so Carnage, INES, Seal Esports and Zeus Esports are going to be the 4 teams that won't be playing. Rest, Group B, C, D and E will be playing the next 2 games. And as we said, I mean, Carnage, Seal and Zeus, they are pretty much secure since they are in, well, basically the top 5 of the standings right now.
True.
Apart from that, INES from this group is the only team that is in trouble.
Right now, considering this is the last Erangel, this is it. This is the deal breaker over here, because you cannot leave your qualification points till the game of Sanhok, because anything can possibly happen over there. So if you really want to qualify, this is the game where you go in heavy, you go in big.
Exactly, and again, you now have Group B that's going to be playing, right? From Group B, you can very well look on towards Z3us Esports, StalwartFlex. Of course, alongside that, it's going to be Future Station that is, as of now, on that 16th spot. But again, they've got 2 games. They've got 2 games. So again, move on along and let's move on to the prediction itself. You guys know it is time for you guys to pick that one team. Fixes, what do you think this time around, mate?
Well, this time I want to go with Future Station.
All right. Well, that's a good choice, I would say.
I'm going to join Fixes because I would love to see the team actually play the same way they did the last season. And it was an incredible performance back then, but they need to be the same players again.
Exactly. I mean, of course, till now, the games that we've seen, they have been able to get themselves in a really good rotation, in a really good spot. But eventually, when it comes to those fights, when it comes to the final casualties, it's them that they end up taking that fight against. But eventually, again, it's absolutely fair and square. It is time to move on along with this game of Erangel. Let's go on to our casters, who this time around are going to be XP, joined in with Necro.
Thank you so much, Blotter. And of course, with me is a new face, a new, fresh up, young guy up and coming. And it's going to be a pleasure working with you, Necro. And how are you feeling right now?
I'm actually feeling pretty thrilled, not gonna lie. Kind of nervous, but still, we got this.
Nerves are always going to be part and parcel of the game, and of course, it's going to be a good time. But of course, Erangel is going to be what's coming up on our screens next. And you've seen the teams kind of play today. They have kind of fought it out. A couple of teams, of course, have already played their share of the games. Now, INES, we were talking about them earlier. Done with all 8 games, 38 points. Is it enough?
Well, I mean, it really depends on how these bottom teams perform. Of course, taking a look at F4, they are still on the bottom lines there. And they only have 26 points. If they make a massive comeback in this game, then INES are done for.
I mean, if we talk about, points or a massive game, Seal 9, I believe, are in the 20th position with 2 games in hand, and I think 18 points separate them from a team like INES. So we could see a little bit of a shuffle, and of course, we all want to know which 16 teams are going to go on to the Super Weekend. But without further ado, we're going to have another map underway as well. All the players are ready. You can have a look at them on your screens right now. And I love the fact that we have the vault opening up above us, and we are going to propel ourselves into the next game as the big bird is taking to the sky once again. And if we quickly have a look at the playing path, we are going to be going from the northeast to the southwest, flying over the mansion. The farm is going to be in contention all the way to Primorsk. Now, I know you've done your homework and you know exactly where all the teams are going to be dropping. So, Necro, what can we expect in this map?
Well, I mean, I really feel like we might expect a little bit of early clash, but again, it depends on the zone, where the zone is going to be panning out. And that is going to be a little secret that the game will be keeping from us. But again, I really feel like if I want to guess which team might come out on top, then I really feel like Team F4 needs to come out on top, or even StalwartFlex have a massive chance.
They have a massive chance indeed, and of course the fact that, you know, now it isn't basically a fight for the top 16 positions, because a lot of teams, especially in the former half of the table, they've already made it. So we know they're going to go through the Super Weekend. It's those teams on the latter half that are going to be a little worrisome, but it looks like R3D are heading to their spot up to the northeast, Kamishki, Stolber as usual, and I want to see a lot more action down at the military base. But like you mentioned earlier, it's all about the first circle. Is it going to be nice and easy and centralized for everyone to have a good time, or are we going to have the gods of PUBG throw us a little bit of a curveball? Is it going to be in the water? We're going to have to wait and find out.
I really want to see a military-based circle, you know? When the rotations happen, it's like such a fun thing to watch, because you see a lot of people, you know, taking the waterways and even the bridgeways, and we do know the bridgeways are really exposed, but nope. The PUBG gods are not going to be listening to our wishes, as the circle is more kind of focused on the Gatka side.
It is going to be focused a bit towards the west of the map, kind of centralized if you have a look at it. That means all the teams, they still have a lot of maneuvering space if they want to get to their favorite locations. Now, of course, INES is not here in this game. I would have expected them to go to Georgia Paul. So, you know, Georgia Paul is up for grabs. Seal 9 is definitely going to be progressing all the way to the west. And looks like we already have some shots being fired, as Steel's shot is still mid-air. But Entry maybe needs to give a little bit more time at the practice range.
Exactly. I mean, certainly it is really tough to, you know, get those shots landed on when the guys are in the sky. But again, now, of course, one thing we are taking a look is that Seal 9 is making a massive rotation over here, and seem like they are going to go towards the apartment areas of Georgia Pool, which does make sense. It has a lot of loot again, and the circle is also kind of favoring them. But again, it comes down to if you're going to be taking a lot of time looting yourself, and if you're going to be making those late game rotations inside the middle of the circle, then that might be a little troublesome. You might get caught off guard.
You could get caught off guard, and something that we have kind of seen happening today is, I get it, you know, so there's two types of teams. One that will always give the play zone the preference, right? I mean, as soon as it shifts, some teams just book it, and they are already in the new destinations. Some teams like to play just a little bit safe, so they want to make sure that they stay out in the blue and come in from behind and surprise the enemies. Now, again, it all depends on where the circle is going to go, so all the teams are going to be comfortable is the word I would rather say of where they are right now. I'm not going to expect too many early clashes this time around, except maybe something might happen down south around Primorsk and Ferry Pair. Of course, Primorsk is going to be under control of Venom Legends, and, well, Ferry Pair has 1952 calling it home.
Exactly, and even on the Milta area, you know, there's TDK and Blood Legions. They have contested that area. We might see a little bit of fight going down early off, but only if Blood Legion is interested. I mean, TDK is, of course, one of those teams who actually hold down their ground. They don't really back off, but Blood Legion, again, being one of those who is kind of aggressive. We have seen them in the past, you know, go real aggressive, but taking a look at the way these guys are performing, I really feel like these guys should, you know, take their sweet little time overall thinking the positioning and even, you know, just overall thinking about the fight.
Well, they better not take too much time, because, again, they just have 2 games in hand. And yes, you're right, you know, PMCO, they are the winners. We did see a lot of aggression back then. However, this time around, they really haven't showcased that. It could be the nerves. It could be the jitters. Of course, this is a bigger stage. It's a grander stage. It's the first time. So, you know, all these factors can come in. But, of course, once you start getting a few kills, once you wipe out an opponent team, I think that's when the momentum starts rolling.
Exactly. That's when your confidence actually rolls up as well. But now, again, I really want to see how F4 is going to be making their entrance inside the circle. But R3D, again, they might get compromised by DRS if they're going to be making those rotation from close down Yasnaya. Because DRS, again, one of the teams we do know how, like, they are, you know, contesting. They actually contest the compound down, and then they just hold it down. And when they see any kind of squads actually moving by next to them, they just start spraying them down. Those suppressive shots are so important.
So important, of course. You don't want to give your position away right at the beginning. You know, the opponents are going to find out, are going to figure out where the shots are coming from. But, of course, you're right. It's the element of surprise that DRS definitely have on their side. But, of course, that is a talk for another day, because they are still outside the circle at Yasnaya, and R3D are moving dangerously close. However, on our screens right now, we have High Voltage, the usual spot. This is where you expect them, the apartments and the school. And again, they are in the circle. My hypothesis is they are going to move a bit west as you can see them, and they might hit that Pochinki Hill. It is dead smack center overlooking the Gatka fields, so that would not be a bad position to be in right now.
Yeah, exactly. That wouldn't be a bad position. But one thing I can tell you is that Carnage is looking real good. They have won the previous game, and now their confidence might be real good. Like, I'm telling you, they might be on a cloud 9 right now.
They could be, and not just winning the game, they did it in style, having all 4 members alive till the end. Now, again, I'm emphasizing that point because it is quite rare in a map like Sanhok. Sanhok is the third-party capital of PUBG Mobile, and well, you can drop from either end. But right now, we do have the map on our screens, and you can have a look. Most of the teams are going to be traversing towards the center. All those compounds scattered around Gatka are going to be occupied. But my question is, what's going to happen as the teams are rotating in from the east? Teams like R3D Esports, are they going to clash with DRS or are they going to clash somewhere else? You did mention F4. Looks like they have a smooth sailing. If they just keep going west, they can make it to the circle without much of a problem.
Yeah, but exactly. But TDK is actually waiting for them. 2 of their TDK members are right over there, and maybe if F4 decide to go and contest the same compound as they are in, then that might be a little bit of a problem. And again, Yasna, I did mention that R3D, if they make a little bit of more closer rotation from Yasna, they might get caught off guard by DRS. But again, getting a knockdown while those rotations are happening might not be that easy. As we take a look at 1952, they already have a real good position onto the bridge side. Maybe they just want to, catch some squads off guard while they're making the rotation, and it seems like StalwartFlex might just walk into their trap.
Let's see if the trap laid out by 1952 is going to be effective, because on our maps I do see some movement, and in fact Magnet should be the one relaying that information. There you have it. They are going to be coming in their direction right about now, and they are coming in full force. I like the fact that they are split up. Here comes the buggy. There goes one.
Didn't shoot him.
I like the fact that he hasn't fired shots, because he's still concentrating on the cars behind, and there you have it. He's going to open up. Crypto is coming under heavy fire, and he almost gets knocked out. A bit of a mistake over here by Magnet, but now their position has been given away.
Exactly. Now, of course, getting the knockdown onto Crypto, seems like StalwartFlex aren't really having the time of their life, as they have already lost out on 2 of their players. Uzum certainly is not in a position where he can be retreatable or even revivable by his teammates, so he's kind of a gone case over here. But again, StalwartFlex making that aggression onto Johnny, being the one. Seems like he wants that finish onto him, but Entry going to be there in the backlines to provide the cover. But Johnny, again, kind of struggling somewhere down line. But Entry, he is actually doing a pretty risky move. He's being so risky. That nade is detrimental, taking both of them down.
Well, Entry might have an early exit from this game, as Sharp X, the last remaining member from 1952, is coming in, but he's going to be under heavy fire. He gets taken down. One shot did a wonderful job from up top, but of course it is not going to be enough. Now, mind you, although it does look like everything is going in StalwartFlex's favor, there's another team coming in from behind in the form of Future Station. Now, they, of course, have heard the shots. They know there's something happening on the bridge, but the question is, are they going to come in and join the fun, or are they going to go around this particular area?
Well, I mean, I really feel like Future Station, Gremlin Storm are actually going to be coming up right behind them, because, of course, this is more kind of like a sandwich situation. They do know two teams are already clashing, and if they manage to get a lot of kills, a lot of exit frags, if it's possible, then Future Station might rack up a lot of points for themselves.
They could rack up some points. Indeed, I think One Shot has the right idea in mind. Now, he knew that the battle was lost, and he is the last surviving member for 1952. And again, 1952 is on the latter half of the table. I mean, this is an important game for them. It's not going to be about kills now on. It's going to be about those position points. So I'm not going to expect One Shot to be really picking fights with people. He's just going to try and stay out of the picture.
Yeah, exactly. Staying safe, of course, when you are the last man standing is going to be main priority, because, of course, you cannot be challenging all these squads that are coming your way. But again, talking about things going your way, of course, the first airdrop is on the land, and it's going to be MK47. What do you think about that weapon?
The MK14, are you a fan of the weapon?
Yeah, I'm actually a really, like, a massive fan.
Are you a single shot guy, or do you like going full auto, all Rambo style?
To be honest, I like auto. I actually put on a red dot and then, just slay it.
I see. That's the kind of guy you are. I'm more of a sniper, long-distance kind of guy. Maybe I'm just too scared to pick a fight with people close by. But anyway, have a look at this. 7Cs are going to be driving willy-nilly past Deadeyes Guys, who are in a good position. Of course, you don't want to overcommit by going up on the mountain in case this circle just decides to shift elsewhere. But it looks like Memo is going to come under fire. Shots have been fired from down below as well. But of course, it's just going to deplete their Whoa, wait a second. I thought for a second Deadeyes Guys were trying to move in now, but I think that's the right decision. They're going to make sure they hold on to this position because, again, it's all about the unpredictable nature of the circle. If it shifts down south, yeah, you might be at the tippity top, but it can be a lot harder coming down.
Well, exactly. Now, it seems like 7C are going to be main kind of focused on to get that big boy mountain control for themselves. And they successfully will. But, again, if you're on top of the hill, a lot of... you're the center of attraction. A lot of teams would be actually taking a look on top of the mountain, and maybe that can sometimes work in your favor. Of course, having the high ground is a good thing, but as well, having the high ground can also drive a lot of attention towards you.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be one of those sweet spots, and everybody wants to be in prime position. But of course, right now the circle is still massive, and you have a lot of places to call home. But again, I like the fact that the new meta kind of forces all the teams closer to one another towards the center, which is good for us viewers because it's action galore. But again, tactically speaking, it doesn't really work out that well for most teams. But now, have a look at the map. Future Station still out in the blue, still on the military island. They haven't taken a boat. See, again, they're going to do that thing that INES tried in Sanhok in the first game. They're going to wait for a long time in the blue because it is a second circle. The damage is not going to be that detrimental. And they can kind of sneak their way in. Let's see if it works out.
Exactly. It might work out, but for now, I'm going to hold on to my words as Steel Shot has spotted Joker down, but certainly not able to connect any of the shots. Chari might be taking a little bit of shot, but Steel Shot, again, taking the return fire as Chari has compromised Steel Shot's position. Now, again, more kind of like a stare-down competition between these two teams, and Frypan finally making the rotation. The cavalry has arrived. And again, it doesn't really seem like both of the teams might actually get any knockdowns because certainly this is way much more tougher.
A lot more tougher. Also, you've got to keep one thing in mind. They're giving all those audio cues to teams like 7Cs, who I'm not sure if they're aware they are sharing the same mountain top. But we'll come back to that in a second as P and Crew are picking a fight with the boys from Seal 9. Again, a very important couple of games for Seal 9. They do have just 20 points to their name right now. And if they want to make sure that they overtake INES in the standings, they need to get 18 from the next two games. And now the circle, well, there you have it. We are going to have a little bit of a northern shift. The mountain, Necro, is still going to be in contention. That means that is going to be hotly contested real estate. And now finally Future Station are making their move in as well. I did kind of notice one thing though. One Shot is still in the position we left him last. He is still by the bridge.
Exactly. I mean, maybe, he's taking a sweet little time, taking a look at the surrounding. But again, talking about the mountain, of course, Venom Legends is moving close to 7C, and we might see a massive fight breaking down as Blood Legion, again, seems like they have found themselves a little bit of better spot. But again, you need to watch out about your surroundings, so Blood Legion will have to take a look as F4 is right in their back fray. They are right on the flank angle as well, and Deadeyes is going to be their neighbors.
I like what Deadeyes Guys did. Now, they were in the position where, Blood Legion is. We'll come back to them in a second because grenades are going to be flying as Skylight Gaming are picking a fight with high voltage. Aussie fires one. Leon fires one, but Aussie's grenade does connect, and Chari has been brought down to the knees. But the question is a push going to come in? A lot of grenades are going to be exchanged over here. Assassin moving in from the left flank. He might just get a little bit of an angle on Leon. Ooh, that grenade went just a little bit too far, but... talk about boom and bam. Chari is definitely not in a good position right now, and I do suspect as and when the grenades are going to be running out, they might go in. Aussie, you got to be careful. That grenade looked really good. However, it was not cooked, and there you have it. It's a little bit of a bluff. It's a smoke.
Exactly. These are two Alpha Titans going against each other. Which one will come out on top? Of course, only time can tell as... Skylight Gaming again. Seems like Chari is going to be back on his feet. Of course, going to be healing himself as well as High Voltage Assassin. Again, he is on one more kind of like that angle where I really feel like his position might not be contested.
One thing I am worried about is, as far as Skylight Gaming goes, yes, they are picking a fight with high voltage over here. But if you remember, their backs are to that big mountain, and we do have two teams up there. And when you hear gunfire down below, someone could pick them off. So that is something they definitely need to watch out for. This fight cannot go on forever.
Exactly, but you need to also focus on one thing, that they are using a lot of utilities in this fight. And of course, if you're going to be burning out all your utilities in early off the circle, then maybe in the later phases you will actually struggle.
This is just unfair now. Now, this is the fourth game of the day. And in all maps, in every single match, we have had an AWM drop. However, no one has used it. It's like the gods of PUBG are actually taunting all those sniper action fans out there. But right now, looks like Skylight Gaming just might be about to make a move. There you have it. Chari is going to come in, but that smoke was going to conceal the position of Assassin, who does get taken down by Heaven next with that Ratata, as Havoc is going to provide some assistance from behind. Now, this is when Skylight need to push in with all their might. They need to get this job done. Right about now, there you have it. Havoc goes down as well, and now they are like a truck with the brake lines clipped, because in a split second we have the first team to be eliminated. High Voltage not going to be sparking out. They have fizzled out, in fact, and getting out in the 16th position, that is going to hurt just a little bit more.
Now that's a massive elimination right there, and that's a massive statement. High Voltage, of course, being one of the teams that is doing really good inside this entire competition, and if Skylight Gaming is going to be taking them down that easily, then that is a massive statement made by these lads. But again, finally, I want to focus on one fact, that One Shot has finally moved from the position that he was, and he's inside the circle. Now again, he's one of those snakes which doesn't really want to get the fight in. He's trying to play as safe as he can. But again, StalwartFlex, F4 are in those nearby phases, and even Skylight Gaming are moving inside. But for now, it's going to be Virus taking a lot of shots on the 9-boy, but not going to be able to connect any though. But RX Jax has already went down. The confirmation kill will be there as well. And now, Virus, again, doesn't really want to challenge the fight anymore. He's going to be taking a little bit of shelter inside that barn.
Especially got to keep one thing in mind, that the blue zone is going to be moving in, and they are pretty much, they have a little bit of a distance to the next circle. Of course, that big mountain in the middle is going to be a hurdle they do not really want to cross, so they are going to have to go around. A1 Esports, on the other hand, not used to being in positions like this, because they do not play the north of the map that often. This time, however, they have gotten out their comfort zone, and looks like all the teams are going to be moving in. Blah, blah, blah gets taken down by Mr. Burrow's M4. Good precision shooting over there. Now, T2K are going to be at a bit of a loss, because I do not see a revive coming in.
Exactly, and now he's blah blah blah. Of course, he is separated from the pack, but again, T2K are trying their best to get some return fire in as well. But certainly not going to be that easy of a job, as it's going to be T2K again making the rotation, but DRS is again in those nearby phrases. They need to watch out from them. But I'm going to hold on to my thoughts, as there is another fight breaking down. Fear already going down by R3D. R3D are doing such a good job in overall contesting the hill area. 7C are in a massive water trouble, as they've already lost Nemo and Fear as well. And now Rig, again, one of the good players that has been recently added inside the 7C roster. Rig is doing an absolutely fantastic job inside this roster.
Absolutely fantastic indeed, and Toodle Love with a grenade. That could be devastating. Maybe had he cooked it just a little bit more, but Edgar almost gets taken down. In fact, Virus was about to be knocked down as well. They've got to act quick, because they are low on HP. Have a look at Machine from Future Station. He's also joined the fray. He dismounts from his vehicle and just might put a few bullets in Rig if he's not careful. Now, 7C, mind you, they were the kings of the hill initially, but they could not thwart this attack basically from all directions. My biggest, critique of this is, yes, the mountain is still in the circle, but you do not want to be in that position, because when you have to come down, it's open ground, and you can be spotted from quite a distance.
Exactly, well said. Of course, the open ground is going to be way much more detrimental than it is, but again, the barrage of nades is coming in through from P and crew. Seems like they were saving all their nades for this exact moment, as Utsarga is going to be the last man surviving from T2K again. But Machine taking down 7C Rig. Now that's a massive opening, as 7C might be in a massive water trouble. Again, Future Station, Kremlin Star Machine. We do know what this man is capable of doing, as we did see him in the past playing such good inside scrims. But again, Venom Legends are again in those down frays. Barely connects that shot. Joker, you are so scary.
You know what they say, better late than never. I like the fact that R3D have finally woken up. Look at the aggression they are showcasing.
Yep.
They took down one King of the Hill, and now they're going for the second. Venom Legends are going to be in a world of trouble. Oh, that grenade almost wiping them out from the face of Erangel. But Rafat is still keeping his wits about him. Now, they do have to move out, as Train to Kill are going to be eliminated in the 15th position. Of course, the circle has moved further down south. It is going to be around the ruins, which means, well, the mountain is out of play.
Exactly. A lot of T2K fans might be disappointed after T2K getting eliminated that early off inside the game. But Frypan is in a massive water trouble. He's the last man standing for Venom Legends, and that's going to be Venom Legends getting eliminated. Wow.
And I like the fact that it was F4 that gets the shot in from the back, of course. So you've got to be careful about that. People are going to be concentrating. They are going to be keeping an eye out of where the fights are breaking out. But right now, as far as the circle goes, DRS are going to be dead smack in the center as Turu Love is going to open up on Machine and make sure he puts him down, getting a little bit of revenge for his fallen teammate earlier.
Exactly. Now, again, take a look at A1 Esports. They're taking their sweet little time rotating inside, but even if they keep on rotating inside from the same side they might meet F4, and there might be a fight panning out. But talking about fights panning out, C-Line going up against Deadeyes. This is a massive fight to witness, as C-Line are going to be lobbing in so many nades. That nade is going to be detrimental and taking down Suyok, sir.
A good nade indeed. And of course, I like the fact that they already have their smoke screens deployed, because they know trouble is going to be just around the corner in every which direction. But Spooky is doing a good job right now keeping the enemy at bay, as Dominic over there gets a knock on Edgar with a beautiful grenade. Monkey finally waking up, a few vehicles being destroyed. Deadeyes Guys could be in a world of trouble. Their last man is standing. It is going to be Shifu, sir, but before they could go down, PN Legend comes in from the side and completely obliterates the team. And with that, we have another team that bites the dust.
Exactly, as the circle is shrinking down, so many fights are happening. XP Blood Legion going up against R3D. We didn't see them in the past doing real good. Dominic getting caught off guard from the right angle. It's going to be Joker doing an absolute phenomenal job catching Dominic off guard. Of course, now Nuclear is going to be the last man surviving from them as well. Nuclear trying his best to contest it down. Nuclear taken down as well. Now, Blood Legion are kind of not close to each other. They are kind of separated, and that is certainly going to be paying it off.
Well, R3D might have lost the guard of death as Anubis is down on the ground, but these guys are on a different level right now. The amount of aggression on display is just phenomenal. I do believe they've already racked up a total of 8 kills, as now we are down to the final 9 teams, 28 people alive, as the circle is going to keep shrinking further and further. And right now only 3 teams, in fact 4, still have all 4 members intact. PN Crew are leading the charge with 9 kills, and they are not done yet, as Suyog has been taken down as well. Shifu is finally going to be taken out of contention as well with a beautiful grenade lobbed to perfection.
And that's going to be the entire squad of Deadeyes completely getting banished outside the game. But again, now Ayush getting traded out by another squad. It's going to be StalwartFlex taking him down again. And I was exactly talking about there's going to be a massive chance of StalwartFlex taking this entire match in their hands, because they do know that this is going to be most of the crucial map that they need to get inside the hand, and of course they do realize, and they seem like they have woken up.
They have woken up indeed, and of course you just pointed that point out that it is going to be crucial, as they are at the bottom, and that is not where you want to be, as it looks like Chari has opened up on the enemy, knocking a member from DRS. Galzen is going to be down on his knees, as his teammate AJ will have his work cut out for them. But I love the fact that R3D are going in for the fights. They are actually bullying the opponents right now, and you did kind of mention Blood Legion. They were separated. Gyro is going to go down as well. Ryan has been spotted. A few lucky markers over there could give his position away in the smoke. He is going to be prone right about now, but the question is how long can he survive? But it looks like PN Crew are going to come under fire. Sandesh been taken down to the ground, and well, there you have it. He is out. Johnny seals the deal for his team.
Exactly. Now, take a look at Skylight Gaming. They're making the aggressive rotation inside the circle with those vehicles, but this might be a little bit detrimental for them, as they might get caught off guard in those outer frays by a lot of teams, because there are so many teams who are camping the edge of the zone. But F4 Destroyer gets caught off guard, but that nade is going to be suppressing his vision. Chari not able to take him down. Another nade lobbed in from Rayan, taking down Chari as well. What a beautiful play from the backlines, but doesn't matter, as Joker, again from the backlines, backstabbing him down.
And the fact is, R3D is just outside the circle, you know, in a position where teams aren't really going to anticipate anyone coming in. That is something, like I said before, that element of surprise is working in their favor. Now, PN Crew, these boys have been on fire. They've been firing on all cylinders. 4 kills for Legend himself, as he now goes up against determined Stalwart Esports. Again, like you mentioned, a very, very important game for them, as Wolverine, with his SLR, tried to lay down some shots in Skylight Gaming's direction, however, to no avail.
Exactly. F4 and StalwartFlex, this is going to be the most crucial games of their life for them. Of course, Khan getting knocked out from the players of F4. That is going to be a massive casualty, as Voltrix as well is on a real low HP. The fight is breaking down between StalwartFlex. Crypto taking a lot of shots. Voltrix getting knocked down in the process. It's going to be Johnny to take him down. Now again, F4 don't really want to challenge the fight, so the rest of the F4 members are not going to be reacting onto the entire situation that is happening. A1 Esports getting eliminated with that beautiful nade thrown by Wolverine, but Silvering absolutely compromising his position as he lobbed in that nade. That's going to be giving his position away, and that's going to be costing him his life as well. Now, Crypto has pushed in such further away, and that is going to be the maker of his death.
Now, the funny thing is, I get it. StalwartFlex, they realize that, the enemy is going to be outside the blue circle. They did try and push in the opposite direction. However, PN Crew's position is just amazing. They do have that high ground with R3D at one end as well, I beg your pardon. So it is going to be a bit tricky. We are going to see a final fight breakdown between PN Legends and R3D, in my opinion. And let me tell you one thing. R3D are going in for some good rotations. They are now going to be coming in pretty much behind DRS's AJ, and I think you have it. Virus does find AJ, and with that, DRS Gaming are going to be eliminated in the 5th position with a respectable 4 kills to the name. But what pops out for me most is they can now go and take the position that has just been vacated.
Exactly. And now again, DRS getting eliminated there, but it doesn't really matter. They actually did manage to secure themselves a lot of points as F4, Voltrix getting punished. Again, Voltrix is getting knocked out again and again as F4 has been completely eliminated outside the game as well. That nade might just do it. StalwartFlex, no, barely missing it as well, overcooking it. And that certainly is not going to be making it onto StalwartFlex as Johnny. The res will be coming on through by Uzum. And this is just going to be a massive stare-down competition, the trifecta of death, as R3D also still alive. They have made it out over here.
I like that trifecta of death. I mean, it is going to be a little tricky, but I like StalwartFlex's position right now because they do have that gradual slope, I beg your pardon, for cover, and they can just wait it out as PN Legend gets a knockout on the opposition over there. And now, of course, they have given those sound cues, so we are going to have a lot of random fire in the smoke, hoping that they connect a few shots. But Stalwart Esports, they have their work cut out. They do pick a fight with PN Legends, but they got to be careful. R3D could just pop up like a meerkat and put a few bullets in their noggin, something that they would not want. But anyway, we are now finally down. Stalwart Esports still have the man advantage. They have 4 members as compared to the other 2 teams, which could come in to help them. And just as I say that, 2 of them died. Nice. Good job, Ankit.
PN Crew seems like they have their foot on their accelerator as they are going to be accelerating against the player of Joker. R3D might get punished, but no. Legend paying the price of being over-aggressive again. Virus is still in the back lines, providing that little bit of cover there. But StalwartFlex, I really feel like StalwartFlex are looking real comfortable inside the game as well, as they have all of their players alive. They have only 2 of their players alive, but again, they can make the rotation as PN Crew. Killer YT is out in the open. He might get compromised as he did fire the shots, and maybe his position has been given away as Uzum has been taken down from the back lines by Ayush. Beautiful contestation from that man. Actually realized where he is positioned. And now Crypto trying his best to spot any players of PN Crew down. Doesn't really seem like he's going to be spotting any down though. So he's going to be taking that passive step this time. Doesn't really want to challenge a fight that easily.
Something that is going to work against R3D and StalwartFlex for that matter is the fact that, the zone has kind of shifted towards PN Crew's position. However, have a look at Killer Whitey's position. Now, he is just outside the circle. Again, it's going to be those moments where you don't expect an enemy to be there and suddenly you're like, uh-oh, I've messed up. So that is what I'm going to expect over here. Crypto could be shot in the back. Of course, remember, he is the last man standing for Stalwart Esports, but they have made it to the top 3, and 8 kills to their name already is no small feat. Looks like Crypto has an idea that someone could be here. He spots the weapon out. Yes, he does. Killer goes down. Of course, he could not finish his kill. He gets taken out. Before he did that, StalwartFlex out in the 3rd position with a respectable 8 kills. But like I said, I called it out. It is going to be R3D versus PN Crew. The question is, who is going to walk away the winner here in Erangel?
And now, of course, the fight has been challenged as Lazen has been taken down by Virus. But again, PN Crew, the rest is coming in through. And of course, Killer Rights, he will back out his feet as Ayush is still in a massive load of trouble. But again, Ayush spawning down Virus. Now, this is a massive fight erupting over here. Virus taking so many shots down as Ayush will be coming out on top. And that's PN Crew.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. PN Crew are going to win Erangel on day 2 of league play. Of course, you can see the elation on the boys' faces. They are happy. A few wry smiles, of course. You get a little shy in front of the camera, but PN Crew are the team that's going to walk away with the chicken dinner. But let's just give a few props to R3D Esports.
Yeah, they
the
did
aggression that this team showcased was just phenomenal. And all in all, this is the kind of PUBG Mobile match we want to witness.
Exactly. What a play from R3D. When they actually contested the high ground area on the hills, and they were doing such a good job, even contesting down Venom Legends.
For them.
Yeah, exactly. Even contesting down Venom Legends and even 7C.
even 7C. They did go for the big guns, and while you wrap your brains around all the action you just witnessed, you can always scroll back and have a look at the replays. We're going to take a quick little break, but don't go anywhere because we still have one more action-packed match in store for you. I just forgot how to English. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, it's the word on the sea, kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is South Asia season number 3. We just got done with game number 4 and that was just incredible, intense moment as we moved on into that final circle. But boy, oh boy, I mean that is the kind of action-packed game that was required from these teams that did stand out. And eventually, as we move on along, it is time to move on to our analysts and find out what do they think about the entirety of this game. Mates.
I'm really happy with how R3D are playing right now. I mean, the last game, this one as well, getting a lot of kills, and this time they get the position points as well.
Oh yes, that's going to work in their favor, absolutely no question about it. But talk about PN Crew as well, alongside the entirety of the 3 teams that of course were there, but that is going to be a conversation that we will look at. But right now, it is PN Crew. PN Crew's Ayush who gets that chicken dinner, and along with that, the MVP with 7 kills.
7 kills and 1,000 damage.
Yes, and you know, I really need to point it out. This final game of Erangel did have the maximum number of nade kills so far.
Oh yeah.
It was an artificial red zone all along.
I was just about to throw that analogy as well.
I mean, I'm talking about Legend. You know, maybe Sanhok could have been a luck factor, but
Right.
again, you go with those beautiful nades in Sanhok, continue that all the way towards Erangel. They wiped out 2 squads just on the verge of the fact that they had those nades going in for themselves.
Absolutely, and as we look on towards the top players coming in from this game, I mean, of course, PN Crew did stand out, but alongside that, I mean, Virus and Joker from R3G, just 2-man affairs, what they showcased, and beautiful turnover wins for this team.
Yeah, definitely. And the other 2 players from the side had 1 kill each as well, but definitely it was Virus and Joker who were, well, the cornerstones for their team's performance in this match specifically. I mean, an amazing performance being pulled out, and right at the very clutch moment as well, because R3D, they are not in a good spot. They were not in a good spot would be the right sentence right there, because after this game, I'm pretty sure they are putting themselves inside of the top 16.
Exactly, I mean, also, when you talk about that final circle, right, they were not in a good spot. They were only 2-man
literally.
squad, but all the other teams, they were looking really dominating, but it was just the perfect control that R3D brought in, and with that, it was them that, of course, got that wonderful turnover wins for this team, because they will be getting those points.
They certainly will, and you know, they did not really have the numbers stacking up in their favor. They did not really have the zone in their favor, but that did not deter them from getting those 14 kills. But look at PN Crew, lo and behold, 16 kills coming out from this this particular team. There you have StalwartFlex. So in the top 4, we did witness 3 Pakistani teams coming out, and it was PN Crew, the team from Nepal, getting that chicken. Now this changes a lot of things, because R3D, F4, they needed this.
Yeah, they desperately needed this, and they have gotten themselves, but it was just the fact that the team was lacking out on the number of kills as compared to the teams above them. But let's look at the surprises. XB Blood Legion just failing to show up again, sitting on the 9th position with 2 points. C9 in the same boat as XB Blood Legion, and that boat is sinking. It's the Titanic out there.
It certainly is, because again, when you look at Future Station as well, sitting on that 14th spot, it is, I mean, these teams, we of course expected them to bring up that oomph factor from their gameplay, right? Of course, I mean, Fixers, you have been mentioning it so many times eventually again, but it is just the kind of gameplay that resulted
You know,
in
I
not
have
their
to be.
favor.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but you know, I have to be critical about this fact. This is their 3rd PMPL. You are the veterans of your region. This is one of those squads that has been clutching out every single other team in those previous versions. This squad is synonymous with the kind of an aggression that they put on the table, but it completely is off. They certainly look lackluster.
You gave the answer yourself about what is happening before this segment. I mean, as you said, the level of performance, the skill level of the teams that are playing in this tournament right now in the PMPL South Asia Season 3, it's all a whole another level.
It certainly
And
is.
It gets really hard to compete.
Very, very true. Because again, when you talk about Future Station and the likes of these teams, it is going to be those rotations which, of course, do at times work in their favor, but eventually it is not only rotations working in their favor, you have to be able to capitalize them.
Now taking a look at the zone analysis that we have, this is one of the easiest circles that we did see for ourselves, because I think it's been almost around 6 months since we last casted an Everest circle.
Yeah.
So it was pretty much evident that it would be going towards the eastern side, and Ruins is one of those areas where we have seen those circles ending out. So I really felt that the teams that really managed to rotate in quick, they had an advantage. But Blood Legion, I think this is their nerves speaking right now. They are rattled, they are racked up. So again, falling short, having just those 2 players alive, and then they were pushed on and they were finished off. But this is where, you know, teams like PN Crew really took the charge. You know, they wiped out this one team, Team Seal. So they did that, naded, knocked them out. Deadeyes, they also
Yeah.
had to face the same fate.
Exactly, and especially considering, as you mentioned, it was a circle that was sort of out in the open, not enough cover for everyone to go in. That sort of builds up a really tricky situation for a lot of teams and a lot of players.
Yeah.
Because XB Blood Legion, as we did see for them, they were early to rotate in, quite exposed, and they got picked off. All the teams, majority of the teams that survived were the ones that were playing late.
Exactly, because again, I mean, those rotations might work in your favor or not, but eventually, once you are there, you have to be able to capitalize on those situations. And again, there were so many intense fights that took place all across the map. As Fix has mentioned, there were so many utilities being utilized. Let's have a look at all these moments combined together through, of course, the Oppo moments.
Now you really put up a nice point, you know, about utilities being used out. I certainly feel that was the cause of demise for a team like
Look at that.
StalwartFlex. I mean, yeah, the way High Voltage were playing over here right now, they could not really do much. They had an early exit, but Skylight Gaming, I mean, you would expect that kind of a performance. But carrying on forward the conversation that I was having on, you know, StalwartFlex certainly gave away the position in those final circles using too much of smoke grenades. Now, you get that advantage. Now you have that cover, you have that soft cover, but at the same time, when you have limited number of teams alive, that's certainly something you cannot afford. So many smokes, they were completely shrouded, and that's where teams like PN Crew really capitalized on that situation and took them down.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about StalwartFlex, I mean, they weren't in an easy situation themselves, having to deal with the players of F4, R3D, and PN Crew at the same time from the position of where they were. But kudos to R3D. They were aggressive in the early game stages.
Yeah.
Absolutely loved the beautiful Everest retake that they did against 7C, taking the peak from them and then coming down from the summit down to the open ground. And then when they lost their numbers, they sort of backed off, let PN Crew and Stalwart fight it out, and then just waited for the match to get over. They knew they weren't going to get the chicken dinner because the numbers advantage was not theirs, but the second position that they got, that was incredible.
Exactly, because those points certainly work in your favor. Along with them points, of course, was the damage that was dished out, not only from the utilities, but again, the aggression that was, of course, showcased from all these teams. And with that, of course, you're looking at 4 teams right here off the bat who have gotten above. I mean, look at that number right there, 26-26 coming in from PN Crew.
Looks like we are in New York.
Yeah.
Wow. Just
Definitely
perfect.
a few skyscrapers right there. And it is Skylight Gaming, Stalwart, R3D, and PN Crew. As you said, just 4 teams.
Yep.
And those 4 are the maximum kill-taking teams. But specifically, R3D and PN Crew, like securing what, 30 kills right there?
Combined.
Half the server.
Exactly, combined throughout the effort. Another thing to point out would be StalwartFlex, right? They started off that aggression right off the bat when there was a bridge camp coming in from 1952, and the way 1952 should have been able to capitalize was not. But of course, StalwartFlex was able to walk away from that. And not only that, they were in the top 3, top 5 with all 4 players alive. That makes a huge difference. With that, of course, let's have a look at the ranking itself. Let's have a look at the standings itself, because that is what the determining factor is. Only 16 teams, mind you, top 16 teams will move into the weekend final.
There you have it, PN Crew taking that first spot, and 96 points is what they're sitting at. But this is not the page that I really want to focus upon, because I'm really getting excited to see what is happening on the bottom half of the table. Now look at R3D, 7 places up.
Yeah, 7 places up, and also look at Future Station in the next part of the standings as they drop down 1 spot. There is a 6-point difference between Team F4 and Future Station right now. INES, they have taken a drop as well, but they find themselves still in a safer position with just 1 more match to go. There's a 7-point difference between INES and Future Station. there is a 8-point difference between A1 Esports and INES. So if both these two teams perform, only one will move forward. But there's 1952 and Team F4 on the 15th and the 16th position as well. So anything can happen in this final match.
Now, take a look at Future Station. You know, right from the start of the day, they were sitting at 23 placement points. Now, throughout the entire course of the games that we had, 4 games being played, just at 1 position points and 4 kills. Not the kind of an approach that you would have wanted for yourself.
Also, what has happened to A1 Esports? This was one of those teams that would always, you know this team knows how to get placement points. But what is happening right there? They have 7 placement points, they have 23 kills.
Johnny, seems like we need to have BTR in.
I have no idea.
I mean, every single time BTR is in the lobby, they are the champion slayers. They do that. So, I mean, talking about A1 Esports, they are there in those kill fragging department, but in terms of positioning, they're completely messed up.
A1 Esports is definitely slaying down teams with the amount of kills that they have right now. It's the placement points that are lacking for the squad. And if they can do that, because look at the survival times on the players, like 15 minutes on 3 of them, 14 minutes on 6, 9. But this team still has the kill. They have decent number of kills. I feel like if they can manage a top 3 finish in this matchup with, well, let's say 5 to 6 kills, they are pretty much going to the Super Weekend already.
It's not the kills that I'm actually worried about right now. I want them to have that top 3 positioning. It does not really matter if you have 1 kill or 2. You need that position point going in your favor because the difference is not too much.
They have an average of 1 placement point per match right now.
Absolutely. For now, that is the case, and that needs to change, mate. I mean, I understand the emotion fixes coming in from you, mate, but eventually, again, that needs to change because this is going to be the final game that will be coming right up about now, and that's going to be, of course, taking place on Sanhok once again. And in doing so, we once again only have B, C, D, and E chiming in, and for that, well, this is going to be the most critical situation for so many of these teams.
Oh yeah, because as of now, basically everyone is still in the fight to head towards the first Super Weekend. I won't even count Seal 9 out of the fight, because you know, 1 chicken dinner, they have a chicken dinner in this matchup. They sort of put up a performance just like R3D or PN Crew in the Erangel game, and Seal 9 makes it. So everyone is still in it, and I have no idea who's going to be out.
This has to be the game where Future Station and XP Blood Legend really pick themselves up.
Yes.
I mean, we have been critical about them kind of trying to end it in Erangel itself, but they have not done the job. So I have to take a look at where they are going to be dropping. So I'm going to call upon Future Station again for this one.
I'm totally going to skip the prediction this time because I have no idea what's going to happen in this match and what to expect.
That is true, mate, but what we can certainly expect, of course, it is a map Sanhok. We know that right off the bat, you're going to be looking at early domination, early destruction coming on right off the bat, and that means it is now time finally to get into the game. Let's move on to our commentators, who once again are going to be none other than Necro and XP.
Before we start off, let me just point one thing out. Johnny, I think that's the right call. That's the right decision. Why put yourself out there, right? But anyway, we are back. Of course, I'm joined by Necro once again, and this is going to be the final match of the evening. Not just the final match of the evening, the final match for league play in this very first week before the first Super Weekend. And now the question is, who's going to make it through? Because it is razor thin down there.
I mean, it's Sanhok, you know? Everything comes down to that zone.
Anything can happen. This is what Fixers love saying is the RNG factor. However, today's Sanhoks have been a little bit more tactical, and the teams have approached it with a bit more finesse, if I should say so. But everything is going to go out the window now because for some teams it's going to be a passive game because they need to make sure they get at least those 1 or 2 points to inch over, say, INES, who, against all odds, Necro, are still holding on to the 14th position.
Well, I mean, INES again, I mean, not really having the time of their life, you know? Maybe I really feel like INES, it's kind of tough to say. It's kind of tough to say, but
it is
INES might not make it.
Ooh, all right, there you have it. He might not make it, but then let's just quickly have a look at the teams that are below them. 1952, A1 Esports. He has a wry smile on his face right now, but don't worry, we'll pull him up for that later as well. Without further ado, we're going to stop talking. Well, we're not going to be on the screens. Sanhok is finally underway. The plane is going to be in the sky one last time in week 1. And well, this time around, we are going to be flying over Camp Alpha. Boot Camp is going to be nearby. Paradise Resort is going to be directly under the flight path, and it's going to end all the way to the northeast at Mong Nai. And as usual, Necro, just take us to the drop spots.
Exactly. I mean, I really feel like over here, maybe a lot of teams, I feel like a lot of teams might actually go for the Hatian area, and even we do know, somewhere down the line, of course, if A1 Esports was playing over here, the main thing they actually aim for is the Paradise Resort. They like to go there. And even like Blood Legions, they even like to go there, but this time seems like they have taken a different route.
They have taken a different route. Looks like they're going to be heading down towards Camp Charlie or even Pine Nun. We're going to have to wait and see whether they're going to open their shoots early or just a little bit late. But again, right now, for teams like Blood Legion, for teams like 1952, survival is the name of the game as well. The first circle is going to be on our screens, and this time it's kind of going to make everyone happy. It is going to be more on the main island with Paradise Resort pretty much as the epicenter of all future action, which means, well, A1 Esports would have been happy. However, as you did mention out, they had a few other ideas. They do have Skylight Gaming coming in close by, so we just might see an early skirmish.
Exactly. As I said, A1 Esports, again, contesting that Paradise Resort area, and Skylight Gaming being in those nearby phrases. But Leon has been separated from his pack, and so is Heaven. So even if Leon gets contested down by A1 Esports, that might be a massive disappointment for Skylight Gaming, because losing off such a teammate early off is going to be a massive, a detrimental start for you.
Absolutely, and one thing you just kind of mentioned, Skylight Gaming and Future Station, of course, they have full control of boot camp. The thing is, because of what the circle was like in the first Sanhok, that's where we saw Skylight Gaming getting caught out in the water, if you remember game number 1. However, this time, they do not have to make a western migration, and all they have to do is basically run across land if they need to. So my question is, are we going to see a fight break out early on? Because they know the boot camp is occupied by Future Station, and well, if they want to play spoil sports, they can do so, because again, like we said earlier, this is a crucial game for Future Station.
Well, I mean, for now, taking a look at the map, it doesn't really seem like Skylight Gaming are interested in challenging the fight. They are going to be backing off. They are going to be backing off from the edges as well. But now they need to also realize that A1 Esports is in those Paradise Resort areas. And the way these guys are moving, it really seems like they are somewhere down line, lurking around those Paradise Resort area. If A1 Esports has any kind of clue where Skylight Gaming is, then that might be a little bit of, pickly situation for them, because even R3D in those nearby phrases, and when they hear those gunshots, I really feel like they will be joining the party.
And of course, Paradise Resort, it's a beautiful place to be at, not just for the picturesque scenery, but of course the angles that you can make up in that little compound. Because if you have a look, R3D, as you did mention, are moving in a bit towards the northwestern part of the Paradise Resort, where we have the guest house. You have a little hill up there from where you can actually rain down there, jump onto the walls, jump onto the roofs. So A1 Esports have to be careful, and I think they are kind of anticipating that. They are kind of content with their share of the loot, and they are basically moving out to conceal themselves, I would rather say, in one of the smaller huts nearby.
Exactly. The comfort is going to be the main thing inside the game as well. If you're comfortable, then maybe there's a massive chance you might get the chicken dinner. But again, talking about the previous Sanhok map that happened, of course, the map 3, A1 Esports got eliminated early off. They were the first team that got eliminated on the 16th place. Now, I don't really know how that happened, or like how exactly what was going in through their mind and how they actually got contested that early off. But if the history repeats itself, then I really feel like A1 Esports is in massive water trouble.
I mean, I couldn't agree less with that, because that is spot on, to be honest with you. And I think the reason why they did get obliterated early on was they didn't just go up against one team. Like I said, Paradise Resort, it is going to be one of those places which attracts team, not only for the loot, but also for the security, the safety behind the walls over there. So that is something that this time around they are not taking chances with, as they've already moved a lot further east from Paradise Resort. But right now, StalwartFlex, another big game for them. This is going to be a little crucial. Again, they didn't do too bad in the last game as well. Maybe they could have been a little bit more content with a few more kills to their name, but those placement points are definitely something that helped them in their endeavor to make it to the Super Weekend. But again, all eyes are going to be on who the 4 teams at the bottom are going to be, because of course, when you're out of the first Super Weekend, you you have a massive mental block, first of all, and I don't want you guys to, lose the confidence and think that, the game has been... I'm done. I'm sorry. This is another AWM. This is unfair right now. No. No. Somebody needs to go and pick up this gun and just fire it. Just let us hear the sound once.
Exactly, the sound is just so crispy. You know, it's just when you hear that, your ears are actually pleasured. And again, I want to point out one thing. Now, if you take a look at how 1952 is positioned, they're completely separated from the pack. Now, that might be harmful for the way these guys are positioning themselves. Of course, 7C isn't moving in the nearby phrase as well, and even Venom Legends are moving right next to them. So that might be a little risky, but for now, again, taking a look at A1 Esports. Now, they have moved quite closer to T2K, and if T2K actually move a little bit more further, which they will probably when the circle is going to be shifting, I really feel like the circle might be shifting somewhere down.
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out whether it's going to be a southern rotation or not. But right now on our screens, we do have Future Station. It looks like they are hot on the heels of Skylight Gaming. They're like, hey, wait a second. You didn't want to take us on at the boot camp. It's all right. You guys run away. We're just going to follow you and maybe put a few bullets in. But it looks like Joker and the boys, they have an idea that someone is going to be coming in for their kill sooner than later. But right now, A1 Esports, as you did mention earlier, see, I think it's a good decision what they made right now. So
Yeah.
Paradise Resort, again, hotly contested property. They were like, you know what, we have a decent amount of loot, and we are going to go and secure a compound. And have a look at how they are spread out. Each member has one corner on lockdown, and they're not going to take any chances unless the zone forces them out.
And exactly, High Voltage are doing the same thing. It's like they have written down its strategy inside the textbook. They're rotating all the way, all the time from those outer phrases of a hot tin, and they're not taking the bridge. They actually rotate from those waterways, and Deadeyes are going to be there to welcome them. If they're going to be doing the same thing, and if Deadeyes is not going to be moving from the position that they have right now, then that might be a really massive trouble for High Voltage as well. But PN Crew, again, inside the same position, but they are kind of separated out between them as well. Now, they will probably need to make the rotation to the next of their teammates.
I'm kind of surprised that not a single body has hit the ground so far. We still have every single team intact. 64 players are still alive as well. The first circle is going to be imploding in on itself in about 30 seconds from now. A lot of teams are still going to be outside the circle. You did kind of brush up on High Voltage, but then again, have a look. They have a lot of options right now. And you know, the first circle isn't going to be hitting you that hard as compared to the later stages. One thing that we did kind of miss out was the fact that S9, Seal 9, they actually got into the boats and they made that northern rotation and are now north of Mongai. So you kind of also mentioned T2K earlier.
Yeah.
They've got to be careful because now they are potentially, well, in a potential position to get sandwiched.
Exactly, yeah, the sandwich might be happening. As you did mention, the way these guys rotated took a lot of time. That took a lot of time, and also they might have to compromise on the loot as well, because you will have to root as fast as you can, and even when you do know that you will have to make such a long rotation, then that is going to be a massive and a long way to go. So even as well, T2K, as you did mention, might be in a position to get sandwiched. But DRS are certainly moving right behind A1 Esports as well. Now, all these teams might be clashing against each other at the same time. Imagine the chaos.
I mean, that is what Sanhok is all about, and deep down inside, that is what I want. I want some chaos, I want some pandemonium, as we are going to have a nice little picturesque view of the plane. It is going to be dropping its payload off. There you have it. The question is, what is inside? It's going to be another AWM because the gods of PUBG are just playing jokes on us.
Well, I mean, let's see. Yeah, exactly. Let's see what is the gift that they have given us. But again, I really want to point one thing out. Now, a lot of teams are getting in those nearby phrases, and again, this is exactly what I was saying. Venom Legends and 7C are in those nearby phrases, and the Nox will be coming in as well, as Leon has used the AWM. Finally, you wanted to see it, and the AWM is on the board.
Keep talking, because I'm just going to smile for the next 1 minute.
Well, exactly. The fight is panning out, as Frypan has spotted Dominic inside the little hut, and he might be contested. He is pinned down. The sights are locked from the side of Frypan, but again, it doesn't really seem like Dominic is going to be that easy of a kill to get inside their hand, as Nightwing is all out in the open. He might get caught off guard. Dominic trying his best to get him knocked down, but it's going to be from those backlines. Gyro providing that essential cover and taking Nightwing down, and this is exactly what I'm saying, the synergy of the team, and this is what is playing the game for Blood Legion.
And of course, right over here, we are going to have a little bit of a three-way situation as Venom Legends are going up against Blood Legion. But in the background, I did see a couple of other teams. 7Cs are nearby as well. Something interesting happened. So 1952, we're going to be caught in the crossfire right now. They decided, you know what, position points are what we're going for. They got in a vehicle, they went out in the blue, and now they are already in the circle under quarry. So that is a good decision on their part, of course. They're going to let them fight it out. Ooh, I thought that was a grenade. Of course, it was just a little bit too short as Steel Shot is trying to get a knock on the members of 7Cs. Again, the fact is that they're still in the circle. Have a look on the top right of your screen. They're still in the circle. It is at the edge, but the question is for how long can they rely on that? Because if it does make another shift, then, well, either they're going to have to wipe one another out, or they're going to have to basically go their separate ways and move in.
Exactly, and even if the another shift does happen, they will have to fight against a lot of teams while they are trying to rotate inside. But the fight is still going on. The fight is still progressing as Venom Legends is going to be punishing Gyro off in the spot that he is. Frypan doing an absolute incredible job holding it off as well. He has been doing so good, but the backlines is where you need to watch out, and 7C is going to be the one to take him down as well from the backlines. That is going to be a really disappointing status coming in for Venom Legends as well. But Steel Shot is secure and safe inside that little hut, but for how long? Until his position might get compromised by 7C, and I really feel like that might be the end for Steel Shot.
Lovely decision by the members of 7C. As soon as Turu Love was lost, they made the decision to get in their vehicles and actually go past the action where we saw Steel Shot trying to gun the opposition down. Now, they are in prime position to be king of the hills and basically wait for these guys to trickle in, while now we're going to focus our attention up north as DRS are going to be sharing some tight confined places with the boys from T2K. Let's see if all that training is going to come in handy, as blah 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 is going to be the first to draw blood in this situation. AJ goes down. Mafia Ninja had the right idea, but it was going to be a 2-on-1 situation. He gets taken down. Rated coming in and sealing the deal, which means Mr. Boro and Galzin now have their work cut out for them.
Exactly. DRS in a massive world of trouble, losing out on two of their players. AJ still knocked out. He is trying to retreat next to his teammate, but is that going to be that easy of the job, as utilities are coming in through? The smoke grenades have been popped. Mr. Boro might just get the res onto AJ, and of course he will. But T2K are all the way flanking from the right side, and they might actually get the situation entirely in their hands. The nades will be lobbed in, as it's going to be raided, sir. Is that nade going to be making it? No, it is not. Only the other side of that rock, as Mr. Boro is going to be the one to back off, and seems like he is going to be repositioning himself, but Reddit, sir, has already compromised his position. That nade is going to be doing it. Wow, what a nade. But again, a return nade coming in from these lads. The trades are happening left and right as AJ is back on his feet. He's going to be trying to finish the kill, but again, focusing on the fact that there is one more guy right next to him. It's going to be Jane. And Jane is going to be compromising onto AJ, and of course he will. AJ has been taken down in the process, and now DRS are in a massive world of trouble.
Let me say one thing, Jane's trigger discipline was on display right now, because he could have gone around and got the knock on AJ, but the fact that Utsarga, and just as I say that, a headshot coming in from on top, who is definitely on top of his game, making sure he does as much damage as he can. Now, they are going to be moving in, Deadeyes Guys are coming in as well, but behind them, we still have more trouble on the horizon. A sealed miner coming in, Galzin again with an amazing big grenade, has knocked out, well, blah, 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 and with that, we have the first team to be eliminated from this game, and surprise, surprise, ladies and gentlemen, that team is none other than Trained to Kill.
Wow, we certainly did not expect.
I mean, I'm kind of like in shock right now.
Yeah, the way these guys got contested by them, that was just an absolute beauty. But again, it's more kind of came down to like the utility usage in the end, and a lot of smoke grenades and the nades were being used, and trying to kill somewhere downline where it did fall less.
Love this play over here.
Yeah, exactly. This nade was just so good, and exactly this nade again.
Also, it's not just the grenade, it's the way he's pushing forward, because worst comes to worst situation, the thing is, if you hear a grenade near you, you get up and you start running. You're not going to get up and start shooting. So he had the right idea, but of course, the other grenade doing the job. But now Hungry Box, hungry for more, they are going to be taking the fight to A1 Esports, but it's Sinister who gets first blood in this situation. Shifu, in fact, is going to be taken out of his misery.
Exactly, and Sinister going to be the one to actually take him out of his misery as well, as Deadeyes seems like they might be in a little bit of trouble. Now they do not really have that good of a position on top. We did see, you know, this man getting in those flank angles as well, but Wadu, sir, take a look at this man's trigger discipline. He has spotted both of those players from DRS, but he's waiting for the right opportunity to strike, as Wadu, sir, is not going to be trying to give his position away, but it seems like one of the players from Deadeyes is careless. He's going to be driving the buggy right through the middle. It's going to be Hungry Box. Now, of course, Hungry Box being one of the best players that Deadeyes have to offer, and also being the recent addition. He was a former member of Vibes as well. And I really feel like overall the way he's playing with Deadeyes is just an absolute beauty to witness.
Absolute beauty indeed. And I do kind of like that move over there, because Hungry Box, it's not like he's going to flank the enemy. They're trying to make sure that they secure a position, because Barusa, he was left behind, but looks like Dante definitely had an idea where he was. And again, have a look at how A1 Esports are playing. They are not overextending. They are making sure that the opponents, that the enemies make all their mistakes. And right now, they just want to capitalize on their mistakes, which again, knowing what's on the line is the right move.
Exactly. I mean, they have been getting eliminated in those early off in the previous maps as well, and now they have finally woken up. They do know how they need to contest those fights again, and this is what exactly it comes down to.
As you know, the analyst Des mentioned earlier, the kill departments, they're fine. It's the placement points that they need.
Exactly. And this is exactly what they're trying to do, playing passive, but for now, I'm going to hold on to my words. As a fight is panning out, it's going to be R3D and Seal9, and seems like Seal9 are going to be in a massive lot of trouble, but Edgar as well, he's barely surviving, but the heal is going to be coming in through, and Edgar will be certainly fine for a long time. Look at Joker's position. They don't have any clue on Joker's position as well. Seal9 might get compromised by Joker here. He's waiting for a right-timed strike, and seems like Seal9 are going to be making a lot of sound, and certainly Joker is well aware of their exact position as well. Take a look at this aggression from Spooky. He wants to finish that kill and also confirm it, and that will be happening right there. But certainly, he is quite lucky that he didn't get caught off guard while he was trying to rotate to that kill.
Or, I mean, you know, the ifs and buts are some words that you're not supposed to use. But right now, it looks like Roy was not being careful. He gets shot in the back. Joker, as you did mention, the silent guy gets up, whips out his weapon, and is going to put one of them down on the ground. Now, the revive is going to come in the nick of time. Roy just surviving by a sliver of HP, as Monkey is going to make sure he retaliates with as much firepower just to keep the enemy at bay. Again, you want to make sure you have all your members intact right till the end if you want to have a little bit of an advantage. And as soon as he's picked up, they dash for that safe spot. But right now, 1952, they are lying in wait for the boys from StalwartFlex to come in. The question is, are they aware the compound is already taken?
Exactly. Seems like they are quite well aware, as Uzum is down to such low HP, and Crypto going to be spotting one player down, and Sharp as well is down to such low HP, as Tofik has went down in the process. Now, to Sharp trying his best to get the medkit off as well, and he probably will. But seems like this time StalwartFlex are getting compromised from those backlines, and then 1952 eliminating the last member as well.
Well, let me just say one thing, 1952, they definitely have the kills in their hands. They might just get a few position points. They just might make it to the Super Weekend. But StalwartFlex, we are going to have to bid you adieu in the 15th position with 2 kills to your name. Now, Venom Legends, again, finding themselves in a similar situation. The situation being them being depleted to a 2-man squad. This time, however, it's going to be Nightwing and Void. Can they do something drastic over here? Because behind them, we do have high voltage coming in hot. Although the blue zone is going to play a little bit of a spoil sport as well. But elsewhere, PN Crew opening up on Future Station as Machine is down on his bloody knees.
Exactly. PN Crew is walking up right behind Future Station, following the footsteps as Machine has been taken down and compromised by Ayush. And he certainly does want to confirm that kill, as, oh yes, the kill will be confirmed. And that is going to be a massive relief for them as well, as Future Station are down to just 3 members now. But they are edge camping the zone, and the nade will be doing a lot of damage. But certainly PN Crew are looking quite good, at least for now. But Kopshi is still in those far frays, and that nade is going to be detrimental. Bad Drave throwing an absolute incredible nade onto them. And now PN Crew certainly in a massive water trouble, as the situations have been turned around. But Bad Drave getting caught off guard, trying to lob that nade in, and certainly overexposing himself, as Kopshi is trying his best to keep the cover alive for his teammate, trying to keep Bad Drave alive. But Killer YT, no, he's getting caught off guard from those right angles, and that is going to be such a disappointing factor for PN Crew. But again, Sandesh being the last member alive for PN Crew, trying his best not to give his kills away that easily. So he is going to be staying right behind the cover as well. But Future Station, Gremlin Storm, this time they're challenging a lot of fights. Even PN Crew and now Skylight Gaming. This is a statement right here.
a staple indeed, and of course we do have Leon, the king himself, with that AWM dishing out damage left, right, and center. Something that we would definitely want to see, but looks like he's been taken out as Memo over here is going to make sure high voltage are sent packing as they get eliminated in the 12th position. Now, the fight between P and Crew is still going to be going on with Future Station. Sandesh, of course, the last man standing, and looks like all odds are against him, but it is going to be a one-on-one situation. Evil Eye is not backing away from a fight. He has a decent amount of utilities on him, but the fact that he's out in the blue, you don't really want to be shooting at a full squad.
Exactly. And you certainly do not want to gather attention as well when the zone is going to be shrinking down to its slowest. Now, A1 Esports does know that there is one of the squads right outside the zone as well, and Sinister is going to be pinning them down outside the zone. Of course, that is going to be a massive factor as well, as it's going to be C9. They are in a massive water trouble because A1 Esports, they are waiting for them to make any kind of movement, and they want to catch them off guard. As Evil Eye, look at this man, and of course he will be taken down. Now, even R3D Esports, we did see them do real good in the last map, and this time they are getting eliminated off in this early phases.
Well, they have been sent packing as well, but let me just point one thing out. A1 Esports have surprised me. I do believe they have 7 kills to their name. Let's make that 8. No, that was Wolverine who came in with that final kill on Seal 9's Anchor, which means Seal 9 are going to be bowing out in the 8th position. The question is, did they have enough kills? We're going to have to wait and find out. 2 points for their kills is not going to be enough to propel them to the top 16. Meanwhile, F4 are still in this game. And I like the fact, see, A1 Esports, they made all the right decisions.
Yeah.
The fact that they moved out quick and they are holding down the fort, not overextending, they just might make it to the Super Weekend.
They certainly learned from their mistakes as the rotation wheels coming in through from F4. This is going to be a crucial game for even Blood Legion F4, and this fight might be so detrimental that we actually do not want to miss it. Voltrix taking a lot of shot onto Rayan, but Rayan barely getting hit as well. Now, Voltrix making the move onto players of Blood Legion, but it's going to be so risky to do as well. But now F4, take a look at what these guys are doing. These guys are absolute madmen as they're going to be rotating right inside open, and Dominic, of course, catching Khan off guard, and the other player is going to be right across the angle, but Gyro from the backlines is going to be providing that essential cover and taking the last man down from 7C.
Blood Legion finally dishing out damage this time. Fixes in the background is definitely a happy guy right now, but Deadeyes Guys are going to be out in the 4th position, which means, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 3 teams in this last game of league play. Week 1 here in PMPL Season 3. 10 players are still alive, and against all odds, A1 Esports have played it clinical.
Wow.
They have done a wonderful job. Wow. They've held their ground, and they haven't backed away from fights, mind you.
Exactly. I mean, they have been just holding off their ground. And certainly it's like, why do we need to fear if we have our ground secure for ourselves? And this is exactly what A1 Esports is doing, certainly learning from the mistakes that they've made. But 7C again in a heavy fire as the vehicles will be blasted out by Sinister. So there will be no means of transport for them to make an early rotation inside.
One thing I just noticed, I loved A1 Esports rotation. They could have gone basically straight in towards the center. It is the higher ground, but they know what the enemy is. They went all the way around, hugging the blue zone. There you have it. Dominic has been wiped out, and now they are just going to pick on the remaining members one by one, basically making it easy for them to walk away with the kills. There you have it. Double digits have already been secured. 10 kills for A1 Esports. Now, these boys are playing like we've expected them to play, or what we've come used to seeing them do in big tournaments.
Oh, Gyro might get spotted by Dante here. And of course he will.
Donzo.
That's going to be XP Blood Legion getting eliminated on the 3rd position. Of course, they did quite good, but they could have did way much more better, as Rayan was the one to, you know, get the casualty inside the fight that happened against F4. Look at the risk coming from Dante. He's not going to be stopping anytime soon, as Nemo has been taken down as well. And now it seems like A1 Esports have the entire situation in their head, as Fear has been taken down in the end. And that's going to be A1 Esports taking the entire game in their head. And that's a massive chicken dinner, even with the kills.
Forget style. Forget everything. What was this confidence that was infused right now? I mean, they just went for it. A1 Esports, you all were wondering, where are these boys? Well, there you have it. They are on your screens right now. They are going to be a happy bunch, winning the final game. And pretty much, let's see if it's going to be enough to take them to the Super Weekend. But of course, we're going to have to wait and find out. I mean, they were surprised. We're surprised. The camera was off us, thankfully, because I was just standing like, what just happened? Where did this aggression, where did this confidence coming from? But that is how it is. Winner chicken dinner in the last game is going to go A1 Esports way. And now, something important to tell you. We are going to head for a little bit of a break, but there's something you need to come back for, because I'm sure, like us, you're waiting with bated breath to see who makes it to the Super Weekend. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back once again, for this has been an incredible turn of wins where indeed, of course, we are joining you from the PUBG Mobile arena in, of course, South Asia of PMPL, and boy oh boy, I mean, this could not have gotten any better. With that, of course, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Vook up your fun, but it has been a fun, incredibly exciting, awesome day. With that, let's move on to our casters and find out, or not the casters, sorry, my analysts, and find out, dudes, I mean, you guys were calling it, and here we are. The teams that needed those points have gotten them.
Two of them, XP Blood Legion and A1 Esports also. This is what I was talking about when we said A1 Esports. They know how to get those placement points, but bring the aggression along with it, and especially that final moment. Experiment wasn't the only person that was shocked. I mean, by dancing Dante right there behind the tree, just taking on the players of 7C. An incredible performance from these lads.
Absolutely. With that, of course, let's have a look at the most valuable player coming in from this game, and that, of course, goes down towards Dante. I mean, indeed, as you just pointed out, Johnny.
The dancing man.
The dancing man, indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just phenomenal play fixes.
Right now, you know, A1 Esports, they never had that trouble getting those kills. It was those position points that they were struggling with in the first day. And also throughout the second day, up until the last match. Nerves of steel is what they have in themselves right now, because the way they held on, and it was not just a chicken dinner with less kills. They were absolutely bombarding in the lobby.
See,
they decimated the
lobby. Just before this game, I said they have an average of 1 placement point per game, and then they get a chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I mean, that was top-notch performance indeed. But along with that, let's also have a look at the top players, where indeed we do have 2 players coming in, of course, from A1 Esports. That's going to be Dante and Sinister, followed very closely with Wolverine from F4 and Rig.
See, I'm not really surprised with Dante again being there in the top players, because even yesterday, despite the fact that they were so below in the overall standings, Dante was there in the kill leaderboards. He was racking up the kills for his team. And like we mentioned, you know, they were having trouble with their rotations, not really getting those positioning points. But then again, you know, you have to feel it for Future Station. Again, those same mistakes being made. Taking a fight against a team like PN Crew that has already solidified their spot, also in the upper echelon of the overall standings, that was not a right call to make.
Exactly, because when you know a team, when you as a team know that you are already making it in the last matchup, you aren't going to be afraid of any fight that comes your way. You want to get things over as quickly as possible, and to do that, you're going to go aggressive. It doesn't matter how many players try to push you, you're going to take those fights head on, and that is exactly, as you said, why it was a bad decision. But still, the other teams that we were talking about, Sceneline did the same thing. Sceneline also tried to go aggressive, did not work out for them. But for A1 Esports, XP Blood Legion, I mean, right now it's just like the coin is in the air whether these teams make it or not.
Absolutely. For now, that is what it has been. Of course, the storyline has been that. But moving on towards the match summary, you look at Wolverine from F4. I mean, again, when it comes to this lad, every single time he does bring in a lot of damage towards the other players of the lobby, but their push always does seem to be a bit uncalled for.
But you know, Lakshay, I'm really kind of willy-nilly about F4 being able to make it or not, because they had the position, they had those kills also going in their favor. But the ice-breaking fight over here was them going against Blood Legion, where Dominic really outstood them. And he took down those last 2 players, and, well, Blood Legion went on to get the 3rd spot.
Absolutely. I mean, talk about those rankings. That was just phenomenal plays, but eventually, again, it always does fall back on towards how did this game fare out for these teams. And with that, let's also, of course, have a look at the same, where you do know for a fact, as we just witnessed, A1 Esports with a dominating play, 14 kills to this team just when you needed it.
Well, definitely an amazing performance, and as you said, just when they needed it, they show up. A1 Esports, XP Blood Legion as well. These 13 points are definitely going to help them out, because as we saw before this matchup, the difference was not that big. But as we move forward to the second chart of the standings, there's going to be a surprise. Future Station not performing this game as well.
I mean, it's not a surprise for me anymore, to be honest, Johnny. We have to be scoffing about it. Future Station, this is one of those teams that we have such high hopes from. And not just us, all the fans out from Bangladesh certainly know that this is one of those teams that can actually potentially win the PMPL. And you know, watching them in this condition, not really making it to the Super Weekend, I mean, that's not a kind of a start that you would want in this league.
No team wants that actually. Fixes absolutely correct. It is painful to actually even bring that up because again, I mean, league play just started. There's just day number 2. 2 days you had 10 games in total, but that's how it fared out to be. But with that, let's move on to the zones themselves. Of course, it is always about those rotations, if they will pan out in your favor, if the end game will work in your favor. And with that, let's go through the zone analysis.
Well, definitely, and it was quite an interesting circle because this is something that Fixes asked for in the previous match on Sanhok.
Exactly. You know, I really wanted to see a quarry circle. It was initially heading towards quarry where F4 did have a good position, but right at that point, you had that curveball coming in and the circle took an eastern ship. Now, this is where A1 Esports, look at their position. They had so many players that they could easily spot out, and their path, their rotation path, that was way clear. They easily took that northern route. They did manage to fend off the other pushes over there, and yes, they went a complete ham inside the lobby, managed to get those 14 kills for themselves. I mean, even after the game was over, you did see that sigh of relief from the players.
Well, definitely. And if you are someone in that game, there's definitely going to be a sigh of relief after those moments. And it was quite interesting to see how the fights were taken, as Fixes you so wonderfully pointed out, specific moments where teams made those over-aggressive moves. I mean, towards the very end as well, we saw the same things happening, but that is the reason why we saw the performances coming in from the side of A1 Esports and XB Blood Legion.
Along with that, another thing to point out, of course, is going to be, well, that was one of those few moments. The moments all started way back when T2K was the one pushing along with 4 team members strong against DRS and was taken down. And along with that, it is time to move and jump into these Oppo moments.
So these guys come in, take on 2 players of the DRS, and then Deadeyes Guys come in as a third party with their own, well, sort of a situation, creating ruckus for the players of T2K. But it was an interesting scenario because DRS, they took this one quite perfectly.
You know, you have to give it out to Galton. Those nades, those beautiful, precise nades, they pretty much did the job for them. But here you have Dominic. Had he not clutched this one out, things could have been entirely different, even going after wall trucks over there. But still, you know, you have to give the ups to Wolverine. Had he not racked up those 5 kills, I think this team could have been in a whole world of trouble, not even being able to qualify.
I mean, look at the level of aggression and confidence from the side of from the players of A1 Esports in the end. That was impressive. But we have the damage histogram in front of us right now, and look at the players from DRS Gaming. That fight against the players of Team T2K, they had to clutch that one out, and they definitely did it quite nicely.
Dudes, there's no other team that has even crossed 2-digit marker but A1 Esports for this game.
I mean, look at it. These are the kind of damage numbers that we are not accustomed to, at least in Sanhok. I mean, 1,000, 1,500, understandable. But you know, once you're hitting that 1,900, 2,000 mark, then you're absolutely going bonkers. I mean, these are bizarre numbers.
Exactly, and also, I mean, one thing that I would like to point out over here is going to be R3D, because there's been a halt that has been put. They have been stopped in their tracks. Their aggression was taken care of in this game, so they're going to have to figure out another way with which they can pull off the same performance the way they did in the last 2 matches, but do it throughout the Super Weekend now.
Exactly, because it always is about consistency. And now, talking about consistency, of course, this is league play, day number 2 almost coming to an end. That implies we've got to look at the overall rankings, because after all, only top 16 teams are going to be moving on to play the massive, incredible opportunity of being a part of the awesome 3-day affair. Super Weekend awesomeness, and in that we know for a fact when it comes to the first page, it is looking phenomenal, it is looking ludicrous, because all these teams have showcased in the past 2 days just perfect turn of events. Talk about PN Crew getting 2 chicken dinners with that sort of a gameplay. 100 points lead to this team is beautiful. But move on along to the second page, the most crucial page, where of course Fixes was mentioning about FS. We were talking about so many other teams, XB Blood Legion. What team will it be that will move on along? This is getting that much more anticipatory. What is going on? It's getting jittery over here, but yes, with that, it is an ouch moment for INES 1952 Future Station as well as Season 9. Johnny.
And it was as you said, Lakshay. It is 1 point separating XB Blood Legion and 1952.
I mean,
and it's that 1 kill.
Yes.
For me, what's going on right now in my mind is the previous game that we witnessed, right? 1952 was in that perfect bridge camp position. Stalwart comes in, breaks that position down and knocks them down one after the other, taking points towards StalwartFlex. But 1952, INES, Future Station, so very much need to adjust and acclimatize to the entirety of the lobby fixes.
From the 18th position, a rise up all the way to the top. Over here, 11 position, 7 position points popped over. 37 kills coming in for the boys from A1 Esports. I mean, they have been there through the thick and thins of it. I was telling you, right? All they needed to find was the tempo, their rotation path. If they do it right, nobody can really stop them, and that is exactly they have portrayed. You know, they are a force to be reckoned with. Now they are going into the Super Weekend, and this last match is certainly going to boost up their morals, and I think the Bangladeshi fans will be in for a delight.
Well, with that, let's have a look at the teams that, of course, are going to be the part of this first ever PMPL South Asia Season 3 Super Weekend Awesomeness. And these other teams, congratulations to all of them, of course. Venom came online a bit late, but showcased wonderful turnover wins for themselves. XP Blood Legion coming it down to 1 point difference.
Well, it was 1 point, but if you make it, you make it. And XP Blood Legion, they have to make sure that they do not miss out on this opportunity. They get as many points from this first Super Weekend as they can. Because, I mean, it is definitely a start that they wanted. If you miss out on the Super Weekend like the 4 teams did just now, we saw INES, 1952, Future Station and Seal9. Even if they come back in the second Super Weekend, they're going to be starting off from a back foot. They are going to be on a disadvantage. So it's going to be a troublesome situation. And in order to make it even worse for the teams that did not make it, you need to make sure that you do your best. Plus, also every single chicken dinner in the Super Weekend, $1,000.
Exactly, and along with that, the kind of points that you rack up are going to be working in your favor compared to the other teams who are going to be starting off from a bit of a back end. That's going to be based on the next weekend. That, again, only time will answer. But right now, let's move on along. We've seen a lot of kills throughout these past 2 days. Let's have a look at the kill leaders from the games today.
Completely not surprised from what we are really witnessing. Assassin has to be there. He was that one player that kept the team in the flow of things. And you know, we did see Ziol, of course, one of those players that was in the top. But yesterday, he still racked up quite some kills. Baron, of course, making an entry, and Dante, you know, considering his prowess in the last game and being consistent throughout. But now we are in a position where we do not see Future Station playing the first Super Weekend. So this sort of takes me back to the GC, where we did have Nova XQF not playing the third Super Weekend. So I think now is the time that they kind of wake up to their senses, realize the level of competition has increased way too much, and if they do not perform any single game, they need to be there. If they do not do that, that's the end of the journey for them, and I do not think they can make it to the regional finals then.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a troublesome situation, and these players are going to have to keep themselves in check. But I'm really happy with the players from R3D as they stepped up big time today. They were missing from this leaderboard or even any leaderboard overall standings as well. They were in a troublesome situation, but the way these lads played today, they bring themselves up individually and they brought their team up as well.
Boy, that is just the kind of gameplay that we wanted to see. That is just the kind of league play awesomeness that we wanted to witness. And with that, let's move on and have a look at the entire day summarized together. Look at what exactly was brought down when it comes down to today's games, because it was just exhilarating and exhilarating to be a part of this day, mate.
It was PN crew all the way.
It was PN crew all the way, apart from that one heals damage coming in from the side of course, DRS. But boy, oh boy, I mean, again, you talk about PN crew. Yesterday also fixes, we were talking about it, having joined in with only 3 games, through which, of course, they already had one chicken dinner. I mean, this team is on point with the aggression. They know the lobby. They've utilized the scrims in their favor. What more can we add on?
You know, I was sort of being critical about them right from the start of the day, because they had played 3 games, 1 chicken dinner, and the 2 games that they could not really shine out. Now they just shut me down, and they're like, shut up, Fixes. This is where we are answering you. This is how we are answering back at you. And that is it. That's the way we want to be shut down. And with performance.
Exactly. That has been happening with me throughout as well. I mean, we saw the prediction video that played before the day started today, right? Every single prediction that we made, me and Ocean, has been completely turned on its heels. We predicted T2K to be barely on the edge of 16. Well, they are not. They are inside the top 5.
I mean, again, when you summarize the entirety of the saga, right? Till now, of course, we've just completed League Play Day number 2, and with that, we've got the top 16 teams that, of course, are going to be moving on into the Super Weekend Awesomeness, and that, of course, is a huge feat sweet. Congratulations to all these teams. The other ones, well, again, keep your fingers crossed because this is going to be a 3-week affair before we move into the finals for the South Asia region. And right now, when it comes to these top 16 teams, they will have that one-day break. We'll be back again on Friday and start things off with, of course, the Super Weekend awesomeness. With that, thank you guys so very much for tuning in and chiming in. Alongside that, a huge thanks it is going to have to be towards F19 Pro from Oppo. And it is, of course, book up your fun. Have a wonderful day ahead. We're going to go on our one-day break. We'll be back again with some incredible awesomeness for the Super Weekend. Until then, take care. Sayonara.